Our protagonist is this guy right here. In his past life, he was stuck in bed thanks to a dreadful sickness, just wishing he could linger a bit longer in his next life. Who could have imagined that the author would drop him into a dragon's body with an average lifespan of at least 10, not to mention thousands of years? To top it off, his clan is packed with powerful figures. His father happens to be a Tier 0 dragon, the highest rank on the continent. All his old man needs to do is flex his muscles, and an entire kingdom could face utter ruin. His grandfather is among the 12 elders of the dragon god's temple, right after he awakened. All the elders were stunned when they discovered he possessed 4 attributes, a first in history. Even the legendary Dragon King only had 3 attributes to his name. His mere presence even posed a threat to higher beings who would stop at nothing to eliminate him. Alright. Enough chit-chat. Let's kick this off. The story has wrapped up its first season. Hope you're ready for the recap. The opening scene unveils a sky as red as blood and a massive, badass dragon. Below, a throng of warriors stands tall, facing off against a ferocious dragon. The man with fiery red hair grimaced fiercely and shouted with all his might. That's Kenderzik, keep your guard up. Genlocker, I will put an end to your assault on the Empire right here and now. Faced with his audacious declaration, the dragon found him utterly irritating. You little insects never tire of yapping, do you? Though surrounded, Genlocker revealed no shred of fear, fully committed to sending them all to their doom. Half of this empire is a pitiful toll compared to the life of my child. I'll send you all to hell. And then I'll crush that pathetic empire into dust. With that, both sides lunged at each other, igniting the fierce battle. It was a fight packed with tension, like a bowstring drawn tight. But suddenly, everything shifted, as if it were all just a scripted tale. I'll kill you. The thumping of a heart. Turns out, this was merely a scene from a fantasy comic. I'll kill you. The entire intense scene was conjured up by our main character through the comic panels flickering before him. He gazed intently at the comic, his focus sharp but tinged with profound weariness. On the computer screen, the clash of fire and fury between the two sides continued to unfold. The young man with a haggard visage, looking like he was on the verge of shutting down, lay motionless on the hospital bed. That's Lyser. And the grim disease that brought him to this pitiful state is amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, widely known as Lou Gehrig's disease. This is no ordinary illness, as it gradually kills nerve cells, leading to muscle paralysis and eventually death. Lyser recalled the moment he was left speechless when the doctor revealed the dreadful diagnosis. At the tender age of 35, I realized this disease was my death warrant. So young, without any family, and the savings I had fought tooth and nail to build. He felt completely devastated and miserable upon accepting this was the end of his bright future and healthy life. With so much left to experience, it all crumbled to dust because of that disease. 4 years after the diagnosis of Lou Gehrig's disease, at 29 years, all I have left is a frail, withered body. At that moment, Lyser felt like a dry, yellowed leaf clinging to a branch, ready to fall. Yet, he still clung to one thing. This amateur webtoon. The heartbeat on the monitor remained steady. It may sound gloomy, but perhaps this tale was his only companion during those final days. This is really all I have left. Luis gazed blankly ahead, as if his spirit had departed. Realizing the Grim Reaper might be approaching, the heartbeat was steady, but in an instant, the heart monitor began to blare incessantly, signaling a heartbeat irregularity. Now, his deep eyes reflected only the image of his heart rate line, slowly fading. It appeared Luis could fight the illness no longer, and his eyelids began to droop, preparing to end his youth right here. So, this is it. The last thing he noticed in life was a doctor racing toward him. Luis's vision started to blur. Now, only pitch-black darkness remained, mirroring his unfortunate fate. Ultimately, he still didn't witness the ending. Luis had foreseen this outcome. Naturally, this is how I meet my end. The fluctuating heart rate line shifted from green to silver. Suddenly, in stark contrast to the endless darkness, a blinding light burst forth like the sun. Slowly, Luis opened his eyes, but the sight before him featured none other than Genlocker, the character from his beloved webtoon. When he saw Luis, the man beamed with joy, as if he'd hit the jackpot, grinning widely. He was completely oblivious to the situation. What is happening here? Then he was lifted into the air. However, the odd thing was, when he glanced in the mirror, he found he'd transformed into a tiny dragon. Faced with this bizarre sight, disbelief washed over him. What? I thought I had already kicked the bucket. Yet now, caught in this predicament, Luis felt his face pale with fear. He just could not stomach this outrageous resurrection. So, he screamed loud enough to rattle the castle. What on earth is going on? And that's how the tale began. I've turned into a dragon. After calming down, he placed his hands on his hips, feeling feisty. At first, I genuinely believed I was about to faint. Though this entire experience was a shock for Luis, he finally found his composure. I've moved past denial and am ready to face this. Now. Luis strolled around the room, exploring his new realm. After overcoming that initial shock, I set out to understand what was happening. Soon enough, Luis began to adjust to his new identity. However, once I embraced reality, I realized I had been reborn as a dragon. To him, this was incredibly thrilling and impressive. In all the novels and webtoons I've ever encountered, there have never been any weak dragons. How could I ever complain about being reborn as a dragon, becoming the mightiest beast in existence? But there was more. The crucial fact he kept in mind was that the average dragon lives for 10,000 years. Now, wielding such immense strength, he was reminded of his unfortunate past life. I had to start hustling from a very young age. Not only that, but Luis also faced a terminal illness. Tragically, his life ended prematurely, filled with regrets over unfulfilled dreams. Then he got sick and passed away at the peak of his life. But this time is different. He's been reborn as a dragon. A lengthy and healthy life is truly a lifetime blessing. Just the mere thought of it filled him with such happiness that his grin stretched from one ear to the other. But a few moments later, his mood began to shift. Am I getting a bit too hyped? If I keep this up, nothing can stop me. He wagged his tail in excitement, showcasing just how thrilled he was about his new life. I'm a dragon. At that instant, Genlocker approached and scooped him up. My dear Luis. He cradled him like a baby and sweetly asked, "What's got you smiling so bright?" Then Genlocker carried him to his first meal. All right, let's dig in. In the dim room illuminated by a lone candle, it felt wonderfully cozy. Luis was dressed in a cute yellow bib. Suddenly, though, his expression shifted to one of seriousness. His eyes widened as he stared at the food before him, breaking into a cold sweat, utterly shocked. As expected, a dragon's meal was anything but ordinary. It was a strange sight, a mound of red mush served on a plate. Noticing Luis freeze at the odd dish, Genlocker inquired with concern, "What's the matter? Aren't you hungry? This is the finest dish, freshly prepared. So hurry up and feast." Moments ago, he was joyfully embracing his dragon identity. But now his expression darkened. Why didn't I consider this? Still, he was committed, so he had no choice but to push through. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. So, as a dragon, he had to abide by the dragon's traditions. Luis summoned all his bravery, grabbed a piece, squeezed his eyes shut, and took a bite. Talk about a sudden turnaround. One moment he was disgusted, the next he was totally hooked on the dish. Wow. This is actually pretty tasty. Initially hesitant to eat, one bite led to an irresistible craving, and he went for more. The more he indulged, the more delicious it became to Luis. Watching him dig in with enthusiasm, Genlocker couldn't help but beam. Is it good? Son, there's still plenty left. Eat up. Observing his expression, Luis felt a little judgmental. Your eyes are practically sparkling. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Luis said something that left the old dragon taken aback. I don't want any more. Dad. Hearing those words, he was in disbelief. Dad? What he had hoped would be a heartwarming moment ended up being a major letdown. What's going on with you? It's supposed to be father, right? He couldn't let Luis just say whatever came to mind, so he decided to guide him. Say it now. Father. But in response to Genlocker's parenting approach, Luis simply shot him an awkward glance. He thought this whole scenario felt a bit odd for a dragon. Oh my gosh. I'm a dragon. You know. But then Luis realized something. Wait a minute. I don't even know his name. Do I? While the old dragon was getting choked up over what to be called, Luis broke the silence and asked, So, what's your name? Genlocker hesitated to answer, instead asking back, Is that really all you're curious about right now? Your father's name is... He paused, holding the food, eagerly awaiting Luis's response. But as soon as he uttered it, Luis stood frozen for 5 seconds, speechless in shock. Genlocker? The old dragon affirmed it. That's correct. Your father's name is Genlocker. At that moment, a memory began to bubble up in his mind. He recalled the fierce image when the beast within him had truly awakened. I will annihilate all of you. He had thought he was reborn as a dragon, but it turns out he had transformed into a dragon straight out of a comic book. Hearing that voice, his eyes flew open as he focused ahead, unable to comprehend that the person before him was actually his own father. In that instant, the chandeliers above were still peacefully hanging above him. Upon seeing Luis gazing at him with an utterly confused expression, he felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. He hadn't even moved a muscle. Yet Luis was already pressed against the door, a look of sheer panic etched on his face. Hey. Luis. Overcome by shock, Luis crashed through the door and dashed outside, crying his eyes out. This can't be real. He knew Janneker like no one else. So he bolted out like a gust of wind, his mind in chaos. No way. As Luis ran, he continuously told himself that this situation couldn't possibly be true. No way. Moments later, he burst into a room and flung the door wide open. Stepping inside, he was greeted by a spectacular, expansive room brimming with countless books. He hurried over to a bookshelf and quickly reached for a volume. Luis urgently flipped through its pages, scanning one after another with intense determination. After a short while, he finally located what he sought and stopped, fixating intently on the page. What Luis needed to know was the history of this realm, the HW Empire. That's the empire from that amateur webtoon I perused before I kicked the bucket. It's like life just adores throwing me curveballs. He let the book slip from his grasp and looked up, his heart heavy. I wasn't reborn as a dragon. I was reborn into that webcomic. Suddenly, something clicked in Luis's mind. Just then, Jenner stumbled into the library and called for Luis, startling him to the core. Noticing Luis acting oddly, Jenner brought over a plate of fruit and gently inquired, "My son, are you all right?" Faced with Jenner's concern, Luis found it in stark contrast to the fierce figure he remembered from before. He was such a caring and gentle father. But then there was, "You all will face my wrath." Is he genuinely about to turn into a murderous villain? What on earth is happening? Just the thought made Luis's heart ache, and in his mind's eye, he couldn't shake the image of Jenner wreaking havoc in this place. "I'll never know peace again. Because of your arrogance. I must drown this entire land in blood." However, at that moment, Luis's expression suddenly brightened as he recalled an important detail. That's right. Janek only goes berserk after his son is killed by a human, but as soon as that thought crossed his mind, he froze. Something felt horrendously off. Does that imply, terrified that he might be that doomed son? He quickly asked, "Father, do I have any older brothers?" But it seemed his dreadful destiny was already sealed as his father replied, "An older brother? No. Luis, you are the firstborn." Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat, wildly waving his hands as if to shoo away the grim tidings, and immediately questioned Jenner. "So, are you considering having more kids?" But life isn't a fairy tale. His father simply flashed a bright smile, utterly crushing his last shred of hope. "Nope. I promised your mother we would have only one child and raise him right." The situation grew as tense as a drawn bowstring, and the air became heavier as he grasped the reality of his ominous fate. "So, does this mean nobody was born before or after me?" It felt like his life, which had just started to flourish, was now crumbling, as if the end of the world had come. The kid who pays the price is me. Just the thought of it made him dizzy, his head swirling. In that webby tale, Jen Locker lost her child and exacted revenge on the whole empire. All of a sudden, after absorbing this life-altering truth, he was so taken aback that he collapsed right there. Luis was now completely dumbfounded, realizing he was merely a background character, nothing more. "I'm just a pawn in this story's unfolding. The offspring of an evil dragon destined to disappear into thin air." Even before the story kicks off, Luis felt tears carving tracks down his cheeks, quietly grieving a life that was snuffed out before it even had a chance to truly begin. "I've become a dragon meant solely to perish." The outside world was now overwhelmingly dark and eerily silent, with not a single soul to be found, only one room bathed in a soft, warm golden glow. It's true that wealth doesn't always equal happiness. Even while rolling around on a towering mountain of gold coins, he still couldn't enjoy a single moment, knowing he was on the brink of his own demise. He lay there, endlessly brooding and sighing in weariness. "Just like my past life, I still seem doomed to meet an early end." Even living in opulence with a family that has nothing but riches, knowing he was on the verge of 6 feet under, all those coins suddenly felt so transient and pointless. How the heck am I supposed to use all this now? Die again? Did I really trade everything for this? But with an incredibly strong will to survive, he couldn't just accept this destiny and resolve to take action. "No way. I'm not letting myself die such a senseless death." This time, Luis wouldn't just passively await his doom. He decided to take charge, to change his fate. He soared up to a tall bookshelf and seized a book. Among all the tomes there, Luis picked one with a brown cover. Flipping it open revealed that the inside was crammed with countless words. To alter his fate, he first needed to remember the storyline to prevent its outcome. The year she went berserk. I must remember it. Luis began to think deeply about what he needed to start on. Jen Locker only went on that rampage after losing her kid, right? If I can pinpoint when that occurs, I'll know precisely when I'm slated to exit. After racking his brain, he finally recalled the pivotal piece of info, the year 3589 AD. Panic surged through Luis's face, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is it. He grabbed an ink pen and began scribbling a few lines on a blank page. Luis noted down his forecasts for the future. Currently, it's 390 AD. So by then, I'd be about 498 or 499 years old. A pang of regret hit him as he wrote. So I'm set to die just 1 year shy of adulthood. To perish while I'm still a kid. But this time will be different. This time, he had to take action, instead of just waiting for death to knock. No way am I kicking the bucket. He made a resolute promise to himself that he absolutely had to survive for the next 499 years. I will not back down. A fierce flame of will to live blazed in Luis's heart. Just wait and see. The scene transitions to another room. It was chow time. Luis, donned in a bib, was happily sitting at the table, slurping down the bowl of soup before him. Just the day prior, Locker had witnessed him nibble like a sparrow, so he couldn't help but gawk at the sight of him now devouring food like a famished wolf. After Luis wiped off every single drop in the bowl, he set it down and cheerfully asked, "Could I get another bowl, please?" Watching Luis eat with such vigor brought him immense joy, and he eagerly ladled a hefty scoop for him. "Here you go then." Jen Locker placed a generous bowl of food right in front of him. Luis stared at it, his expression filled with determination to finish it all. "Dig in, there's plenty more. So eat until you're stuffed." Suddenly, as they were munching away, a pesky bug zoomed above their heads. However, this bug looked anything but harmless, as it headed straight for Luis's meal. It could have landed anywhere, but it chose the very spoonful of food Luis was about to wolf down. With Luis about to take a bite of that bug, Jen Locker couldn't hold back his panic any longer, and freaked out. "My son." The swift reflexes of a parent kicked in, and he quickly swatted the food away. Just when Luis was enjoying his meal, Jen Locker interrupted, leaving him quite annoyed. What was that about? After ensuring the bug had met its end, he finally let out a relieved sigh. "You almost got yourself in a big pickle. You know, in the blink of an eye." Jen Locker held the bug out and gave Luis a thorough explanation. "This is a synthetic creature I'm studying, but you won't have to worry. It's harmless to our dragon kind. Still, since you're young, it's better to be cautious. It's quite poisonous." Hearing Jen Locker's startling words, he jumped back in shock, his face completely aghast. "Poisonous?" His face paled visibly in fear. Jen quickly reassured him, "But you haven't eaten it, so you should still be okay." While Jen Locker pondered how that bug had appeared, Luis was still recovering from his near mishap. "That was a close call. I need to be more vigilant." He then stepped into a large chamber. Inside, a crimson carpet stretched out before him, flanked by suits of armor standing sentinel along the entrance. Faced with this impressive scene, he was over the moon, his eyes sparkling like headlights on a car. Little did Luis know that his 82nd trial was about to unfold. The eyes of the suit of armor glowed crimson, and before he knew it, it sprang to life, raising its weapon for an unexpected ambush on Luis from behind. But with his sharp instincts, he sensed something was amiss. Too late. The axe swung down like a flash of lightning. He turned his head, and upon realizing he was about to be struck, he started to scream in fear. Wasn't Jen Locker something else? He swooped in from nowhere like a hero and blocked the axe with his hand, snatching Luis from certain doom. Anyone daring to lay a finger on his son faced a death sentence. Jen Locker charged forward, swiftly pushing Luis aside, his own eyes flaring red, radiating an intense killing intent. He grabbed the axe, his entire body glowing with that purple aura. In a heartbeat, Jen Locker completely annihilated the suit of armor with an explosive force. Spotting Luis's pale, terrified face, he quickly crouched down to check on him. "Luis, are you okay?" Confronted with that mysterious threat, he found himself just as confused. "This is odd. I know I took precautions to keep you safe." His brand new journey had only just begun a few days prior, yet disaster seemed to follow him around. Did I really almost bite the dust twice in a single day? No way. Thankfully, for the next few days, everything seemed normal, and I felt reassured. Then, Jen Locker took Luis to a vibrant emerald field brimming with flowers. He danced around, bursting with energy. "This is stunning." His eyes widened as he spotted a gigantic, awe-inspiring mountain in the distance. Noticing Luis's amazement, Jen Locker elaborated. "That's known as the Left Fang of the Earth, one of the massive peaks at the edge of the continent. It's also famously known as the God's dwelling place, that mystical realm." Experiencing it firsthand, Luis understood just how breathtaking everything truly was. It might even outshine anything he'd known before. "It's nothing like what I read in the books." Suddenly, while Luis joyfully played, a vibrant blue butterfly flitted by. He was captivated by the butterfly and chased after it with enthusiasm. "So gorgeous. I adore it." However, the joy was short-lived, as thunder roared and dark clouds gathered, crashing down Luis's cheerful spirit. The sky grew black, devoid of any light. looking gravely ominous. In mere moments, a fierce bolt of lightning struck where he stood, nearly turning him into a charred dragon. The shock hit him unexpectedly, leaving him limp and looking utterly defeated. What is happening? Seeing his friend attacked like this, Genlocker became alarmed. His face drained as he rushed to check on Luis, but it was too late. Before he could intervene, Luis was hit by another staggering bolt of lightning. This one struck with even more ferocity. After 2 consecutive shocks, Luis's body buzzed with electricity, trembling, teetering on the edge of collapse. I see now. Is this the plan? But the universe was not done with Luis yet, conjuring more lightning bolts, ready to slam down on him repeatedly. Life is no dream. Destiny was sealed, and there was no way for Luis to escape. A bolt of lightning, far mightier than the previous hits, struck Luis one final time, sending him to join his ancestors. Do they really want me dead this badly? He was struck again and again, without a chance to fight back. Genlocker felt helpless and could only rush to hold Luis's cold body, weeping uncontrollably. The scene shifted to Luis's bedroom. Just when it seemed he was a goner, his ancestors must have been watching over him, as he miraculously survived. I nearly met my end. However, Luis didn't chalk this up to mere chance. He was convinced there was more to it. Struck by lightning 3 times at the same spot, the horrifying images of each lethal strike replayed endlessly in his mind. Faced with this reality, doubt crept in. What are the odds of this happening in such a brief time? But the more he pondered, the more Luis realized he couldn't dodge his destined fate. That's right. It's because the plan wants me gone. Yet still, Luis didn't anticipate it occurring so quickly. But right now, after all that, Luis certainly didn't expect events to unfold so rapidly. But at this moment, then Luis. He began recalling the storyline, and sensed something was amiss. I'm not supposed to kick the bucket for another 498 years. And I'm meant to meet my end at the hands of a human. What's going on? The thought of him, an all-powerful being, meeting his demise like that was a notion he was unwilling to accept. No way, is it just that I don't want to die, even now? Luis still couldn't face the fact that he held no significant part in the tale and was merely a supporting character. Damn it. The narrative can only begin once I'm gone. But then I pondered how that baby dragon from the original story managed to live for 500 years. I mean, he had just recently taken on the dragon role and was already facing one catastrophe after another. Thus, he couldn't help but wonder what trials awaited him next, as his heart was a whirlwind of conflicting feelings about what lay ahead. After sitting stiffly on the bed for a while, Luis gradually rose to his feet. Despite fate having knocked him around a few times, Luis' determination to survive was now stronger than ever. There's no time to overthink. I need to take action. From outside the room, his fierce will to live was palpable. I need something to save me from this impending doom. Resolute, he boldly approached Genlocker's room and flung the door wide open. Father, as Luis finally addressed him as father, a radiant smile blossomed on Gen's face, overflowing with joy. Genlocker gently inclined to ask, "What's on your mind, son?" He wasted no time and asked directly, "Father, do you have anything at home that can protect you?" Hearing such an odd question caught him off guard. But he responded, "A protective device? I do have one, but it's too early for you to use it." He then explained further, "To operate it, you need a power known as elemental energy, and it also requires substantial training to harness it." Noticing Luis's curiosity, he gently patted his head and remarked, "You're still too young. Wait until you're older to learn. Just a few hundred more years, okay?" However, he was well aware that if he waited those few hundred years, he'd be 6 feet under. So, he was resolute to argue. "No, I want to learn now." Faced with Luis's stubbornness, was Genlocker really going to cave in? Luis sighed deeply. Determination etched on his face. "I don't want to wait. I want to learn now." Genlocker was flustered. "Huh?" He was taken aback. But you're still too young." Luis dashed over and clung to his arm, his eyes shining with determination. "Can't I? Just because I'm young doesn't mean I can't learn." Genlocker scratched his head and thought, But typically, you start learning after you outgrow the hatchling phase." His eyes looked pitiful yet still shone brightly. Unable to resist, he helplessly relented. "Fine. I'll teach you." Luis was overjoyed, waving his front paws in sheer delight. "Really? Then teach me right away, right this minute," Genlocker continued. "But before we start," he grinned, "there's a place we need to visit first," he teased. "What place?" Luis asked with curiosity. Genlocker snapped his fingers and said, "It's where young dragons go to discover their elemental abilities for the first time. You need to meet the elders first." Luis bolted out the door, joyfully shouting as he went, "Father!" Genlocker instantly scooped him up in a hug, laughing. "I'm right here." Luis looked up and queried, But how do we get to where the elders are? Suddenly, around Gen Locker, mysterious purple lights began to glow. To reach it, we'll need to take flight. He chuckled with a grin. Luis lifted his tiny arm to protect himself from the purple glow. The lights swirled together, forming a giant circle. Alarmed, Luis thought to himself, is he turning into a dragon right now? Just then, Gen Locker morphed into a massive black dragon. With wide eyes, Luis exclaimed, is that a real dragon? The dragon lowered its head and invited Luis. Hop on board. He carefully climbed onto Gen Locker's enormous hand. Then, with a powerful flap of its gigantic wings, the dragon warned, hang on tight. In a flash, they soared into the sky. Luis, nestled in Gen Locker's palm, felt a thrill of fear. This is pretty high. The dragon flapped its wings, gliding effortlessly, terrified. Gripping the claw tightly, Luis shouted, how much higher are we going? Gen Locker glanced back and chuckled lightly. We've still got quite a distance to travel, soaring higher into the azure sky. Luis looked down. Are we heading into space? Gen Locker replied, Luis, we're almost there. By this time, they had entered the realm of stars, and before them stood a sparkling castle. Luis, astonished and wide-eyed, gasped, oh my gosh. Gen Locker looked over. Surprising, isn't it? This place is known as the Holy Land of Dragons. Before them hovered a castle in the clouds. It was the illustrious Golden Flower Castle. Gen Locker landed gracefully. Luis stared up in awe. Wow. It looks even more magnificent in person. Gen Locker turned back into a man and walked beside him. All right. Let's enter. The duo stepped into an expansive space, where a voice rang out. So, you've made it? It was Sandergia, the revered leader of the 13 Dragon Elders. Gen Locker bowed deeply, saying, greetings. Sir, I am Gen Locker, son of Pamus. Luis was still in disbelief, stuttering. Hello, Pamus. One elder chuckled and remarked, huh, is that your boy? He certainly seems smarter and more polite than Pamus's grandson. The dragon beside him quickly became irritated. You old coot, Gen Locker retorted. It's been too long. Father, Pamus, one of the 13 elders, responded. Yes, it's been 623 years. Last time you were here was to introduce your bride, Valentina, right? Then he grumbled. And you should have brought that boy here as soon as he was born. Why is this the first time I'm meeting my grandson with all these old geezers around? Gen Locker clarified. Luis is only 1 month old. Did you really want to drag him here? Pamus clenched his teeth. He then studied Luis, who gazed up innocently, eyes sparkling and face adorable. Pamus was taken aback, as though he had been hit by Cupid's arrow. His cheeks flushed. He burst out laughing. That's right. I'm your grandpa. How can my grandson be this charming? The two dragons whispered to each other. This old fellow seems to really dote on his grandkid. He's been anticipating a grandchild for ages. Let him have this moment. Sandergia interjected. So, you wish to know about Luis's powers? Isn't it too soon? Gen Locker replied. I thought so as well. But Luis has shown a desire to learn. Pamus, standing there, smiled widely. Wonderful. This kid truly has a curiosity for knowledge, just like his granddad. Sandergia snapped back. Hush up. You old coot. Fantastic. This kid's got a thirst for knowledge, just like his grandpa. Sandergia snapped. Pipe down. You ancient fossil. He shot a glare at the mumbling old man, annoyance written all over his face. Step into the center. Luis felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Father Genlock raised a reassuring hand. No need to fret. Son, just step forward. All you have to do is stand still. He stepped into the central circle, surrounded by the elders with their watchful eyes. Luis inhaled deeply, his face tense. Sander glanced over and said, let's kick this off. The elders extended their hands, conjuring streams of light. Each elder wielded a unique power, and together, their abilities soared upwards. Luis observed in awe. Incredible. Sander lifted a glowing orb. Hey kid, shut your eyes and chant. My lifelong companion. With his eyes tightly shut, Luis summoned various powers above him. Come forth. A radiant beam of light surged around Luis. Sander studied the orb in his grasp, shaped like an hourglass. Genlock's eyes widened in surprise. An abstract attribute? Could it be time? He mused, feeling a swell of pride. Abstract attributes often pack a stronger punch than natural ones. My son is truly exceptional. Elder Muso scrutinized the orb he held. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter. A strength attribute, just as I knew would emerge from our bloodline. My grandson boasts 2 entire attributes. Elder Toa also stared intently at the orb in his possession. A dual attribute in our time. It's been ages. Elder Muso remarked in astonishment. A space attribute too? 3 attributes. He added, the first Dragon King, Seir, and the infamous dragon lost to darkness. Throughout the dragon race's lengthy history, only these two have ever existed, with 3 attributes. Luis floated amongst the orbs. This kid is meant to make history. The elder's jaws dropped in disbelief. Is this even real? He has a mental attribute as well. All the powers surged toward Luis. Genlock shielded his eyes from the blinding lights radiating around him. Luis leaped with excitement. He gleefully embraced the orbs, exclaiming, "Whoa! Whoa!" Suddenly, a realization hit him. Massive pairs of eyes loomed over him from above, startling Luis. While clutching the orbs, he quivered. What? Why is everyone staring at me like that? Genlock's mouth fell open in shock. Luis sat in a chair, arms crossed, lost in deep thought. He remembered the meeting with the elders. Time, space, strength, mental. All 4 attributes were abstract, a talent that left the elders speechless. Holding so much potential, it could shake up the original story's balance. With such power, can I single-handedly change the course of this narrative? He slumped, resting his hands on the table. It's possible that this could change how the plot unfolds. They're probably furious they can't take me out. Luis sighed and leaned back in his chair. But honestly, what's the point of this talent if I'm likely to bite the dust before I can even grow up? He crossed his arms, deep in thought. Then, out of the blue, Luis slammed his hand on the table. No worries. There's still hope. And if this gift can shift things, I've got another shot. He soared over to the bookshelf and yanked out a few books. As long as I nurture it properly, my odds of survival will surely rise. The most crucial thing is I'm no longer the Luis from the original story. Luis held up 2 books, The Basic Principles of Magic Skills and The Foundations of Martial Arts. Now that I've uncovered memories from my previous life, I can completely grasp the impending crisis. From this moment forward, I'll harness these memories to bolster my strength and elevate my chances of survival. A man was gripping a fierce red flame in one hand and a chunk of gleaming white ice in the other. Magic skills allow for attribute manipulation. A tall, brawny man stood ready, employing martial arts to command both the attributes and his own physique. Which should I dive into first? Or, Luis grinned, shaking off his doubts and opting to master both at once. He soared high with sheer joy. This body belongs to a dragon, blessed with an abundance of mana right from birth, and possesses all 4 attributes. With just a bit of effort, I'll surely defy my destiny. Luis was resolute and pounded his hand on the table. All right, let's get to it. Suddenly, something rattled behind him, causing him to jump and spin around. A voice chimed in. Well, I've kept you waiting. My dear Luis. Genlock cheerfully bustled in with a mountain of food. Time for a feast. My boy. Luis looked up with bright eyes and said, Ahem. Before tackling anything substantial, one must fuel up first. An army marches on its stomach. So, eat first. Train later. There were 2 azure stones of the water attribute, shaped like ice blue crystals. A chewy brown root of the wood attribute from the Netto family. A vibrant orb of the wind attribute. A fluffy cloud jellyfish that looked like cotton candy. And a dark blue heart of the thunder attribute. The heart of the thunderbird was a tad carbonated, though these items housed enough energy to blow a person up if ingested recklessly. Since dragons possess an organ known as a dragon's heart, they can transform natural mana into their own attributes, allowing them to munch on these delicacies without a hitch. Luis kept eating, reminding himself, I need to devour plenty and grow up fast. After a bit, he began to feel drowsy. Genlock chuckled. He sighed. The little one must be worn out. Luis drifted into a deep sleep, snuggling his stuffed rabbit. Suddenly, a purple orb appeared in the air. The orb gradually morphed, turning into a fork. In a heartbeat, it began to float on its own. Suddenly, its speed picked up significantly, and the fork crashed hard to the ground. A purple creature hovered in the air, slowly making its descent. A sound rang out as the sky brightened and birds took flight beneath the warm sunlight. Luis slowly roused, rubbing his eyes. Huh? When did I doze off? Must have been while I was eating. Outside, a voice called, Luis, get up and eat. Son. He climbed out of bed. Yes, sir. Suddenly, Luis slipped. Huh? Then he fell flat on his face onto the floor. Right in front of him was the fork from last night, embedded straight into the ground. Whoa, what's this? Luis picked it up cautiously. I nearly met my doom thanks to a fork in the floor. Even someone blind could tell this was undeniably a massive death flag. Then he noticed his tail had been tied with a string. Why do I have to be this unlucky? The stuffed rabbit lay damaged on the floor. Luis shouted, Toto. He scooped up the rabbit, carrying it out of the room. You're the only one I can vent my frustration on. I'll have to ask Dad to fix you later. While Luis ate, Genlock worked diligently, saying, Toto, being damaged has made my Louise unhappy. As he stitched up the stuffed rabbit. Don't frown anymore. Your dad will fix Toto. Sue looked even more stunning than ever. After what felt like an eternity, Louise sprang awake in his bed, utterly confused. Wait. Where am I? A voice called from outside. Louise, hurry up and get out of bed. It's time for breakfast. Son. Louise glanced nervously at the stuffed rabbit. Still on the bed beside him. Suzu has been repaired. Yes, he shrank back by the door, feeling uneasy. Dad. Something feels really off. Genlock was taken aback. What? Why? How did my son get injured? Louise crossed his arms and stammered. Seriously. I'm not sure if this is an injury or not. My memories are all jumbled, and I feel so sleepy. He watched on, perplexed. Then Genlock returned to cooking and said, Ah, it's that time, isn't it? Louise was taken aback. No. I'm not hurt. It's just that my sleepiness is kicking in, Genlock clarified. Our dragonkin must go through 2 sleep cycles to reach adulthood. If you're feeling drowsy all the time, then your first sleep cycle must be starting soon. Louise asked curiously. How long will I be asleep for? Genlock paused. There's no set duration. But it'll be approximately. He was stunned by his father's words. About 100 years. Louise panicked. No way. Just a few days ago. I dealt with that whole Discord mess. And now? I have to sleep for a whole 100 years. He clutched his small head in despair. This must mean I'm prepping to kick the bucket, he dashed off. This can't be real. Genlock was startled and yelled after Louise. Louise tied a towel around his head, filled with fiery resolve. I need to craft a plan to stay awake for as long as I can. A grand plan took shape. First, limit my meals, as a full belly will make me drowsy. Second, no baths, since that'll put me at ease. Third, minimize my movements. That'll keep me restless. Fourth, steer clear of the bed. Even the sight of it makes me want to crash. Louise wrote fervently. Okay, from this moment on, I will do my very best to stay awake. He sluggishly strolled down the hallway. Louise sighed deeply. Genlock, with a bowl of food, called out, Louise, you have to eat more. Please. He tried to shove food into Louise's mouth. Come on. Just one more bite. Son. Louise bolted in fear and shouted, Louise. He tiredly entered the library. Whew. That was nearly a disaster. Good thing I came to just in time. Louise grabbed a book to read. I can't let my guard down until I figure out how to dodge sleep. The book's page read, How to always stay awake. Stand and pinch your cheeks. Eat spicy food. Splash your face with cold water. Don't read books. His vision began to haze over. Louise jolted himself awake by pinching his cheeks. Whoa. No. No. Then he felt himself starting to drift away again. No. He shot back awake. Louise smacked his cheeks again, yelling, I can't. His vision blurred. Yet his mind resisted. No. After a time without measure. Familiar calls of Louise's name echoed in the air. From the bed, Louise sprang awake. A cheerful Genlock stood before him. Did you have a good nap? Dad? Louise raised his hand. I didn't sleep. Just zoned out for a bit. He knelt on one knee. Congrats. My boy. Louise looked up, confused. What's the celebration for? Then he gasped, his jaw dropping wide open. I'm celebrating your 100th birthday, Louise. 100 years ago. A voice called in the room. Louise. Genlocker strolled in. Louise. How about a snack? He noticed Louise fast asleep on the floor, buried under a mountain of books. Books. A smile crept across Genlocker's face. Well, it seems you dozed off while reading. Huh? He gently scooped Louise up and laid him on the bed. Genlocker chuckled softly. Shouldn't you eat a bit before drifting off? Soundly. He thought. But the kid is already in dreamland. So forget it. I hope he wakes up fine. Louise looked so adorable while snoozing. Sleep tight. My dear boy. I'll come see you tomorrow. Genlocker sat in a chair, diligently jotting down notes when a sudden loud crash jolted him. Without hesitation, Locker rushed to the door. What in the world is going on? Seeing Louise peacefully sleeping on the ground amid dust and smoke, he panicked. Ah. Louise. Genlocker knelt, pushing debris aside. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Louise remained sound asleep in his arms. He scanned the area, finding no signs of an intruder. Suddenly, a wooden beam splintered in two. Don't tell me my ceiling just decided to drop for fun. Then the entire wall came crashing down. Genlocker exerted every ounce of strength to shield Louise. For decades that followed, bizarre incidents kept happening. It felt like someone was out to get the boy. His room even caught fire. But Louise slept through it all. The boy had brushed with death countless times. Genlocker summoned his powers to form a magic circle. I can't comprehend why all this keeps happening to Louise. So, taking every precaution, I've built protective barriers in every way I can. He got hurt. And sadly, it shortened his lifespan a tad. But that's insignificant, as long as Luis is kept safe. The night sky twinkled with the moon and stars. For the past 60 years, a single peaceful night has eluded me. 4,120 incidents have threatened Luis's life. Genlocker stood on a cliff. Is someone actually plotting to take him out? But who would dare? Sunlight beamed down on the castle. The world has forgotten about dragons. Only a handful of ancient ones still know we exist. What could harm Luis that I'm unaware of? Genlocker pondered. Only a dragon might wield such power. Yet all the local ones fiercely protect their young. After everything, could the only answer be mere coincidence? I just can't figure it out. The hallway darkened suddenly. A massive explosion roared, sending debris flying everywhere. Genlocker harnessed his power. He clenched his teeth. His eyes blazed with furious intensity. Why do these heartless creatures even exist? A squad of armed soldiers appeared before him. The sound of commotion filled the air as the soldiers charged forward. Genlocker silently raised his hand, unleashing his wrath. Shadows of dark energy engulfed the area. The atmosphere thickened, and the soldiers stood frozen in horror. Suddenly, the shadows sharpened, piercing through their chests. The surrounding space darkened further. Genlocker grimaced, watching intently as the soldiers were swiftly decimated. Their bodies strewn across the ground. He remembered a lesson from his father. A genius must endure many struggles. Not just that, but there will be even more trials ahead. Genlocker couldn't shake off his worries about those words. Pondering what lay ahead for Luis, Baser frowned with sadness, reminiscent of the first Dragon King's fate. Meanwhile, in the present, Genlocker stood surrounded by dismembered soldier parts. Is it really true? Is Luis's gift so extraordinary they want to eliminate the boy? Clenching his fists, he declared, "No way. That can't be true." Genlocker's gaze hardened with resolve. Whatever gods or fate's whims at play, I will guard Luis against everything. The room had seen a thorough cleaning. Presently, Luis was fixated on the wall, deep in thought. As he glanced in the mirror, he rubbed his face, made some sounds, and raised his hand to check if he had grown any taller. Luis stomped his foot in frustration. Wasting a whole 100 years just to sleep. And this is all I've gained. At this thought, he shook slightly. I didn't think much about it before, but a significant chunk of my life has already slipped by. So 100 years have gone by. Luis mused. And here I am, still alive. He remembered his brushes with death. Nearly attacked by a stone statue and struck by lightning until his skin was charred. He narrowly avoided landing on protruding spikes. He pondered. Not a single day passed without a close call. Luis found it miraculous yet utterly perplexing. How did I stay safe while snoozing? How on earth is that possible? Luis reflected silently, and after a brief moment, he shut his eyes and stretched his arms wide. Oh well, no need to fret about it. I'm alive. And that's what truly counts. Genlocker called out, brandishing some food. Luis, time for dinner. Wrap it up, and come downstairs. All right. Yes, sir. He observed the man closely. Why does father seem older? Has time taken its toll? Luis reminisced about the past. Perhaps I truly am a burden to my father. With newfound determination, he declared, okay, from now on, I'll be the best son and always listen to my dad. Luis shouted out, prompting Genlocker to glance his way. Father, wait for me, the man responded with a cheerful smile. Haha, come along. Father, I'm starving. Luis chatted merrily with Genlocker. But why do you look so worn out? How do I appear that exhausted? Yes, remember to catch some Z's before working. Father, haha, I'll keep that in mind. Next to a towering mountain, on a vibrant green lawn, under the glorious bright sunlight with lush trees swaying in the breeze, a boy brandishing a wooden sword raised it high, then brought it down fiercely, sending trails of smoke swirling around him. The tip of the sword landed with a thud on the grass at his feet. The boy was out of breath, sweat rolling down his cheeks, when he heard a voice call. Young master. He quickly turned around. Young Master Luis. The tale begins under a backdrop of blue skies, fluffy white clouds, and golden rays. At this moment, someone called out to the boy. Luis. A boy with shimmering platinum blonde hair and striking violet eyes turned at the sound of another's voice. Young Master Luis. Suddenly, a dainty white handkerchief floated through the air, the voice seemingly emanating from it. Here's your handkerchief. Sir. Luis swiftly grabbed the handkerchief, revealing a pair of tiny, adorable feet beneath it. Oh. I thought it was a chatty handkerchief, but it turns out a tiny fairy was hiding there all along. Finally able to inhale the fresh air, she released a sigh of relief. However, a moment later, the maid named Fee began to critique his conduct. Looks like you've been in your human guise for quite a spell now. You definitely belong to the illustrious divine dragon family, the magnificent and revered one. When she noticed that young Master Louis was silent and just fumbled with his handkerchief while wiping his face, she asked, "What's up, young master?" Turns out, he was quite fed up with Vin's designation. It's been 100 years. Can't you just drop the young master bit, Vin? Nonetheless, she didn't seem too thrilled with Louis's odd request. "But you still are my young master." Suddenly, she did a complete about-face and voiced her thoughts with fervor. "The privilege of serving the Forest Lord is the highest dream we fairies hold." Upon hearing this, a sly grin broke across Louis's face. What an honor. Now that I think about it, I've never truly appreciated that. At that moment, old memories flickered in his mind like scenes from a vintage film. This all probably began after my first hibernation. Louis was lounging and immersed in a book in his room when he sensed a presence and turned his head. Glancing back, he spotted a gigantic white gift box adorned with a red ribbon resting neatly on the table. But as he drew nearer, he looked around, completely baffled since there wasn't a soul in sight. "I'm sure I heard something just now." While he pondered this bizarre event, the box started to wiggle as if a living creature was trapped inside. Surprise, out of nowhere. A girl burst from the box, her face pale as a ghost. Gasping, "I can breathe." The sudden appearance of a girl in his room sent Louis into a state of shock. What the heck is happening? He was so startled by her entrance that he popped her with his tail. Phi took a massive hit from Louis, spinning through the air while screaming for what seemed like ages. After twirling around like a top, her head was spinning, making her lose her balance and collapse in a heap. Moments later, he walked over to Phi and started poking around, inspecting her wings. What on earth is this huge flying creature? Spotting Phi lying there, stiff as a board, Louis grabbed a brush and prodded her to check if she was okay. Then he used the brush to lift Phi up. At that moment, she hadn't fully come to and was still dazed, which confused him even more. What is this? But in a heartbeat, Phi regained her wits and shot her gaze at Louise with fierce intensity. She finally realized she was dangling like a coat on a hook and struggled to break free. Although Phi had made a hilariously awkward entrance, she composed herself, bowed, and introduced herself properly. "It's a true pleasure to meet you, Holy Dragon. I'm Phi from the royal lineage of the Fairy Light Kingdom. I am truly honored to bring you happiness in the days to come." Yet, despite Phi's warm and genuine greeting, Louise regarded her with an intensely critical stare, as if she were from another planet. When she noticed him staring at her blankly, Phi's shoulders drooped as she cautiously asked, "Could you please set me down?" Hearing this, Louise also regained his composure, plopped down on the floor, and crossed his arms to interrogate her. "Hey, what did you mean by that? What honor?" When Phi heard him inquire about the very thing she'd been working hard to prepare, she excitedly pulled out a white cloth. "Okay, take a look at this, Phi." As if she had been eagerly anticipating this moment for ages, gleefully yanked off the white cloth, unveiling an incredible surprise waiting for the mighty holy dragon. "We, from the fairy kingdom, have conjured up a magical gift." In an instant, a wardrobe brimming with endless stellar outfits appeared. The dress-up toy set of a fairy starlight was in her true element, instantly diving into a pitch for her way cool product. Seizing the unique androgynous traits of the fairy kin, the toy set featured apparel for both genders, along with styles for demons, angels, and many other intriguing choices, featuring a special edition set, just so you know. But wait, that's not all. The true star of the show was prepping for her grand entrance. However, the crux of the matter was this. With her boundless confidence, today's star was none other than Faye. I, a proud starlight fairy, boasted a flawless figure capable of rocking any outfit. Nonetheless, after listening to her chatter on, it became clear that Louise was a bit lost, leaving him frozen for 5 seconds, struggling to grasp the situation. Although seemingly irked by her long-winded intro, he managed to ask with patience, "Ah, so are you suggesting I use you as a living toy?" Realizing he had finally grasped her intentions, she snapped her fingers in delight. "You are a noble and wise holy dragon." Then, like a light switch flipping, Faye sprang into action, exclaiming, "So, it's you!" But just as she thought Louise had accepted her, he sent her spinning away in the air. Not a chance. Finding himself unexpectedly stuck with this annoyance, he scooped her up like a chicken and dashed off to vent to Genlock. I had to go ask my father why on earth he would give me a gift like this, but it turned out to be the most beloved treasure among young dragons. Naturally, to me, playing with fairy dolls felt far from a fairy tale adventure or epic battle. However, messing around with a living doll-like being felt a tad unsettling. So, I needed to return her. After hearing she might be sent back to the factory, Faye felt as if a dagger pierced her heart and began to sob and wail, desperately clinging to him. "No. Why would you do this? Please, I'll do whatever you need. I can clean or do laundry, anything. She tossed her pride aside, gripping Luis's tail so tightly that it even startled him a bit. Please don't cast me aside. I beg you. Don't toss me away. It was only later I realized that befriending a dragon was a tremendous honor and a guaranteed path to greatness. The first king, who also unified the fairy clans, was the childhood toy of the inaugural Dragon King. After several days of pleading and tears, she was finally accepted as my assistant. Faye was already 800 years old. She was far more knowledgeable than I was and quite helpful with everyday tasks. Faye gazed up at Luis with big sparkling eyes and asked, Master Luis, what's on your mind? He extended his hand, saying, Nothing important. Now that my training's over, can we return to my studies? Upon hearing this, she lit up with a bright smile. Yes. Just a moment. She was a natural at spatial magic, rapidly storing items in tiny spaces. For Luis, Faye was not just a maid, but also a magical bag. You could even say she was my personal inventory. From various items ranging from A to Z, both small and large, were meticulously organized by her, and whenever I needed something, she effortlessly pulls it out. Here you go. My lord. Today, Finn is also taking on the role of Louis' instructor. Today's lesson is all about the intricacies of mana. An advanced course indeed. He eagerly grabbed the book. Thanks a bunch, Finn. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she summoned a plethora of sweets. From delightful cakes to aromatic tea, she had it all covered. I'm thrilled she's so at ease doing this. He made his way to the table, which was adorned with a mouth-watering array of desserts, and mused to himself, I'll need to get accustomed to this situation soon. The weather today is just perfect for a delightful outdoor tea gathering. While Luis immersed himself in his book, Finn was doing her utmost to pour him some tea. Yet, the clear blue skies didn't hold for too long before they grew dim with menacing clouds, ushered in by crackles of lightning. He was finally ready to hit the books diligently, but the weather soured the vibe, leaving him feeling let down as he closed his book. It's only been a few days. Is it acting up again? Glancing up at the sky, the dark clouds thickened ominously, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed dramatically. Strikes of lightning illuminated the entire sky as they suddenly hit the ground right by him. Finn, sensing the impending danger, frantically called out a warning to Master Louis, but instead of panicking, he remained eerily calm and extended his hand. Who would guess that in the blink of an eye, all that lightning's energy would be consumed by Luis into the bracelet on his wrist? Feeling recharged with newfound power, he couldn't help but break into a huge grin. After so many strikes, Luis was now completely unfazed. In fact, he even harnessed it to amplify his own strength. I've been zapped by lightning hundreds of times by this point. That's more than enough. Eyeing the sparkling green gem on his hand, her jaw dropped in utter disbelief. An elemental gem. It leverages the principle that, the purer the power, the mightier it gets. On the flip side, the weaker it is, the quicker it escapes. It's a fairly stable, low-tier elemental gem. As it began to draw in the lightning, it also started filling up nicely. Once he noticed that his bracelet was bursting with energy, a new idea sparked. It's already maxed out. I need to swap it out quickly. But before he could set his plan in motion, she instantly protested with all her might. No, Master. In that split second, Luis glanced up at the sky, wide-eyed in sheer shock. Master, while he scrambled to grasp what was unfolding, several bolts of lightning rained down directly upon him. At that moment, Finn watched in sheer horror, as if her soul had vanished. A spatial field. After a moment, everything returned to normal, but her mind was still racing. He's so quick. So this is magic. Approaching level 1, faced with Luis's astounding display, Finn was overwhelmed with great admiration. Even as a chosen dragon, this speed is just way too rapid. Together, I must write a remarkable chapter in history for the entire elf tribe to hear. While she envisioned a brilliant future, Luis scrutinized her with an intense gaze. In that moment, he felt incredibly fortunate. Luckily, ever since I discovered spatial fields, these life-threatening situations can be handled effortlessly. My space attribute is nearly at level 1. Space and time may be on a higher level, but my brain is still stuck at level 5. I've focused so much on honing my spatial skills just to get by. But in doing so, I've completely overlooked my other qualities. I suppose it will take just a tad more time. Huh? With determination, he tightened his fist. But that's all right now. I'm definitely going to live long enough to see Mu lift a trophy. After finishing everything he needed to do, Luis clenched his fist and gazed toward the bright road ahead. All right. Let's do this. He couldn't just sit idly waiting for the world to unfold. So, he called out, Finn, fetch me the next book. Upon hearing him, she swiftly brought it over, right away. The scene shifts to a warm dining room where Luis and Jen Locker are sharing a meal together. Luis, holding a massive chicken leg, turned to ask, "Hey, Dad, where are you off to?" He noticed Jen had a gloomy and slightly sad expression. Jen Locker revealed his upcoming agenda. "I'm heading to Silverflower Castle. Louise, by the end of this month, Gia will be retiring." With wide-eyed innocence, he asked again for clarity. "Oh, is that Grandpa?" Hearing this, he fell into deep thought, unsure of how to respond. It's true he's retiring, but referring to him as Grandpa felt a bit weird. Nonetheless, Luis didn't mind the little details and called him what he wanted. What's the issue? A grandpa's friend is still a grandpa. At that remark, Jen Locker chose to say no more. "Whatever floats your boat." Luis then grabbed another big chicken leg and voiced his curiosity. "I get that Grandpa is retiring, but why are you going there, Dad?" It was pointless to hide things from him anyway. Jen Locker paused for a moment before replying. "The reality is," he said, placing a hand on his head and beaming with joy, "your father has been nominated to take over Elder Gia's role." When Luis heard that his father was honored with such an immense responsibility, he instantly gave a thumbs up. "Fantastic. Great job. You're amazing, Dad." Being praised by his son, Jen Locker was on cloud nine. If you think so, then it must be true. It became clear to him that he wasn't the only one working hard every day. His father was putting in just as much effort. "I wasn't the only one evolving over the years. My father, who's always been on top, has too." He just hit level 0 of the dark attribute. Witnessing his impressive and remarkable progress, Luis felt a swell of admiration. Even ordinary dragons couldn't reach that level. "My father achieved this at just 4,000 years old. Quite young by dragon standards, he held great hope in his father's daily growth. Enough to turn him into the ultimate big boss." This brought to mind the image of transforming into a demon from a webtoon he had devoured. In the original plot, Jen Locker was the crazed villain who wreaked havoc across the entire continent. His two primary traits were darkness and magic. With those attributes, Jen Locker's entire being turned a deep black hue. He earned the title of the second one to become a demon, but due to his own determination, Luis could breathe a little easier, knowing he was destined to rewrite this narrative. But that won't be happening this time around. "I've trained tirelessly for the past 100 years to ensure that it doesn't unfold again." But in that moment, Jen Locker suddenly felt a wave of nerves and stammered like he was about to spill a big secret to him. Luis noticed this and replied, "Yes. Yet." He hesitated, not quite getting to the point, and kept stalling. After what felt like forever waiting for Jen Locker to spill the beans, Luis finally nudged him to just get on with it. "Just say it, Dad." In the next heartbeat, Jen Locker blurted out something astonishing that left Luis a little taken aback. "I never expected to be away from home for so long." Jen Locker awkwardly began giving reasons for his prolonged absence. Typically, it's rare for parents to be absent like this, but this time nobody else was fit for the job. So, usually, this process is dragged out for ages, yet this time, it's just for 10 years. That's it. But, to Luis, hearing those 10 years sounded like an eternity. With a sorrowful expression, he asked Jen Locker again. For an entire 10 years, the mood suddenly shifted to heavy and grim. Observing his son's gloomy face, he inched closer, wanting to offer some words of comfort but unsure what to say. But just when you'd think Luis would be heartbroken and downcast, he looked up with a face brighter than ever. "What a relief! That'll fly by," he exclaimed. Luis then shared what was behind his sudden cheerfulness. "I thought it would span a few hundred years. 10 years is just a decade, right?" Then Luis confidently told Jen Locker, "Besides, I'm already diving into the theory of lawlessness, so I'll just speed through this." Yet, it was unclear if Jen Locker caught a single word as he sat, lost in thought, looking utterly miserable. Dad. Looking at Jen Locker's expression, he couldn't help but ponder one possibility. "Don't tell me you were wishing I'd break down and plead for you to stay." Even Jen Locker was puzzled and didn't know how to respond to Luis's inquiry. "I can't even tell what I was hoping for. Do you want anything else to munch on?" Though inside, he was a waterfall of tears. On the outside, he was still putting on a brave face. "Hold on a sec. Let me grab you some snacks." Faced with such detailed care from his dad, Luis was at a loss for words. "Seriously, Dad? I'm not a little kid anymore. You're the one acting like one." On a cheerful and sunny morning, the moment arrived for Jen Locker to leave. Not at ease about leaving his younger son, he piled on countless instructions before taking off. "The nutritional supplements are stashed in the freezer. And don't even think about skipping meals to train. Got it? The first aid kit is in your room's 3rd drawer. If you fall ill, remember to find the medicine and take it." And the list went on. Watching Jen Locker coddle him like a child, he reached his limit and urged him, "Dad, I'll be okay. You can go now. You've been tossing the same warnings at me for 4 hours straight." Luis couldn't bear being treated like a kid any longer and shouted, "I'm not a little kid anymore, and I'll only be solo for 10 years. He silently thought to himself, "It's actually Dad who's the real kid here." Before heading out, he had packed a small pouch for Luis and handed it to him. "Oh, and take this. It's a natural item called a communication stone." Inside was a smooth, perfect, round stone shimmering in a lovely shade of blue. They generally come in pairs, and when infused with energy, you can talk to one another regardless of distance. Luis took the stunning stone, his eyes gleaming like stars, overflowing with joy. It definitely looked quite pricey. With this stone's enchanting powers, it felt like they were only physically apart, yet they could still keep in touch. "So, we can chat just fine, even if you're at Silverflower Castle, Dad." But at that moment, Jen Loker abruptly halted in his tracks. Just seconds ago, he'd been boasting about the stone's magical potential, and now he denied it. "It struck me. I never imagined it could extend so far." Faced with this surprising confirmation, Luis let out a tired sigh. Even the brightest minds can be like this. He's truly the king of optimism. He said this while carefully picking his words to comfort Jen Loker. "No news means good news, so don't fret about me. Just focus on your tasks and do them well." "Sure thing." After a few hours filled with instructions and goodbyes, at last, Jen Loker couldn't linger any longer and spoke his last words. "I guess I better head out now. If you need anything, just find me in my room." Even as he soared high into the sky, he glanced back to share a few more tips with his beloved son. "If you feel bored, go ahead and read my books. And remember, don't skip meals, eat well. The streets can be perilous, so don't even think about venturing out there." A parent's worry for their child is truly limitless. Even after flying far away, he still attempted to shout more reminders. Hearing Jen Loker's detailed cautions, Luis could slightly grasp his father's concern. "Seriously, Dad, you really overthink things." Just then, flashes of Jen Loker constantly using himself to shield Luis surged through his mind, over and over again. He had done everything possible to keep him safe. "You've shielded me for the past 100 years, but he couldn't remain a child forever." Luis resolved he had to stand on his own 2 feet and protect himself. "But from now on, you won't need to do that anymore, Dad." A playful grin appeared on his face as he realized, "Oh, right. From now on, I'm finally free, right?" Luis gazed at the sprawling castle before him, envisioning all the adventures he could embark on, and his heart brimmed with excitement. "I can't believe it. Is this enormous castle truly mine?" But reality can be a letdown. He'd barely skimmed through a book when his spirits plummeted. It had been just a short while. Right then, he witnessed a bullying incident, and today's victim was none other than Phi. "Luis, help me." "So, you were here all along." As Phi confronted 2 shadowy figures with piercing red eyes drawing near, she was utterly frightened. "Oh no." The color drained from her face as they advanced. "Stay away from me." But it was 2 against 1, and the odds weren't looking good. No matter how hard Phi tried to escape, she ultimately fell into their clutches. "We've got you now." She was entirely vulnerable, bursting into tears and crying for help. "Master Luis, save me." As if on cue, her plea was answered as Luis reached out and snatched Phi away from their grip. He did rescue her, but the way he did it was a bit brutal. With his immense strength, it felt like he might launch her into another dimension. Meanwhile, Luis was confronting the bullies. "What are you 2 doing here? You really can't judge a book by its cover." Despite their adorable looks, they insisted on acting tough, getting right up in Luis's face. When Khan and Khan spotted Luis's arrival, appeared absolutely thrilled as they dashed forward. Luis, even though no one prompted him, the pair blabbered endlessly, each trying to outshine the other, creating utter pandemonium. "Honestly, I can't say, but whatever your father decides is final. I feel the same way, and I hope that doesn't happen." Listening to their endless bickering made him weary. He looked incredibly exasperated and insisted they speak one at a time. "Just give me the quick version." Kenny, the older twin, was the first to speak up. "Your dad headed to Silverflower Castle and left us here all alone." Khan, the younger twin, tossed in his own 2 cents. He said he'd return in 10 years. "I'm sure Luis is just as anxious as we are." With their overwhelming excitement, Luis felt like he was drowning. "So, we came to check if you were bored." "It's a blast here, we're all good." But we figured Luis might find it dull, watching them chatter like a couple of sparrows without giving him a moment's peace. Luis wisely suggested, "Could you 2 please find somewhere else?" Upon hearing this, they both got riled up. "Hey, why are you being so self-centered? Luis? You can't say that." Then the 2 sisters pointed fingers at him in perfect sync. "These troublemakers are my neighbors who live next door. The 1,000-year-old twin dragon sisters. Karen Locker is the one who brought this monumental trial into my life. I was feeling really down about not growing taller, so my father introduced them to me. Initially, I thought they were precious with their silver hair and chubby cheeks. We played together a few times. But that cute appearance was merely a disguise. Before long, they began to show up uninvited, creating chaos every time. And just when I thought I could finally enjoy some space to train, the thought of that disastrous duo made Luis want to pull his hair out. Father, why do you insist on putting me through this madness? They then teamed up to bombard him with verbal zingers. I can't believe it. We came to hang out because we thought you might be bored. Louise, and yet you're acting so selfishly. Then, Khan revealed a shimmering purple sword. This time, I even brought a toy, but as soon as he spotted the sword, he realized something. Suddenly, Luis snatched the sword from Khan's grip and scrutinized it closely, gripping the sword tightly. Hundreds of questions flooded his mind. This? He turned to the two of them and asked, "Where did you score this?" At Luis's inquiry, they paused for a moment, recollecting where it came from. Just then, an orb glowed purple, showcasing a magical circle engraved within. The answer was closer than he had guessed. Kenyon and Khan naively divulged the sword's origin. Oh, I took it from our dad's storage room. Exactly, we found it in our dad's storage room. But, upon hearing they had merely taken someone else's stuff, Luis found it quite rude. Did Uncle Koss give you the green light? Noticing the two of them suddenly go silent and avert their eyes, he pieced it together. You two are experts at stirring trouble. Gripping the sword, Luis examined it with heightened intensity. This is a magical sword embedded with a spatial attribute stone, and it holds even more power than I do. Just then, the purple magic orb began to radiate brightly, captivating their attention. Luis's gaze sharpened on the round object adorned with complex magical circles inside. He had a solid hunch about it. A magic orb? What treasures could it hold? After a bit of time, Luis fixated on the sword, not daring to look away, and even turned to Phi for her thoughts. What do you think? Phi? She replied. I reckon it's broken and lost its touch. While I'm no expert in magic, I'm not entirely convinced. It's definitely some kind of high-level enchantment. Although I've encountered quite a few spatial swords and items like this before, examining the intricate, detailed magic circles nestled within the orb, she suspected that this orb was quite complex, hinting at a large storage capacity. At her words, a satisfied grin spread across Luis's face, like he had just devised a clever scheme. Really? Great. It's true. Idle hands can lead to trouble. With eager eyes glued to him, Luis decided to dive into some at-home investigations. Striking it rich isn't all that tough. With his clever mind, he started plotting and crunching the numbers. Given this sword emerged from a dragon's treasure hoard, it must be packed with valuable trinkets. I need to seize this opportunity and claim the riches. Yet, they were still green around the edges and inexperienced. Just a few hours later, everyone was completely worn out and gave in. At the beginning, the twin sisters were buzzing with excitement. Now, they all looked exhausted. This is so tedious. When will it end? Eventually, after what felt like ages, Luisa's voice broke through. It's finally finished, held high before everyone's sparkling, awestruck gazes. She showcased the restored sword. I've repaired it. Now, hurry up and give it a go. Luis knew better than to rush and mess things up. So, he calmly stated, Hold on. I need to boost my elemental power first. Then, he focused all his energy to activate the sword. Feeling the immense power coursing through the sword, Luis couldn't help but muse. There's way more energy than I expected. What on earth is hidden within it? Suddenly, a glowing orb formed, and from it, hissing bolts of lightning with a fierce, lethal aura erupted. Now, everything seemed to spiral beyond Luis's control. The orb swelled larger and larger, consuming everything in its path. Faced with this surreal sight, Luis quickly shielded himself with his hands, utterly dumbfounded. What the heck, is this thing a subspace? It looks like we might be in deep trouble. A tiny misstep could lead to massive chaos. The orb overhead continued to expand, now appearing, ready to engulf everything around them. In light of this predicament, Luis couldn't just stand by and watch, so he attempted to steady himself. No, I can't freeze up. With our current strength, the three of us can't withstand this energy for long, and there's no chance we can resolve it. As anticipated, they were sucked into a swirling black vortex. The familiar library scene had vanished, replaced by a shadowy, frigid realm adorned with towering ice pillars. The orb, after swallowing them, had finally landed in this new place, unexpectedly transporting the three of them before they could even comprehend what had taken place. As Luis opened his eyes and surveyed the strange surroundings wearily, he was taken aback. Gazing at this icy landscape around them. With himself and the two kids perched high above, Luis could only gawk, completely flabbergasted and astonished. What in the world is this? The three of them tumbled into a free fall below. And, as expected, chaos ensued. Their landing was a complete disaster. Painfully rough. One was doubled over in agony while another struggled to stay upright. Is everyone all right? My backside is totally wrecked. But what had Luis really worried was trying to figure out where they had landed. What on earth is this place? He scanned the area, and all he could see was endless ice. Desolate like an abandoned ghost town with no one around. After calming himself, he noticed a cave in the distance. Just then, the magical orb in his hand began to pulse with energy. And, in an instant, it exploded into a flurry of shards flying everywhere. The orb that had thrust them into this dire mess disintegrated into dust right before their shocked eyes. Khan, still a child at heart, realized they were trapped, and with the orb destroyed, he panicked and began to cry. No. Luis smashed my precious sword. Hesitantly, Luis tried to clarify to the kid so there would be no misunderstandings. No, that wasn't a sword. It was merely an elemental stone. But no matter how he explained, Khan kept wailing, laying the blame squarely on Luis, leading to a pounding headache for him. Luis wrecked my elemental stone. Yet, Luis brushed off the boy's tears and asked Tinai, "Do you know to whom this sword belongs?" With what she remembered, the little girl answered, "I believe it belonged to my mother's great-great-grandma." After hearing about her ancestor, he inquired again, was she a mage? When faced with the question, CNI looked puzzled and stuttered, gazing away. I don't know much about that. The more Luis questioned, the more perplexed he became. Such a mystery. What an enigma. I must uncover its purpose if I hope to wield it. Just then, while they were investigating the sword's history, Phi had already trekked ahead and called back, "Young Master Luis, come over here." Following her voice, they spotted a sword lodged firmly in a solid block of ice. Luis couldn't believe they had stumbled upon a sword out here in the open like this. What could this be? Connecting the pieces, he bravely ventured a theory. Could this be a treasure-laden subspace or a dimensional portal linking two realms? Just a thought. Regrets won't help us now. He chastised himself for being reckless. Darn it. I should have played it safe. That was way too impulsive. All of a sudden, as he took a step forward, the other two questioned, "Luis, where do you think you're going?" Not one to sit around and wait for help. Luis took the reins of their fate. "I need to figure out where we are to get us home." Naturally, the other two were eager to tag along, so they decided to follow him deeper into the unknown. Yet so far, nothing had changed. Just then, Luis froze and began to scan the surroundings nervously. Everything had been smooth sailing, until a massive ice block suddenly blocked their way. This was a daunting barrier. Still, with Luis's fighting spirit, this obstacle barely fazed him. "Let's get out of here." Luis seized his power, forming a solid block in his hand, and hurled it forward. That block flew fast, slamming into the giant ice obstruction, forming a square block and hurled it forward. The block smashed into the icy barrier ahead, unleashing its might across every inch of the glacier. Can you believe how amazing Luis is? He effortlessly smashed the ice block that was blocking their way within seconds. Finally, the shadowy space was kissed by a few sun rays. Chi and Khan couldn't contain their joy, bursting with excitement to escape that place. Everyone's eyes widened, taking in the endless white snow around them. What on earth is this? It's freezing, snow everywhere. Out of sheer curiosity, he climbed over the ice chunk and ventured ahead. Luis S. Where in the world are you off to? As they stepped into the open, an astonishing sight awaited them. What's happening? What's the matter? Spotting Luis S. standing motionless, Finn zipped over, asking, "Master, what on earth is going on?" Gazing at the magnificent mountain before him, Luis S. instantly remembered the mountain Genlocker had mentioned. That's the formidable Right Fang of the earth. The other two were equally awestruck by this breathtaking view. What is it? The Right Fang? I thought he only talked about the left. You fool. It's stunning. No doubt. But lurking beneath that beauty is a chilling secret. The Right Fang of the earth is a mountain in the east, part of the winter continent. As this thought crossed his mind, Luis S. stood frozen for a brief moment, grasping the grave reality. We're in deep trouble. Before them lay a mountain cloaked in white, enveloped by a thick layer of snow. This realm is known as Eevee, divided into 4 continents, each maintaining its distinct climate throughout the year. The spring continent enjoys mild weather all year, with plants continuously blooming and thriving. The summer continent boasts a tropical climate, with a scorching sun that feels like it's blazing. The summer sea sparkles with sunshine, its deep azure waters caressing the searing hot sands. The autumn continent experiences pleasant, sunny weather, leading to rich harvests year after year. Lastly, there's the winter continent, known for its bitter cold, fierce winds, and endless blanket of snow. Genlocker's home. The Noxie mountain range sits in the spring continent's east, forever drenched in warm sunlight. The expression on Luis S.'s face was a picture of sheer bewilderment. To clarify, they were right on the edge of the winter continent, close to the east's right fang of the earth. Suddenly, a dangerously mischievous grin spread across Luis S.'s face. At that moment, it seemed a switch flipped in his mind, and he became oddly enthusiastic, leaving everyone around him completely puzzled. What a catastrophe on top of another. He couldn't help but pull at his hair, desperately trying to devise a plan for surviving in this monstrous realm. Reincarnation? I can deal with that. But can I genuinely endure this? I was hoping for some peaceful days while Jen Locker was out. But life keeps throwing challenge after challenge at him. I'm always living on edge, with danger lurking around every corner. I never even meant to leave home. But then, the thought of home jogged Luis S.'s memory. Oh, wait. What if someone spots the oddity of me disappearing from the castle? He envisioned Jen Locker tearing apart every nook and cranny in search of him. Return Luis S. to me. He feared his dad would morph into a killing machine once again. In a twisted way, it was a hidden blessing. The gadget Jen Locker had entrusted to him before his departure was finally primed for action. That's right. I still possessed the communication stone. Sure enough, Luis had kept the stone all along, but at this moment, it was utterly silent, displaying no signs of life. The sight of the stone lying dormant snuffed out Luis S.'s final flicker of hope. He felt immensely disheartened, realizing there seemed to be no way out of this mess. Maybe it doesn't function at this range. He was already up against the ropes anyway. Well, nothing risked, nothing gained. So, Luis S. decided to go all in and asked her, Finn, can we cross the East Sea? No matter how much he wished for a different response from Finn, she could only say one thing, no. What's going through your mind? Finn's belief that this was a perilous and seemingly impossible endeavor was well justified. That monstrous sea is the worst spot for a dragon to attempt a crossing. This body of water divides the winter continent and the spring continent, serving as a haven for all sorts of monsters. A place even a young adult dragon would need to steer clear of, and she kept going. She explored several more outcomes to completely snuff out Luis S.'s last spark of hope. Even if you were blessed by all four elements, at your age, crossing it is still out of reach. After hearing that, he could only exhale a tired sigh. You're right. I was just curious. So, how long would it take to trek across the continent and reach the Left Fang? Finn had this info, so she shared her estimation. I'm not entirely sure. But walking there on foot would take approximately 10 years. Facing the prospect of such a lengthy trek, Luis S. contemplated for a bit. 10 years? If I push it a bit, maybe I can get back before Dad returns. It seemed he had settled on this course of action since he had no other options. Listen up, you little troublemakers. Hearing themselves labeled that, they both felt slightly irked. Troublemakers, with no humor in his voice. He spoke very seriously now. We are in serious jeopardy. To make them grasp just how perilous their predicament was, he elaborated. This is the Right Fang, located at the far edge of the winter continent, and it'll take us 10 years to walk back home from here. Clearly missing the point, she queried. So, are we going to fly? Stunned by this utterly clueless question from the girl, Luis S. was left speechless. Do you want to get kidnapped or something? Huh? Their ideas were already outlandish. But this took the cake, and he quickly shot it down. We can't fly. We're going to walk like regular humans and reach our destination in 10 years. However, Khan quickly raised his hand. Although they hadn't set off yet, the boy asked, what happens if we can't make it in 10 years without keeping anything hidden? Luis S. spoke plainly. If that occurs, when my father returns in 10 years and we aren't there. But Luis S. left the sentence hanging, ambiguous and foreboding, causing the other two to freeze in fear. Then, to amplify the seriousness of his words, he even illustrated with gestures. They will engulf the entire continent in flames to find us. Upon hearing this, the two of them stood dumbfounded and motionless. Got it? But looking at their naive expressions, Luis S. felt a twinge of empathy. Why would they do that? Oh, right. These clowns aren't even close to human. After pondering for a bit, he finally dreamed up a story that seemed believable. They'll pound us into the ground. He was clever for landing a jab right where it counts. They might just hold back on snacks for the next 100 years. They stood motionless for a moment, jaws dropped in shock, watching them dissolve into tears at his words. Luis So was left utterly speechless. Are your toys and munchies really worth more than saving the continent? No more playing games. He decided to cut to the chase and start right away. All right, let's return before Father shows up. From now on, I'm in charge. So you'd better listen up. But given their competitive spirits, both of them scrambled to claim the top spot. Me? I'm the boss. I want to be the one in charge. To settle this debate, Luis So posed a question to both of them. Hey, you two, The smartest dragon leads the way. Are you both smarter than me? But who could have guessed Kay and Khan would fire back with a comeback that left Lou speechless. But Louis So is younger than both of us. Exactly. A lot younger. Louis So didn't back down as he fiercely defended himself. You kids. I'm way taller than you. And she was only born 1 month before me. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. Louis So was set on arguing until they couldn't think of a response any longer. And besides, I should be the boss since I was the first to speak. Faced with such a strong response, they silently judged him. So immature. Phi watched from afar, eyeing the trio's verbal sparring, unsure how to chime in. She felt like a mother tending to 3 kids and couldn't help but sigh at their silliness. We still have a long journey ahead. Louis So's crew got ready to tackle the towering, snow-covered mountains for their return home within the next 10 years. Made up of leader Luis, support Phi, and the twin burdens. After gathering all essentials for their lengthy trek, they finally hit the road. All right. We have everything packed. Let's roll. The twins raised their hands, excitedly chiming in. Yes, Captain. But they hadn't even begun their quest when the sky above abruptly darkened, thick clouds swirling ominously. But Luis So felt no fear anymore with his treasure. The bracelet. It's been a while, hasn't it? As the twins spotted Luis So pulling out the bracelet, they flipped their behavior completely, acting all sweet and rushing to squeeze him tight. Luis So, is lightning going to hit you again? Me too. I want to be struck by lightning as well. But with their overtly fake enthusiasm, Luis So reminded them. Now that I think of it, didn't anyone tell you too that being zapped by lightning is a dreadful thing? Huh? Despite their clinginess, he had no choice but to go along. All right. Just stick close to me. The two of them huddled behind Luis So, gazing nervously at the sky. Does it seem bigger than last time? Luis So extended his hand, bracing for the imminent lightning strike. The 3 of them buzzed with excitement, anticipating the spectacle about to unfold. All right. Let's see what happens. The very next moment, the air around them shifted, as if something significant just landed. But mere seconds later, absolutely nothing occurred. Not a single bolt of lightning fell, leaving the 3 of them utterly dumbfounded for quite a while. Luis was absolutely taken aback. This was the first time he faced such a wild scenario. What's happening? Did the lightning just miss us? But, in the blink of an eye, a peculiar noise drew his attention. What's that sound? As soon as Luis turned his head, a shocking sight left his jaw unhinged. A roaring avalanche was barreling toward them at lightning speed, leaving zero room for anyone to react. What is this madness? It was practically at their doorstep. And with no time to spare, Luis snatched the 2 of them up by the scruffs like hens and dashed off. Guess that was your plan all along? Run. Yet, the twins were blissfully unaware, and even seemed excited. Look at all that snow. As they sprinted at breakneck speed, Luis urged his reluctant companions to get moving already. In that instant, the menacing blizzard was right on their tail. It felt like catastrophe after catastrophe struck before they even had a chance to breathe. Noticing the blizzard's ferocity, he quickly realized that merely running away wouldn't cut it. When Finn saw the blizzard about to engulf them, he screamed in terror, "Master Luis!" But Luis halted and resolved to face the storm. He channeled every ounce of energy within him. No way. I can't let anything happen to them. In a flash, Luis conjured a giant cube to shield them all. Separate. Sure enough, when the blizzard slammed into them, they were jolted a bit, but ultimately emerged unscathed as the cube absorbed the brunt of the force. Luis and Finn were tossed around by the storm's might, rolling like acrobats. Meanwhile, the twins were a bit more chipper amid the chaos. One might think the blizzard would terrify them, but they treated it like the world's wildest amusement park ride, grinning from ear to ear. Eventually, the blinding blizzard swept them down a steep cliff. The panorama of white-capped mountains vanished, replaced by a towering pine forest, resilient amid thick snow. And, thanks to Luis, everyone's lives were spared. With his cube's help, everyone was safe and sound. After enduring shock after shock, he felt utterly drained, like he was about to crash. I'm so beat. I genuinely thought we were done for that time. Yet, the twins sprang out of the snow with beaming smiles, as if they'd just returned from a festive outing. They truly excelled at optimism. Having just dodged death, they treated it like it was merely a game. Luis, that was such a blast. Can we do it again? Just one more time? Seeing how hard he'd fought to keep them safe. And now they were laughing it off. Luis couldn't help but feel annoyed. In such a dire moment, the twins couldn't take anything seriously, for even a heartbeat. So, he decided to gently bonk each of their heads to teach them a lesson. He feared that just talking might set them off into tears, but saying nothing was not an option. He promptly addressed Ka and Khan's antics. Do me a solid. Please act your age. Both of you. Putting that aside, what really concerned Luis at this moment was that they had landed in a completely unfamiliar place. What in the world kind of place did this avalanche drop us in? Yet, both locations shared one major thing. Snow was piled high everywhere, making it tough and risky for them to find a way out. The snow has completely buried the path. I can't see a thing anymore. No wonder I didn't realize where we ended up. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the distance. Luis. And guess what? It was the twins. After a bump on the noggin. Those two still hadn't learned their lesson and kept playfully messing around. Look. Louise. Doesn't this look like a pool now? Indeed. Everything seen through the twins' eyes turned into a lively and captivating scene. Khan jumped high into the air, thrusting his hands down toward the fluffy snow as if diving into water. Let's swim. Then, with Kay's wide, sparkling eyes watching him, Khan plunged headfirst into the white snow. Seeing how much fun he was having, the little girl's own excitement and playfulness bubbled up inside her. Kan popped out of the snow, her eyes sparkling brightly. Me too, I want to swim, and in the blink of an eye, she mimicked Khan, launching herself up and diving into the snow. She then disappeared entirely beneath the white cover, with just her two arms peeking out above. When Luis noticed his words were falling on deaf ears, he stood there helpless, not knowing what else to say. However, their main goal was to get home, not to frolic around. So, he immediately called out to the twins. Cut that out and get up here now. We still have a long journey ahead, but all he got in return was silence. Not a single response, and no sign of them anywhere. Frustrated by their complete disregard, he stomped his foot on the ground and shouted, Get out here right now. How long are you going to keep playing? Luis kept thumping his foot on the pristine white snow, trying to drag them out. No matter what. Come out now. To his shock, the twins didn't show up, and instead, he spotted a deep pit right in front of him. Master Luis, in a panic, grabbed Finn, who was nearby. Watching them sink deeper and deeper, he could only hope for her wings to come to the rescue. Finn, fly, but in this situation, she seemed totally unable to comprehend it. You make it sound so simple, and ultimately, no miracle occurred, and they fell straight into that deep, dark pit. They were yelling nonstop, as if they were on an exhilarating amusement park ride. Finally, Luis and Finn landed safely on an ice slide. When is this roller coaster going to end? Although Finn's head felt like it was spinning, before them stretched a long, dark path with no end in view, and they were still on the move with no break in sight. However, this time felt different, as a looming danger at the end of the path caught Finn's attention. Master Luis. Watch out. Sure enough, before them was a sharp rock ledge extending outward, a cliff hanging ominously. Before Luis could think through his next steps, he already slid off the icy path. Then the two of them plunged into another pit. But this time, he couldn't just let things carry on aimlessly. So he decided to take action, transform quickly, but something felt off. It hadn't even had a moment to catch its breath when something latched onto its legs and hoisted it up. Turns out, it was Khan and Khan once again in their dragon forms that pulled it off. Luis was their savior. Now it was time for them to return the favor. It's us. Luis! Hey there. Luis. You'd expect him to jump for joy and hug the twins for rescuing him. Yet he just lay there, stiff as a board, totally unresponsive to his surroundings. In a blink, they both shifted back to their human selves. The twins bore bright smiles, still buzzing with the thrill. What a ride. After being rescued by them, Luis began to reconsider his view on these troublesome siblings. Phi, I think it's high time we showed them some respect. I completely agree, young master. But he then stood up, casting a cautious glance around. But hold on. A quick look revealed they were in what used to be some kind of building, now entirely blanketed in icy frost. Where in the world are we? With her sharp observation skills, Phi deduced this place didn't seem like a natural cave, but rather an artificially made one. Luis nodded in agreement with her insights. You're spot on. Yet a strange feeling was bubbling up inside him. This is definitely my first time here. But why does it feel so familiar? Have I been here before? At this moment, Phi was still uncertain about their next steps. So, she queried, what should we do now? Not wanting to act hastily, Luis leaned toward a careful, measured plan. Let's think while we move. But let's be slow, since rushing could lead us away from the exit. However, just as he spoke, the twins grew restless. This way, I bet the exit is over here. Exactly. I'll take this path. And you take the other. Luis didn't want to, but he felt he had to raise his voice with them. I told you to slow down. Slow down. Luis was about to go after the twins to rein them in, but he stopped dead in his tracks at the sight before him. If you two keep brushing off the captain's orders, noticing the two of them standing still and composed, he couldn't help but wonder, what are you two just standing there for? Just then, C suddenly gazed into the pitch-black tunnel ahead and asked, "Luis? What is it?" He replied. With wide eyes full of confusion, Can pointed forward. "What are those things?" Luis squinted into the darkness. But seeing nothing, he had to inquire again. "What do you mean?" C pointed ahead once more. But at that moment, only a black curtain seemed to shroud the entire area with no signs of life anywhere. Then, through the mist, an army of zombies emerged. They had just escaped one peril, and now they were facing a brand new nightmare. These zombies looked anything but friendly. One of them had glowing, blood-red eyes. The instant Luis laid eyes on this scene, his jaw dropped in disbelief. The horde of zombies didn't appear to plan on giving them a break and slowly began to stir. At this point, Luis still couldn't fathom why there would be an army like this out in the middle of nowhere. "Who are they?" Fee ducked behind him, sensing a terrible omen. "I don't think it's just this one, young master," and she was on the money. It wasn't just one, but countless more. Compared to their small numbers, they were set to be utterly overwhelmed. Suddenly, one of them shifted and stepped forward. Confronted by the tiny beings before it, the creature pounded its foot hard on the earth. They all then advanced, their eyes shining crimson, poised for an attack. Khan, still innocently naive, pointed ahead and asked, "Are those really humans?" But Sai was sharper and spotted the difference. "You fool! What kind of human has red eyes?" Luis was totally bewildered by the appearance of that enigmatic group of zombies. What on earth? As they gradually stepped into the light, Luis finally recognized their true nature: winter soldiers. Their story stretches back to an ancient legend long before the Optuna saga ever began. Once, there was a hero named Valencia who rescued everyone from a tumultuous world, and even after his demise, he wished to continue that mission. And they are the winter soldiers. So, this is where those warriors make their appearance. At last, Luis pieced together their location. This is the sanctuary of the Great Ice King. As clarity dawned, Luis let out a relieved grin. "So, it's this far from my home. Huh? What an odd twist of fate." But then, he suddenly remembered something equally crucial. Wait a second. If this is the king's final resting place, doesn't that mean the items from the Optuna set are nearby too? Just at that moment, Phi seemed to sense something, gesturing forward and calling out to him, "Master Luis." The winter soldiers were created with noble intentions to safeguard people. But they seem a tad dangerous now. Don't they seem a bit aggressive? Anything could happen. So it was wise to be alert. He called out to Khan and Sai. The twins instantly readied themselves and replied, "Got it. All of them," with battle fervor surging in their veins. Felt unafraid of anyone. "Let's take them down." Sai and Khan, brimming with youthful zest, eagerly rushed ahead. All right then. Khan was the first to spring into action. He leaped high into the sky, full of vigor, clutching his sword tightly. In the next moment, he activated his weapon, which crackled with lightning, preparing to unleash a whirlwind of pain. As a young boy, Khan charged in without hesitation, paving the way for Sai behind him. "Allow me to go first." He may have been small, but he was fierce. Even though he was physically outmatched by the winter soldier, the boy fought bravely against it. The boy's sword, infused with lightning, finally collided with the winter soldier's spear. The friction was so fierce it sent a blinding flash of light flashing between them. In an instant, with unwavering strength, Khan defeated the winter soldier as effortlessly as pie. He sliced it clean in half. Its entire form then released a powerful light and detonated, creating a dazzling flash that brightened the dark space. And just like that, one was eliminated. What an impressive combat debut from Khan. Sai, standing back, felt a pang of disappointment for not getting to showcase her skills yet, completely unaware of the lurking danger behind her. That's so unfair. I wanted a turn too. But it wasn't about to be that simple. Sai quickly sensed its presence. And in a heartbeat, the girl with her fierce lightning-struck sword dashed forward like the wind, unleashing stunning strikes that sliced through the winter soldier. If Khan created a seamless opening, then Sai provided the flawless follow-up. Impressively, in mere seconds, the little girl blasted it to pieces as well. Phi was just a chill girl at this moment, casually snacking on corn and soaking up the show. Luis, who had been watching from the start, chimed in with his review. A solid score. Not too shabby, right? But that was only the tip of the iceberg. The real moment for them to truly dazzle was just around the corner. Among a horde of winter warriors, the twins' strikes were a standout. As quick as a gust of wind, they didn't seem to be just horsing around. Their strength was on par with a level 2 samurai. After witnessing their jaw-dropping power, Khan suddenly thought having them around wasn't too shabby after all. They weren't a nuisance anymore, were they? But Luis wasn't about to sit back and watch while they did all the heavy lifting. So, he sprang into action. To speed things along, he conjured a magical hourglass to assist the duo, bending time to slow things down. From the hourglass, countless chains shot forth, tying up the winter warriors to hinder their swift movements. Just like that, with Luis's support, they exhausted faster, unable to attack, and left defenseless. The chains gripped the winter warriors' weapons tightly, putting them in a tough spot. When the twins noticed the winter soldiers gradually losing steam, they couldn't contain their joy. They're slowing down. Luis must be using that time crystal again to aid us. Khan recognized this as the perfect chance to strike. Is that the case? If so, we must seize this moment. At that time, there were still remnants of the winter soldier gang. So, they wasted no time and charged forward to eliminate them swiftly. At that very moment, a winter soldier, his axe caught in chains, panicked as he realized his doom was near. But where could he flee? Khan was already on him, launching a flurry of slashes, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. To the little girl, this skirmish felt like a fun game after her days of honing her spirit. Khan was also performing exceptionally, taking on countless winter warriors all by himself. All around, blasts and booms lit up the sky. At that moment, swathes of winter soldiers were wiped out. Faced with this stunning spectacle, the boy was beyond thrilled. They're bursting like corn, and now, only one remained. The twins huddled, ready to send that last one off to the great beyond with the others. At first, the winter soldier had looked fearsome, but now he was quaking like a leaf. The final one, they had accomplished their mission of wiping out the imminent threat. With a seamless, fluid strike, the twins dispatched the last one without a hint of wasted effort. The final winter soldier glowed brilliantly, just like the ones before him. Then he detonated like fireworks, illuminating the entire sky. They had worked together to swiftly dispatch the winter soldiers. But it was a messy job, with remains scattered everywhere. Despite just having fought, Khan felt it was still not enough. Is that all? The little girl seemed to share his sentiment, sighing deeply in disappointment. This is so dull. Luis, who had been watching from the sidelines, was absolutely thrilled with their performance. Great job. You too. Then he suddenly winked as if a daring idea had just flashed into his mind. Come on now. Luis folded his arms and proposed they embark on a more exciting game. Noticing that the twins still had plenty of energy. Why don't we spice things up with something more entertaining? After hearing this, the twins glanced at Luis with gleaming eyes, bursting with excitement for what might unfold next. Just moments ago, Luis was facing the intimidating presence of the winter warriors, but now he was calmly seated, sipping tea, and indulging in pastries. Luis was undeniably the picture of relaxation as he slowly raised the teacup to his lips. It had been ages since he could truly savor the flavor of tea. Luis couldn't help but commend her tea-making skills. You brew excellent tea. Upon hearing the compliment, she beamed and quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master. Yet, despite the cheerful ambiance, there was still a ruckus that grabbed Phi's attention. Even though Luis was enjoying his tea, the twins were still incredibly fired up to play with the winter warriors and challenge the tomb's obstacles. Khan had long lost track of how many times he had swung his sword, yet the boy felt no fatigue whatsoever. In fact, his excitement only grew. This is so much fun. A joyous grin spread across Khan's face as he unleashed his full strength. Joining Luis here was far more engaging. As for Luis, he was merely observing, sitting in one place directing them. Khan, watch out for some arrows coming from the right side. Take them out. With those words, Khan couldn't ignore the order and swiftly destroyed all the arrows with a single slash. The girl with the two swords continued to unleash a flurry of attacks on the winter warriors with her dazzling skills. Be careful of the blade on the left. However, to add an extra layer of excitement to the game, a massive round boulder came barreling toward them at an incredible speed. But that enormous boulder was, naturally, no match for the twins. In a flash, they sliced it into pieces as easily as cutting a cake. Almost every obstacle in the tomb had been swiftly dispatched by the twins. Luis, we're finished. There aren't any more objects here. Phi was also thoroughly astonished by this talented duo of twins. All the traps and warriors were dismantled in a single blow. They might be young, but they still have dragon blood in them. Luis hadn't lifted a finger during all this. Yet everything was wrapped up neatly, leaving him quite pleased. All right. I believe we're nearing the destination. Then, as Phi was storing the table and tea set in her magic bag, she inquired, Master, where exactly are we? Luis didn't withhold information and answered right away. This spot is the tomb of the Hero King. Upon hearing that, Phi appeared to go from one shock to another, momentarily stunned in disbelief. What? The tomb of the Hero King? Wait a second. Is this where the Hero King Valencia lies? Without skipping a beat, he affirmed it. That's correct. This is his final resting place. With the vast knowledge gained from reading for over 180 minutes, Luis then elaborated for her benefit. This is a dungeon filled with monsters and traps. created to eliminate anyone daring enough to disturb the king's eternal slumber. King. Once I navigate past all the traps and hazards ahead, and they were designed to take out anyone daring to disturb the king's eternal slumber. King. Once I maneuver through all the traps and hurdles, I'm heading straight for the heart of the tomb. And trust me, there's a sweet prize waiting just for me. This tomb was actually designed to be unearthed at the start of the journey to equip adventurers for joining the crew. Louiser gazed at the long path ahead, bracing himself for fresh challenges. This is merely the start. As he surveyed the eerie, treacherous space, he confidently thought, I bet no one's ever stepped into this place before. No chance. In other words, Louis' greedy side was bubbling up, ready to take charge. All the riches here will belong to me. Naturally, with such a colossal bounty in sight, he couldn't just halt his progress and opted to delve deeper. Alright, we're nearly there. Is everyone geared up? Once everyone had steeled themselves mentally, they embarked once more on their quest for glory and treasure. Alright, let's move out. As they advanced further, the ceiling became thickly coated in ice. Louis trudged forward steadily, showing no signs of fear. Before them lay a dark, frigid cavern that appeared to plunge endlessly. Phi looked ahead, his eyes wide in awe. It's massive. Just then, Ci, with his sharp instincts, pointed out, Louiser, something's coming. It's huge, and quite hideous. Louis soon caught sight of the creepy creatures lurking ahead. Yeah, I see them. The monsters approaching them seemed even larger and more menacing than the Winter Warriors before. 10 giants that looked like final bosses. Armed with knowledge of the script, Louiser had already devised a plan for tackling these beasts, just as it played out in the original tale. So, glancing at the hefty, tightly sealed door in front of him, he speculated that the treasure must be hidden behind it. Fixing his gaze on the target, Louis addressed the twins. Alright. Everyone. But they were currently radiating fierce determination, eyes fixed like bullets on the horizon. Witnessing Kay and Khan's unwavering resolve, Louiser felt incredibly fortunate to have them as allies. Incredible. They aren't fazed by the foes at all. The dragon kind was destined to reign supreme among all creatures from their first ascent. In that moment, those young dragons bared their teeth, as if deriding the distant adversaries. After a brief inner reflection, he asked the twins, You two catch my drift, right? It's true that tough times spark creativity. The twins quickly grasped Louiser's intent and flashed him a bright grin to show they understood. Awesome. Louiser is incredible. Nothing can stop us if we set our minds to it. The three of them charged forth once more, ready to take down all the creatures in their way. Alright, let's handle them. Despite their terrifying size, everyone charged in without a hint of doubt. Let's roll. The monster wielding an axe hoisted it high, ready to swing once it spotted its target. But before Sukuna could make a move, the twins took the spotlight. Connie and Khan were lightning fast, unleashing a flurry of strikes. After enduring the full combo from Connie and Khan, the creature was teetering on the brink of defeat. And of course, Louis was ready to play his part in this showdown. He extended his hand, summoned his energy, and then clenched his fist as if gearing up to unleash a heart-stopping explosive blast. Sure enough, the beast contorted in pain as an unseen force brutally crushed its entire form. Moments later, it burst apart like a popped balloon, a brilliant flash of white light brightening the dark expanse around them. The three of them joined forces seamlessly, sending the monsters to join their ancestors one by one. The twins were the primary fighters, while Louisa supported from the back. These are mine. No way. Let me have them. Slowing time down even further, even Phi, who was merely a spectator, realized this battle was just a warm-up for them. They're really enjoying themselves. After a while of giving it their all, the twins had really stretched their legs. This is fantastic. I'm definitely going to sleep like a log tonight. After completely clearing every hurdle, the treasure was finally a mere arm's reach away from Louis. Alright. Time to see what we've got. Together. They flung the door open and stepped into the vast chamber brimming with treasure. Sai could barely contain his enthusiasm, constantly urging him onward. Come on, Louisa. Open it already. Khan shared the excitement, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Open it. Do it. Although Louis felt ecstatic on the inside, he forced himself to stay composed and slowly pushed the door open. Okay. I'm opening it now. After enduring countless trials, the door hiding the treasure was finally swung wide. Everyone leaned in to take a peek. They stood frozen for a heartbeat, unable to comprehend the incredible sight before them. Just as anticipated, the inside overflowed with heaps of gold coins. The only color present was the gleaming yellow of the shiny currency. This trove was likely plentiful enough for them to live in luxury forever. With eyes sparkling like stars, Khan dashed forward in a rush. There's even more treasure here than in my dad's vault. Khan was so thrilled he readied himself to leap into the pile and swim in the gold. Even Phi and Kenny were awed by this endless sea of gold. They plopped down, clutching the coins in their hands while gasping in wonder. Oh wow. The first person Phi wanted to share it with was Louis. Master Louisa, you have to see this. However, he ignored her, striding confidently ahead. Master Louisa, while everyone else was captivated by the massive treasure, he made his way toward a block of ice. Before Louisa stood the eternal ice, the resting place that preserved the eternal life of the hero. King Valencia. He had long settled into a deep sleep, showing no signs of stirring. Valencia remained seated nobly, sword in hand, encased in his eternal ice. Phi also joined Louisa's side and gazed up in awe. She had long heard of his legendary status, but this was her first glimpse of the hero. King Valencia. Up close, she reached out to touch the ice before her. It's been so. Many years have passed, yet he still lives. Suddenly, something peculiar caught Louis's eye. Before him was a block of ice etched with mysterious ancient symbols. Glancing over the characters of unknown origin, he could only speculate. Ancient runes. The saga of this place and its characters kicked off with an event from long ago. It's a tale that began with a singular moment in time. In the beginning, when the forces of light and darkness were crafted, they emerged as the very essence of good and evil. Yet, nothing remains eternal. As light and darkness intertwined, chaos erupted from that unstable blending. A distinct barrier arose, dividing good from evil, and that split led to lasting repercussions. The earth took shape, and mortal beings emerged from both sides. From that point forward, the clash between the two factions became ever clearer and fiercer. The embodiments of good and evil saw themselves as noble beings, blissfully unaware of the turmoil beneath them. Yet, the seemingly trivial skirmishes between the factions left an array of unimaginable outcomes. They merely aspired to dominate one another. While their conflict caused immense suffering to the other creatures inhabiting Earth, they couldn't allow both sides to wreak havoc uncontrollably. Eventually, those who could bear it no longer drew their swords and rose up against both good and evil. The dragons spearheaded the uprising, supported by humans and other hybrid races, and it felt nothing short of miraculous when they finally triumphed and forged a new world. After a long and grueling fight, the victorious mortals split the continent into 4 distinct regions. As time slipped by, people slowly forgot about good and evil. They lost sight of the dragons, the diligent guardians, but Hero King Valencia warned all of them about the return of the dragons. Those who had laid down their lives for peace would eventually make their comeback. Yet, with the dragon's return came disaster, along with the reawakening of good and evil. As the last remnants to remember this battle, I place this burden upon you. I wish for you to keep this tale alive. Receiving this charge from Valencia, a million thoughts whirled in Louis's mind. A demonic war. Did this really happen in the original universe? Yet, being suddenly entrusted with such a weighty responsibility made Louis palpably uneasy. That scoundrel. How dare you leave this task to us? But he couldn't help but feel that this wasn't insurmountable. Yet that wasn't the main concern right now. However, after casting a quick glance around, Louise stumbled upon the legendary book's presence. This is the outlawed tome of Hero Valencia. This wasn't just an average book. It was a treasure trove of knowledge. Valencia, an unconventional genius who had reached level 0 in human form. This book compiled all his collective wisdom and experiences. This grimoire encapsulated everything he had achieved throughout his life. It's no exaggeration to say the original protagonist, the swordsman Kender Zik, rose to greatness in the human realm thanks to it. And it's undeniably certain that all the sparkling gold coins here pale in comparison to its worth. The pages of this book, contrasted with this tome, render the other treasures virtually insignificant. Clutching the book in his hands, Louis couldn't help but gaze at the heap of riches before him. With a mountain of gold laid out, he felt it was a massive waste not to bring some back. Oh well, leaving all this behind would truly be a shame. I should at least grab a little bit, shouldn't I? So, he edged closer to the treasure pile and began to carefully assess the amount he planned to haul away. But while Luis was lost in his excitement over the treasure of gold before him, Valencia began to stir behind him, a strange motion indicating he had finally roused from a long, deep slumber. The block of ice was starting to show tiny cracks, looking like it would soon explode into a multitude of shards. The noises from the cracks caught Lou's attention, making him whip around to look. At that moment, Luis couldn't quite grasp what was unfolding as he noticed those cracks spreading wider and wider, appearing on the verge of bursting apart. Then, the inevitable occurred. That block of ice had been around for countless years, yet shattered into tiny fragments. Faced with this shocking explosion, Luis was bombarded with surprises one after another. He couldn't believe the sight before him. This is absurd. Suddenly, Valencia's sword was thrust straight into the earth, freed from the thick blanket of ice. He kept his eyes shut, looking utterly relaxed. It was uncertain whether he was aware of his surroundings or not, but for the moment, he hadn't moved an inch. Seeing the legendary figure right in front of him left Luis a bit bewildered. The Hero King was awake. Abruptly, he opened his icy, unsettling eyes. In Valencia's gaze, there was nothing but an eerie blue. Luis stared at the new disaster before him, his heart pounding with endless dread. At this point, everything had spiraled out of control and was beyond his grasp. This wasn't supposed to happen in the original tale. Suddenly, he pointed toward the ground, as if trying to convey something. Valencia was astonishingly perceptive. The instant someone touched his treasure, he woke up without delay. "This doesn't belong to you." The twins rushed over, their faces as pale as ghosts, filled with terror. "What the heck is this? Luis? What on earth is going on?" He could no longer dodge the question as they were in too deep. "Now, this is Valencia, the Hero King." Hearing this, the twin sisters gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom what they were seeing. What? That's really him? But Luis knew all too well that with their current power, they couldn't even manage to pluck a single hair from him. He's a void rank warrior, so there's no way we can beat him. Void rank. A human. He then turned to the others and suggested a plan. "So, what do you think about transforming back into our dragon forms?" As everyone continued to discuss the plan, a massive uproar erupted ahead of them. Valencia looked genuinely furious now. He was set on not letting them escape and was going to make them pay. "The price for those who dare disturb me is death." Raising his sword high, he prepared to bring them down. Valencia's sword was no ordinary weapon. It was charged with an immense amount of energy capable of leveling everything around. Luis didn't want his incredible life to end right here. No way. Confronted with the terrifying power radiating from him, his legs shook uncontrollably, and all he wanted was to run as fast as possible. "I've got to escape. But my legs won't budge." This was the impact of the massive level difference. "It's okay." His body shook violently. Luis also turned to glance at the twins behind him. Standing before Valencia, Phi had lost her usual confidence and innocence, replaced now by sheer terror. Khan merely bowed his head, his entire form trembling uncontrollably, not daring to gaze directly at what was unfolding. Witnessing the tension of the moment, Luis was filled with immense frustration at his inability to act. It was beyond exasperating. Seriously, this can't be real. After all, his hard work. He couldn't just accept this as his end. Did I push myself this hard just to meet my demise like this? Luis was absolutely resolved to protect them, so he unleashed every bit of his strength, radiating a powerful aura to confront the man. He wouldn't allow Valencia to dictate the battle, so he charged ahead and landed the first blow. Now, the two sides clashed. Isn't Luis amazing? He charged into battle against Valencia, armed only with his fists, while the other man brandished a sword, yet fueled by a fierce will to survive. Despite how daunting the challenge was, Luis was determined to prevail. "I want to live." And just then, both of them lunged at each other, unleashing explosive energy, neither one backing down. A victorious grin spread across his face, as he thought he might have finally bested him. Yes, but life is rarely that straightforward. Suddenly, Valencia's sword whistled through the air, aimed straight at Luis. The blade crashed down, creating a massive crater. Phi was also tossed aside by the overwhelming burst of energy. The whole area was engulfed in a darkness, and the ground lay in ruins. After regaining her senses, she quickly turned toward where that immense power originated. But all she saw now was a deep, endless trench. Phi searched frantically for Luis, and when she couldn't spot him, anxiety washed over her as her face went pale. Reaching out in desperation, sobbing, amidst the wreckage, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the depths of Phi's soul. "Master Luis." As he saw the sword flying towards him at lightning speed, Luis silently murmured a prayer for himself. This is it. Time and space seemed to freeze just before the cold edge of the blade struck him. In that moment, the sword crashed into something, causing everything to shatter, rocks and dirt flying in all directions. However, once the chaos settled, he cautiously opened his eyes. Luis thought he was standing on the threshold of heaven. So, discovering himself completely unscathed was a huge bewilderment. What? Am I still alive? Seeing her master spared from the Grim Reaper's clutches, Phi shed tears of joy and rushed to embrace him. "Master, thank goodness you are okay." Luis quickly reassured her. "I'm fine." As he gently peeled Phi's arms away from him, a huge question mark formed in his thoughts. This is odd. How am I still alive? Yet, just moments later, something overpowering came to light that he had missed. Gazing at the scene before him, Valencia, with his sword still in hand, had carved the ground in two, forming a gigantic trench. What on earth is this? But it didn't stop there. Hold on. As another astonishing scene unfolded when she pointed upwards. "Luis, look, the tomb not only has a rift in the ground, but now there's a split in the sky too." Under the presence of a supreme entity emanating from Valencia, Louise stood in utter disbelief, mouth agape in wonder. Good heavens. Just one swing of that blade was enough to cleave the ceiling of a cave in half. Confronted with such overwhelming might, he felt a chill of intimidation creeping inside. What on earth? It couldn't believe what it was witnessing. This was the astounding power that came from just one individual. An ordinary human. Could a person really achieve such feats? Suddenly, Valencia sprang back into action. He placed his other hand on his right arm. Indeed. The older you grow, the stronger you become. He was genuinely playing with Luis, using his sword strikes. No way did he just shift the angle of his slash at the last possible moment. But as the fierce exchanges continued, the ferocity of his attacks began to wane. Finally, Valencia dropped his sword to the ground, effectively ending the battle. This unexpected surrender midway through the brawl left everyone utterly baffled and immobilized. Out of the blue, Valencia uttered a few peculiar words. The young dragon's shield. Hearing this, it seemed like he was referring to them protecting others. What? In an instant, an enemy had become an ally. Valencia stopped his assault, and instead offered them a cautious warning before departing. Be careful and go. His abrupt shift in demeanor was hard for Luis to grasp. Huh? What did you say? But before anything could be sorted out, he vanished, and rocks began to cascade down from above. Realizing that the structure could collapse at any moment, Phi promptly urged Luis, Master, we must leave now. The tomb is caving in. But there are still so many questions left unanswered. Luis felt a bit torn about departing, but in front of him was the sight of Valencia slowly dissolving into the air, confronting a figure that stirred up so many emotions within him. And he was reluctant to go. Yet, if they stayed any longer, they might all be trapped here forever. With that, the boulders began to descend more rapidly. The twin sisters had huddled together in a corner, trembling in fear of being crushed by the falling stones. They were in a panic. Luis, are we going to die? Observing the chaos around him, he felt a wave of panic as the situation deteriorated. We're running out of time. At that moment, Luis transformed into his dragon form to boost his chances of survival and to save those around him. Seeing the two remain still, resigned to their fate, Luis shouted urgently, Get moving. All three of them swiftly morphed into their dragon forms. Fly and locate an exit. Don't lag behind. Even though Phi had the ability to fly on her own, she chose to cling to him for a speedier escape. Master, the rocks and debris above were falling more relentlessly. Directly in front of him loomed a gigantic boulder that threatened to crush Luis. But he was resolute not to let it impede him. Despite being in his dragon form, Luis summoned every ounce of power he had. Without delay, he unleashed a powerful torrent of purple energy aimed at the iceberg ahead, determined to shatter it to pieces. Just as he anticipated, the iceberg before him was completely obliterated. Boulders above began to rain down like a hailstorm. At last, a large enough opening for them to escape appeared above. Without a moment's pause, they seized the opportunity and fled. All three soared at full speed toward the wide opening before them. And after a relentless struggle, they finally broke free and escaped safely. And after tirelessly pushing through, they ultimately made it out unscathed. Across the endless expanse of white snow, there was not a trace of them in sight. Yet, mere moments later, a massive blast erupted from the snow, sending flurries flying in every direction. Emerging from that snowy chaos were all of them. At this point, they had managed to escape unscathed. Louiser, having faced countless life-threatening moments, was now panting heavily. I genuinely thought I was going to kick the bucket back there. Louiser suddenly remembered Valencia's odd behavior earlier. That was so draining. Hold on. What just happened? Logically, the king hero should have taken me out, but he stopped himself. The image of that sword clattering to the ground was burned in his mind. If he hadn't done that, the four of us would be taking a permanent dirt nap right now. He couldn't grasp why they were spared. Why didn't he declare he'd wipe out all intruders? What perplexed Louis until the very end was what has been nagging at him. Besides, didn't he try to say something before passing out? But after a mental tussle, Louiser decided to let it go to spare himself the headache. In the end, just being alive was a win. And above all, Louiser had secured his Lawless Book. Haunted. Just then, Phi chimed in with concern. Young master, I don't think the twins are faring well. Sai and Khan were still shaking uncontrollably from the earlier ordeal. It was frightening. Yet it was all behind them now. What mattered was moving forward. First, he decided they needed to find a spot to rest. The ground was blanketed in thick, white snow. After the venting moments, Louiser sprawled comfortably on the snow. I'll figure a way to make it. However, the soft weeping of the twins drew his attention. Sai and Khan were still just kids, left traumatized by the recent chaos. Seeing this, Louiser instantly sat up and felt a surge of empathy for them. I was just as shocked as they were. But being young hits harder. He couldn't just sit back while the twins sobbed. So, he stood up and offered them some food. Louiser gently encouraged them. Stop crying. Here, take this and eat. You're both running on empty. Food is served. So, they had no reason to turn it down and eagerly dug in. With the twins chowing down, Louiser couldn't resist joining in. I'm practically out of mana, too. I haven't pushed myself this hard since I've come back. After filling his belly, he settled down to relax. Time for a breather. Perhaps due to shock, the twins sought comfort. So, Sai and Khan slowly made their way over to Louiser. They each curled up beside him. Just like that, the three drifted off into slumber after a long, grueling battle. When Phi spotted them sleeping peacefully, a smile lingered on her lips. Sleep tight. And so, the night passed quietly. Finally, dawn broke. With the sun shining over the snow-capped mountains, as a new day emerged, Sai and Khan were bubbling with energy, running and leaping from one place to another, in sharp contrast to their fear from yesterday. Today they were lively and cheerful, as if nothing had ever happened. Snow, snow, so much snow. The two even kicked off a snowball fight, looking incredibly energetic. Take this. No. Just hold on a second. But at that moment, Luis stood on the sidelines, judging the scene. These two have been at this game since yesterday. Aren't they tired of it yet? With a weary sigh, he wondered how the twins had such boundless energy after everything they'd faced. After all we've overcome, they're still bouncing with vitality. Hearing this, Louise turned to tease him playfully. Yeah, I thought you were all about dragon care. But the funniest part was that they were clueless about their desolate location. Looks like we're stuck in the middle of nowhere. We've been walking ages and haven't spotted a single house. And what puzzled Luis the most was whether, in this wintry land, there were truly no monsters at all. I haven't seen a single creature since we set off. Phi promptly filled him in with some knowledge. Actually, that's a myth. The winter continent is crawling with monsters. She had good reason to say that. The freezing climate here makes food incredibly scarce, leading to countless tales of man-eating creatures. Luis was convinced by her words, but he also trusted his eyes, so he asked again, then why haven't we encountered a monster yet? Phi quickly shared her thoughts. It's probably because you're here, sir. With 3 dragons around, no monster would dare approach. After she said that, it actually made sense. He nodded vigorously as it sank in. I see, so we don't have to hide our auras anymore. Exactly. But just then, after some playful antics, the twins seemed to have stumbled upon something. Luis. Look, Khan indeed had found something shocking, something that could help them escape this place. There's smoke over there. Smoke meant there were people nearby. When they realized this place finally showed signs of life, the trio cheered and raced toward it together. Awesome, let's go. Aye, Captain. But their joy was short-lived as a horrifying sight appeared before them. What on earth? There was a small village right here. But for reasons unknown, the whole village was engulfed in fierce flames. Faced with this tragic scene, Phi couldn't help but express her sorrow. Oh no, this village must have been attacked. Confronted with such devastation, she truly didn't know how to respond. What should we do now? Luis, however, stayed calm and thought clearly. Let's investigate first. There may still be survivors. The village was almost completely reduced to ashes. Signs of an outside attack were evident on everyone in the village. Luis slowly walked along the stone path, where countless innocent bodies lay scattered. Right then, a monster lay sprawled on the white snow ahead of them. It's a monster. After searching separately for a while, Phi finally came back. Young Master Luis, did you discover anything? Phi shook her head sadly. No. I don't think there are any survivors. The twins, after helping search for a bit, were also worn out. There's nothing this way either. Luis, I'm really hungry. He just realized they drained too much energy with today's activities, so he tossed them a couple of snacks. Oh, right. We've been on the go all day. Here, take this, and let's get moving. Just then, as he was about to leave, something unexpected happened behind him, prompting him to glance backward. An entire legion loomed ominously behind them. Well, better safe than sorry. Luis swiftly grabbed Khan by the collar and yanked him away. Naturally, C was yanked along by his shirt as well. Luis was lightning fast on his feet, determined to steer everyone away from danger again. He summoned all his strength to make a hasty escape. In no time at all, the 3 of them disappeared into the thick blanket of white snow. The twins were utterly bewildered by his incredible reflexes. Luis, why are we running? Are you scared of humans again? Luis was the type who believed that it's better to prepare than face the consequences. So he wanted to avoid any trouble instead of finding a way out later. I'm not afraid of them, but situations where I might die could easily intertwine with this chaos. Even though they heard every word, they were left utterly puzzled. What do you mean by death situations? What's that about? They're coming. Quickly. Conceal your aura. Spotting the patrol team ahead, Luis couldn't help but pray for himself and the others. I hope we aren't seen. Please just move along. After an extended and thorough inspection, a subordinate reported back to his superior, saying, based on our findings, he reported, it appears that monsters have attacked the village and there are no survivors. Upon hearing this, the commander's voice grew grave as he said, very well. I shall inform the Grand Duke. He approached the carriage and spoke respectfully. Your Grace. A voice from within responded. I have been notified. I will disembark and see for myself. The carriage door swung open, revealing a man of regal appearance who stepped out. It was the Grand Duke of K North. However, he wasn't alone. As Kan turned back to speak with someone else, do you truly need to come down and see this firsthand? Especially in a situation like this. She was utterly determined to play her part. I am the Grand Duchess, and if my people are in distress, it is my duty to comfort their souls. Her resolve was so strong. Kay had no choice but to honor her wishes. Then she gracefully descended from the carriage. And that woman, radiating nobility and poise, was the Duchess of Kan North. Nevertheless, the moment she stepped out and surveyed the area, haunting memories from the past flooded her mind once more. The vision of herself lying on the frigid ground, her body riddled with injuries, suddenly flashed in her mind. The Duchess of Kanbok. At that moment, she turned a ghostly pale and felt lightheaded, struggling to stay upright, which caused him great concern. Are you all right? In the next instant, she regained her composure and reassured Kay. I'm fine. Noticing the Duchess of Kanbak's unstable state, Kay suggested she hop back into the carriage to rest. However, being headstrong, she promptly declined. Are you trying to upset me even more? He stammered. But climbing over her stubbornness, Kay felt utterly helpless. We've been together for 10 years, yet I still can't budge your stubbornness. In that moment, a smile effortlessly appeared on the Duchess of Kinbok's face. It's always the one who loves more that ends up at a loss. She then turned to the commander, asking, are there really no survivors at all? It was indeed a disappointment. But the truth needed to be said. Sadly, no. Typically, this time of year, the monsters are less active. Yet, for unknown reasons, they began going wild starting yesterday. He lapsed into a thoughtful silence for a brief moment, as if revisiting the sight of monsters sprawled on the ground, their faces twisted in terror. The commander found himself believing they were prey to a high-level being. Upon hearing this, Kay, who was shaking uncontrollably, felt an overwhelming guilt wash over him. This is my fault. If I hadn't rallied the villagers, none of this would have happened. The Duchess of Kanbak wanted to pull him from the depths of despair. So, she quickly reassured him, it's not your fault. Don't blame yourself. However, after listening in on their entire exchange, Louise suddenly grasped a harsh reality. Wait a second. So, does this mean what happened to this village is on us? The fact that their survival owed a debt to the entire village's demise made Kay feel guilty and blame himself. But from the spot where the twins and Sukuna hid, a sound suddenly burst forth, drawing the soldiers' attention outside. Luis glanced at them, horrified, witnessing the twins, acting like carefree siblings, casually making a ruckus. In the next instant, they found themselves caught in hot water as the commander realized they weren't alone. Who's there? Show yourself now if you wish to avoid being cut down. Yet again, disaster struck, forcing Luis to shoulder the team's problems. He gazed up at the sky, almost pulling his hair out in frustration. Is this some sort of cautionary tale for parents about keeping an eye on their kids? Come out now. The commander clearly wasn't happy, and his tension escalated. He readied himself, weapon pointed forward, growling, get out here quickly. Noticing that they stubbornly remained hidden, the commander issued a warning. If you keep being so obstinate, don't expect me to show any mercy. At that moment, Louise felt a major headache coming on, torn between moving ahead or making a run for it. What am I supposed to do now? We can't just sit here hiding forever. Seeing nobody emerge despite his threats, the commander exuded an intense killing intent as he glared forward with a lethal stare. I've already given you a warning, so the consequences are entirely on you. True to his word, he quickly focused his energy into his sword, causing it to glow. Before launching a crescent-shaped slash ahead, the powerful strike sent dirt and debris flying towards their hiding spot. This is bad. In a blink, the entire area erupted. With an explosion of such scale, they must have sustained some injuries. Luis was hit by tiny wooden shards from the blast. To make his situation worse, given his small stature, he naturally lacked the strength to endure such a monumental explosion and was violently thrown back. He found himself in a tragic predicament, being tossed around incessantly. Now, the cover they had been hiding behind was completely obliterated by the commander, leaving nothing in its place. From amidst the swirling smoke, their figures began to emerge. The commander gazed ahead and quickly spotted 3 kids. He felt a bit taken aback by this revelation. What? Chan and Luis finally emerged as the dense smoke began to clear. Everyone was utterly astonished to discover that the victims of the explosion were just children. Even the Duchess of Kanbok was left completely stunned by the trio's remarkable resilience. Oh my gosh. How are these kids still alive? It's true that tough situations often call for outlandish measures. Suddenly, Luis So hatched a silly plan. Yes, that's the one. Capitalizing on his status as a child, he started to wail. Leaving the twins bewildered, he aimed to win the Duchess of Kanbok's sympathy, having never seen Luis So behave so oddly before. Watching him act like a toddler made Si and Khan freeze in surprise, realizing that his solo crying wasn't quite pitiful enough. He turned around and pulled them close. You guys cry too, come on. Understanding Luis's bizarre reasoning, the twins finally joined in and wailed just like him. Thus, the 3 of them were putting on a show so believable, it could rival any Hollywood production. Wow. Their top-notch performances really tugged at the heartstrings of the Duchess of Kanbok. Oh, how tragic. Recognizing that mere crying wasn't sufficient, they even pretended to cling to her to show their fright. It was terrifying. At first, it seemed like the twins were just copying Luis. But they soon proved to be much better at it than he was. Are these kids smarter than me? I wonder if their usual pranks are also just a front. He could have been tough on them. But instead, he knelt down and asked gently, Are you the only ones left? Although he knew lying was wrong for a child, he saw no other option. So he sniffled and replied, Yes, sir. The man felt deep compassion for the boy before him and softly patted Luis So's head. You've really been through a lot, but from behind. K. The Duchess of Kanbok suddenly interjected. My lord. Seeing that the children were now without a guardian, she couldn't bear the thought of leaving them alone. So, she proposed. Can we take these children back to the castle? Can, then, sighed, recognizing he couldn't abandon the kids either, and agreed with the Duchess of Kanbok. I guess we have no choice. Can then instructed his aides. Bring these kids and escort them back to the castle. Prepare for departure. Luis So had only intended to put on a show to avoid trouble. Who would have anticipated it would go this far? You're really taking us with you? The aides said little, simply following directions and ushering them away, even as they were loaded onto the carriage. Yet Luis couldn't believe his eyes as he and the others were whisked away to another destination. At that moment, one person remained behind Phi. Perhaps, due to her small stature, no one noticed her presence. Phi observed from a corner as the carriages rolled away, feeling a bit puzzled about her master, Luis. Now they found themselves at the grand castle of the Duke of Kanbok. Luis was in an opulent bathroom featuring a lion-shaped fountain spouting water. As he soaked in the water, he couldn't help but reflect on how life's twists and turns had led him here. From the very start, this was not Luis' plan at all. He truly had no clue how he ended up in this spot or why things turned out this way. I figured they would release me if I looked sad enough. It looks like those two really took acting too far. But every cloud has its silver lining. It was fortunate they crossed paths with some nice folks. Otherwise, they might all be meeting their end by now. I had no idea they were such good-hearted people. Well, since we're already in it, let's see it through. From this moment on, I need to keep my eyes peeled for an opportunity. Suddenly, a voice called out to Luis from nearby. It turned out to be the twins, joyfully splashing around in the cool water. They even playfully splashed water right into Luis's face after noticing his hair drenched like a soggy rat. Si and Khan pointed and erupted into laughter, calling out how silly Luis' hair looked, even though they were in a tight spot. Hearing the twins' cheerful giggles lifted Lu's spirits a bit. It's such a relief to see them so carefree. At that moment, the maids above couldn't help but gush and praise them. They're just too adorable. Look at their fair skin. I knew it. They're simply lovely. One, kneeling maid, jokingly interacted with the twins. Come on, kiddos, can you call me Nuna? But only Luis wasn't a fan of the maid's presence at all. So loud. After their bath, they were taken upstairs to prepare themselves. All right, let's change clothes and grab a bite now. Yes. Ma'am. Outside, the sky was clear and bright, ideal for a meeting. The Duchess of Kanach was currently in the dining room, waiting for everyone to show up. Your Grace, the kids have arrived. The 3 of them appeared as if they had undergone a magical transformation, all donned exquisite attire. They looked so elegant and delightful. Oh my goodness. I barely recognized them. With a smile as bright as a daisy, she beckoned them to the table to feast. There was an astonishing array of delicious dishes laid out. You youngsters must be famished, right? Come and dig in. They hadn't had a proper meal in ages, so when they spotted all that scrumptious food, their eyes sparkled and they dashed to the dining table. Check out all this food. Although Luis remained hesitant and hadn't tried a single dish, the twins were devouring everything in sight. He had to admire how fast Khan adjusted. How did they adapt so quickly? Luis mused as he ate. Whatever. We might be leaving soon. But I can't just ignore it when Fee might be in danger. Where could she possibly be right now? Back in the snowy woods. The darkness of night now cloaked the sky. Then, a brilliant flash lit up the sky like a shooting star passing by. That bright streak turned out to be Fi, desperately trying to locate the castle where everyone had been taken. The carriage tracks are definitely leading where I need to go. I must return to Master Luis as fast as I can. What terrible luck. Along the way, she encountered a flock of pesky eagles. If those snow eagles hadn't snatched me, I wouldn't have lost my way to Master Luis. Fi shot forward, filled with fierce determination to reach him as fast as she could. Please just hang on a little longer. Master Luis. She zoomed ahead at lightning speed, trailing the path the carriage took. I'm making my way. The night had cloaked the entire castle, and every living creature was beginning to drift off to dreamland. But for some odd reason, Luis was still pacing the halls alone. Out of the blue, a voice from a nearby chamber snagged his attention. We can't keep the kids with us forever. Luis inched the door open, eager to spy on the conversation inside. I know, but at this moment, within these walls, the Duchess of Connacht was in tears, her heart heavy. Whenever I gaze at the children, my late little girl's voice haunts me. Kana gently placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. My dear, I understand your feelings. It appeared they were at odds. Yet equating those kids with their departed child isn't right. You have to stop. Please let go of our late daughter. But the Duchess, as a mother, couldn't comply with his request and snapped back. How can any mother forget her own child? As she overheard their conversation, Louise felt the depth of her heartache. It seemed she had lost a child, explaining the peculiar warmth she showed towards them. Then, the Duchess of Connacht clutched his hand tightly, as if imploring him for something. As a grieving mother, she wished for those kids to ease her sorrow, so she proposed to Kana. My love. No. Kana. Let's raise those children as if they're our own son and daughter. Hearing her wish to adopt them, Luis was absolutely floored, his jaw hitting the floor. After eavesdropping on their exchange, Luis slipped into another room. Lost in thought, he slumped in a chair with his arms crossed. Baffled by their feelings, we've just arrived, so why do they see us as their kin? With a wealth of knowledge, he understood Kana's social status perfectly. The Grand Duke of Connacht belonged to the royal bloodline of the mightiest nation and ruled over the winter continent. Thus, if Luis were to step into the role of their son, he'd practically wield the world in his hands. Becoming the adopted son of a Grand Duke ensures I could be an essential player in the nation. This was a monumental opportunity for Luis. But for Kana, her request was a tall order. This is indeed a heavy ask. Even if it's from the Grand Duke's wife, the grief of losing a child is a crushing weight. I should escape this place before it spirals further out of control. Yet, recalling the Duchess of the North begging him previously, it left a painful ache in his heart. Just witnessing them left him feeling perpetually uneasy, now in a tight spot. The first person who popped into his head was Fee. If only Fi were here right now, I could bounce ideas off her. But just then, a flicker outside the window drew his attention. Speak of the angel. In a flash, she appeared at the castle, relentlessly knocking on the window. When Luis caught sight of her amidst the trickiest problem he faced, he felt a rush of relief and swung the window open for Fi. She darted in and embraced Luis tightly. His face broke into a broad grin as he asked where she had been. You fool! Where have you been hiding all this time? Fi sobbed uncontrollably, embracing him tightly as she murmured, I'm truly sorry. Luis couldn't bear the thought of losing Fee again. So, he firmly declared, from this moment on, you stick by my side until the end. Got it? Through her tears, she nodded obediently. I understand. When the twins spotted Fi's safe return, they were ecstatic. Fi, you're back with us. Seeing Sia and Khan looking perfectly fine and beaming made her heart swell with happiness. My dear twins. Now, the entire crew had assembled in the room, with no one left behind. Once Fi confirmed that every member of the expedition team was present and safe, she quickly proposed resuming their journey. Finally, we are back together. It's time to hit the road again. But recalling his earlier talk with the Duke of the North, Luis hesitated. Actually, I was thinking we might need to stick around a bit longer. Upon hearing his words, Fi was utterly confused as to why Luis wanted to linger. Why can't we leave right now? Faced with her inquiry, Luis also struggled to articulate his thoughts. Well, you see, they've treated us exceptionally well. Plus, I learned that the Duke and Duchess recently lost their child. It wouldn't feel right for us to just up and leave like this. Even with Luis's reasoning, Fi didn't quite grasp his point, so she simply stared at him, wearing a puzzled look and saying nothing as everyone stood silent for what felt like a lifetime. Luis scrambled to find more to persuade them. I'm serious. Besides, we aren't in any kind of peril, and we could gain more intel about the winter continent. Still, what caught Phi's eye was Luis's demeanor. Normally, the young master was composed, but he appeared quite flustered now. Listening to Luis's thoughts for a bit, she felt glad to see such warmth in him. Still, his kindness just made her more eager to support him. Now that she understood Luis's wishes, Phi decided to chime in with her own idea. If that's how you feel, young master, how about we try this? When he heard her suggestion, curiosity piqued in him. What do you mean? As expected, Phi was always spot on. She began, explaining that the dragon race has long valued their initial encounters greatly. So in that case, the Duke and Duchess are your first connections. Right? He promptly affirmed. Exactly. Then, to accomplish two goals at once with a mutually beneficial plan, Phi proposed an idea. Well, why not leave a parting gift before we go? For instance, if their challenge is the absence of a child, they would be fine if they had one, right? Despite this grand idea, Luis was worried about how practical it really was. It's easier said than done. Bringing a child into the world isn't exactly straightforward. Then suddenly, he had a light bulb moment. Wait a minute. We don't have to deliver a child immediately, do we? When they have their own child, our sudden exit won't be an issue anymore. Impressed by her cleverness, Luis didn't hold back on complimenting her. That's a brilliant suggestion. Phi, upon receiving his praise, she humbly replied, I was just throwing an idea out there. After finalizing their next steps, Luis sprang into action. All right, let's kick off preparations for the next big step. At that moment, the Duchess of Connacht was indulging in her tea, sitting all by herself on the balcony, her gaze drifting over the captivating scenery, her mind swirling with secret thoughts. Out of the blue, a cheerful voice called out, making her glance back. Madam, it's Seir and Khan. The spirited little girl and boy beamed at her, rushing over to the Duchess of Can, eager to capture her attention. Madam, come play with us. Not a trace of annoyance crossed her face. Instead, she smiled warmly. Oh my. After a joyful while of frolicking, she suggested, all right. Feeling bored already? How about some cookies? In unison, both C and Khan exclaimed, yes, ma'am. When Luis S. peeked in, he spotted the three of them seated together, chatting away happily, and a wave of happiness washed over him. Now, the outcome of the plan rested entirely on C and Khan's shoulders. He had placed every ounce of faith in the two of them. I'm counting on you two. Meanwhile, Kant was engrossed in a meeting with his team. Handle that situation appropriately. Before wrapping up, he threw in a reminder. Don't forget to keep an eye on the soldiers' training schedule. Out of nowhere, a sharply dressed Luis S. appeared. Flashing a bright grin, the two shared an awkward moment of silence, staring at each other, neither breaking the stillness. Spotting him standing there, Ka figured something was up, so he inquired. Need something? Luis S. quickly responded with respect. No, sir. Noticing his solitude, Ka wondered. Where are your friends? Luis S. answered promptly. They're with the Duchess. Sir. Seeing him so calm made the Duke curious. Aren't you scared of me? Luis S. replied. Not really. Sir. Noticing his calm demeanor, the Duke shot another question. Aren't you scared of me? Luis S. replied. Not really. With Luis's friendly demeanor, Ka felt he was dealing with a unique kid. Generally, kids were terrified of him and wouldn't dare come close. This kid is truly different. In that moment, Ka suddenly saw echoes of his son Juno in Luis. A long-lost smile, one he hadn't worn for ages, crept across his lips without him noticing. Then Ka scooped Luis up, cradling him as if he were his own son. Just like before, when invited to play, Luis's face lit up with sheer joy, his eyes crinkling with delight. All right. Want to join me in play? Yes, I would, and off they went into the room. The atmosphere turned remarkably warm. Let's play in my office. Okay. Even his subordinates hadn't seen Ka this alive in ages. How long has it been since I've seen him smile like that? This thought crossed their minds. After a blast of fun playing with Ka, he eagerly showed everyone. Seriously, these gems are so special. But just moments later, his expression shifted to serious. All right. The fun's over. Time to get serious about business. Then Luis inquired about how the twins were faring with their tasks. Did you two pull off your mission? Both C and Khan confirmed enthusiastically that they had executed their duties superbly. Absolutely. We did. Yes, Captain. We had a fantastic time sipping tea and munching on snacks with the Duchess. Luis, pleased with the twins' successful mission, turned to Finn. Good. Very good. What about you? We had a lovely time sipping tea and munching on snacks with the Duchess. Impressed by the twins' successful completion of the mission, Luis beamed at Finn. Good job, really good. What about you? Finn's mission was to play detective and gather info on the Grand Duke's daily schedule based on her findings. She mentioned that the Grand Duke typically rises at 5 o'clock to begin his day. After lunch in the afternoon, he resumes his work and starts training post-dinner. He usually hits the hay around 11 o'clock and reaches out to the Duchess 5 times daily. That wraps up my report. After absorbing the thorough details from Finn, he was thoroughly pleased. Good job. Excellent work. But then, she inadvertently called him by his name. When Louise noticed the girl being so upfront, his face flushed with anger, as he quickly corrected her. It's Captain. The girl promptly corrected herself. Captain, we've done what you instructed. But what are we actually doing? Even Khan found himself curious and wanted an explanation. True, just playing around with the Duchess won't lead to a baby. Still, there was a deeper reason for his choice. A reason that the twins probably wouldn't grasp yet. Such little ones. When Louise referred to them as kids, they thought, "You're younger than us." Then Louise carefully selected his words to break down the situation for the twins. Pay close attention. To create a child, the bond between both parties must be incredibly strong. The Grand Duke and the Duchess are still grappling with the emotional scars of losing their children, and that's precisely his aim. If they spend quality time playing and enjoying their moments with delightful kids, wouldn't that help restore their spirits? The ache of losing a child will eventually lessen, allowing them to get more comfortable with each other step by step. After some time, Louisa's mind was no longer as innocent and began to darken gradually, and then history would unfold in the night. The more he explained, the more baffled the twins became. Why write history in the night? Is it preferable to write at night? When they asked, Louise found himself at a loss. He couldn't just spell it out. So he chose to be ambiguous. This is grown-up stuff. What would kids know about it? Meanwhile, Si and Khan were left fuming about not receiving a clear answer. He was engrossed in the unruly book laid out before him. So at this moment, Louise positioned the book on the table. The cover boasted the title, 1,000 Elixir Variations in Alchemical Formulas. After investing so much time preparing and plotting, the moment had finally arrived to set everything into motion. Shall we kick off the formula for an alchemical elixir? Spotting Louis pull out a rather peculiar book, Phi asked, "What is that?" Louis then shared the tale of how he stumbled upon the book. "I discovered this in my father's library, while trying to enhance the effects of elixirs. But life isn't all fairy tales, and he had to deal with the consequences of my curious meddling. I experimented with numerous elixirs but was caught by my father, leading him to seal away all those potions, after giving me a good scolding. Truly, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was unfortunate that Louise faced a scolding, but lucky that it benefited him twofold. Who could have guessed that the research he diligently pursued to extend his life would serve this purpose? After flipping through the pages for information, he finally found what he had been searching for. Here it is, an elixir for couples who have lost their spark. Just a few drops are enough to reignite those initial feelings of love. And even more remarkable is that the book guarantees this elixir will be a sure success." Louise exclaimed, "This is it." The page featuring the phrase instant solution with a 100% success rate for couples eager for a child really grabbed his attention. Realizing what needed to be done, he jumped into action while the moment was right. Louise yanked open both wardrobe doors. Then, just before stepping inside, Louise made sure to give the twins clear instructions. "If anyone comes looking for me, just tell them you have no idea. Okay?" Connie and Khan quickly nodded in agreement. "We understand." Once inside, he began to channel his abilities. Louise thrust his hand forward, conjuring a vibrant purple magic circle. His eyes gleamed brilliantly, and the entire area was enveloped in his mighty energy. And now, the real fun begins. Space expansion. The interior of the wardrobe started to warp under his command, transforming before his eyes. Louise was truly phenomenal. In mere moments, the cramped space morphed into a vast room. This should be plenty, right? Pleased with his success on the first step, he moved on to the next phase. All right, time to get down to business. The scene shifted to the castle kitchen. At this time, the kitchen stood entirely deserted, void of any presence. A suspicious bucket sat atop the kitchen counter. A small hand cautiously lifted the hefty bucket. It was Phi who, after being entrusted with an important task, was now stealthily hiding underneath the bucket. To avoid being caught, she peered around nervously before bravely revealing herself. "Is there anyone here?" Upon realizing she was alone, she pulled out a pink potion vial from her magic pouch. But one vial just wouldn't cut it, so she reached for another. "Phi, listen up." She began to remember the critically important instructions Louise had given her. Evenly sprinkle these vials on the ingredients that the Grand Duke and Duchess will be dining on today, to prevent any mix-ups that could lead to chaos. He had specifically stressed this point to Phi. She needed to apply it solely on their intended meal. However, despite the clear directions, Phi became flustered as she looked around the kitchen. filled with a multitude of ingredients. But how on earth am I supposed to know what they'll choose to eat? Cradling the potion vial. She stood there pondering, feeling overwhelmed, but just a moment later, Phi decided to stop stressing over it. It was just giving her a headache, and aggressively sprinkled the entire potion over every ingredient in the kitchen. Who even knows? Might as well use it all up. After covering the food and fruits, Phi dashed over to the flour storage area. It seemed highly likely that the Grand Duke and Duchess would also indulge in some starchy dishes. They'll be having bread too, so I'll throw some in there as well. But she didn't stop at that. Phi also sprinkled the magic potion into the water basins in case they drank some water. 2. The clear water gradually morphed into a sweet pink hue of love. The water in the basin now shimmered with a mystical purple tint, gently rippling and reflecting the light from above. Phi soared high, unleashing a powerful stream of bright pink magic potion with a dramatic flourish. At that moment, the white sacks of flour below began to absorb the potion, transforming into a soft pink. After enchanting all the kitchen ingredients with the sweet essence of love, she couldn't help but grin with pride. Mission accomplished. After fulfilling her tasks, Phi zoomed out of the kitchen like a lightning bolt. Now, it's time to report back to my master. In a heartbeat, the next evening arrived. At this moment, Luis was hunkered down behind a corner, keeping an eye on the situation to track the progress of his master plan. The sun had tucked itself in, making room for the twinkling stars above, and it was showtime for Louis's magic potion. That's the Grand Duke and Duchess's bedroom, right? If Phi followed my instructions, then the dishes they devoured earlier were laced with the potion. But as he was observing, he suddenly turned his head sharply when he caught the hushed giggles of the maids. So, here's what I'm saying. And oh wow. No way. Those two are laughing and chatting, looking quite joyful. Amazing. So, Jenna confessed his feelings out of nowhere. Huh, never saw that coming. They walked away, giggling shyly. Tonight's gonna be so awkward. Once they were out of sight, Luis, still crouched behind the wall, didn't dare make a sound. He had nearly been caught and let out a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping that close call. That was a bit too close. But then, Luis refocused on his main objective. He swiftly peeked into the couple's bedroom. At that moment, Ka and the Duchess of Connacht were sitting together, but silence enveloped them both. However, this awkwardness didn't stick around long, as Kan broke the silence first. Ahem. His gaze began to soften as he looked at her. In contrast, the Duchess of Connacht sat still, frozen in place. Externally, she was as calm as a serene lake. But inside, her heart raced with an unusual flutter. Oh dear, I feel so strange. Why is my heart pounding like crazy today? Just as the Duchess of Connacht pondered this transformation within her, the Duke gently placed his hand on her shoulder, causing her to flinch in surprise. They now exchanged shy glances. Love was blossoming in their hearts, creating a romantic vibe that shook them to their very core. With a serious yet smitten look, he complimented her. You look absolutely stunning today. It had been ages since the Duchess of Connacht savored the sweetness of love. So, gazing at him with a fluttering heart, she softly responded, My dear. The two of them, sensing the emotions blooming in each other's hearts, held onto each other's hands tightly. In their eyes now, only love for their soulmate shone through. Luis, watching from outside, felt a wave of relief wash over him as everything unfolded just as he had planned. It's going to be a steamy night. But just then, the twins approached and inquired curiously, Luis, what are you up to? What's so steamy? Caught off guard, he quickly covered his mouth, not wanting to spill any adult secrets to these curious kids, no matter how eagerly they pressed for answers. Huh? What is it? Tell us. Come on. Anyway, night had already fallen, so Luis grabbed one twin in each hand and marched them off to bed. Seriously, why do you need to know about that stuff? As they were pulled along, they yelped, That hurts. Before exiting, Luis glanced back and offered a satisfied smile, pleased that they had aided the Grand Duke and Duchess. Mission accomplished. Finally, a night brimming with unforgettable feelings has come to an end. The sun climbed high, beaming its warm glow upon everything below. At that exact moment, the Duchess of Kimbok was leisurely wandering down the hallway, soaking in the bright atmosphere and feeling happier than she'd felt in ages. It had been quite a while since the weather was this splendid. Huh? But then, suddenly, she spotted maids bustling around anxiously, clearly searching for something. Noticing their distress, she stepped closer to inquire. What's all this fuss so early in the day? One of them stammered. My lady, it's just that. It appeared the Duchess of Kimbok had received some alarming news as she swiftly dashed into their room and flung the door wide open. A maid who witnessed her entrance wore a worried expression. My lady, she looked extremely flustered as she asked them, What on earth has happened? Why are the children gone? The maid was visibly confused. struggling to comprehend what was happening, as she cried while explaining. When we arrived this morning, the children were already missing. We are still searching for them now. Just then, another maid stumbled upon a letter they had carelessly left behind. My lady. There's a letter on the table. The Duchess of Kimbok noticed it, and quickly snatched the letter from the maid's hand, opening it and reading the first few lines, which rendered her completely speechless. This is the Duchess of Kimbok reading the letter. The letter stated, "We bet you're quite surprised by our sudden disappearance. However, all gatherings must eventually lead to farewells. From this point on, we shall embark on our own adventure. We are incredibly thankful for your hospitality, for caring for us during our stay, and we hope you find the strength to heal from losing your son. Soon, a new life shall grace the Grand Duke and Duchess. Please shower that new little one with the same love you offered us. Signed, Liu and the other two." As she finished the letter, the Duchess of Kimbok sadly held it close to her heart. Tears cascaded down her cheeks at that moment. Oh, so they were aware of everything. It's all my doing. I took them in, treating them like my own departed child. But then, as she glanced at the letter again, she felt a bit bewildered. What does a new life mean? What are they hinting at? A few weeks later, in their chamber, the priest's cheerful voice rang out. "I bear magnificent news." He looked at the Grand Duke and Duchess of Kimbok and eagerly proclaimed, "Her Grace. The Duchess is expecting a new life." The Duchess of Kimbok stared at the priest in astonishment. "A new life?" Ken instantly grasped her hand and exclaimed with joy. "My dear," she softly whispered. "Ah." Then, remembering the letter she had just read, the Duchess of Kimbok's eyes widened, struggling to contain her shock. That letter. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she turned to her husband. So, the new life they mentioned in that letter was... Ken was equally touched. He clasped his wife's hand and said with delight, "It appears those children already knew you were going to have a baby." Tears streamed down the Duchess of Kimbok's face as she tightly held her husband's hand, crying joyfully. Those children must have been sent to us from above. Upon receiving this unexpected joyful news, Ken enthusiastically gave a command. "We can't let this rare blessing slip by. Quickly, open the storehouse and distribute bread to the townsfolk." His subordinate promptly replied, "Yes, Your Grace." The storeroom bursting with flowers swung open in an instant. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the baker cheerfully slid loaves into the oven to bake. Outside, the busy crew was bustling around, distributing fresh bread to eager townsfolk. Huge loaves were handed out, sparking immense delight among the citizens of the domain. That year, Kenbok celebrated its most remarkable birth rate ever. An accidental gift sprouting from a blunder would set off a ripple effect of epic proportions, but that tale belongs to a time far ahead. As Luis and his buddies headed home, Han shouted with glee, "Luis! Louise! I adore our adventures," Connie chimed in beside him, grinning. "Exactly. Let's keep doing this forever." Facing their excitement, Luis turned his head, annoyance glazing his features as he said, "Chill out and soak it in. We still have 5 more years of this." Hearing him, the girl and boy leaped up, laughing with pure joy, one after another, shouting, "5 years is way too short. Let's go for 100 years. Yes, yes. 100 years. At their spirited reaction, Luis slapped his forehead, looking utterly exasperated, as Pimbe offered comforting words from the sidelines. "Hang in there, young master." Luis stayed silent, musing gloomily that he'd already spent far too long at the Duke's castle. If these unexpected twists keep occurring, the journey will only drag on. To speed things up, we need smart ways to traverse the continent quickly. Yet, at this moment, we have none. None of the choices seemed practical, shattering his thoughts. Key approached with a bright grin and asked Luis, "Hey, Luis, why are there 0 monsters lurking around?" Nearby, Khan stepped forward, lightly tapping Luis on the shoulder, and then pointed at himself, offering, "Let me handle this. I've got this down pat." Luis, hands in his pockets, regarded the duo and inquired, "Come on, there are 3 dragons here, giving off a seriously strong scent. Do you really think any monster would be foolish enough to stroll near this spot?" Just after he spoke, Khan promptly lifted his shirt to his nose, sniffed, and exclaimed, "A scent? Do we seriously smell that bad?" Beside him, Kane started sniffing the air non-stop. "But I can't smell anything." Faced with their antics, Louise helplessly said, "Just forget it. As long as you're aware there's a scent, that's adequate." Khan continued to look at him and asked, "What about thieves and robbers then?" Kanye, beside him, chimed in, "No robbers here either." They all pictured a robber approaching. "Hand over everything you've got right now." He gazed at them with complete exasperation and exclaimed, "In an open space like this, where all you see is snow, even if robbers showed up, where would they find a place to crash?" Then Louise smirked triumphantly and sighed softly. Unless they suddenly pop out from nowhere. But as soon as he finished, 3 strangers, armed with swords and knives, leaped down from above. The leader brandished his sword, pointing at them and commanding, "Don't move, hand over everything you've got," behind him. His 2 accomplices shivered uncontrollably from the cold. Upon spotting them, Khan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, "They've arrived." Kenny was equally thrilled. The little girl squealed in surprise. The robbers jumped out at us from the ground. In sharp contrast to their excitement, Luis was utterly taken aback, panicking inside as he thought, "Is this really happening?" The guy with orange hair was shaking uncontrollably from the chill. He gazed at the gang and gasped softly. Then he turned toward the chubby guy, hit him hard on the head, and shouted, "Hey, you fool. They're just a bunch of kids." After that, he furiously asked, "I spent all day hidden in the snow just for these bratty kids? What's next? What are we gonna do?" At that moment, a guy bundled in thick clothes nearby timidly suggested, "Well, judging by their outfits, these kids must have wealthy parents. We could take them hostage and ask for a ransom." Upon hearing this, the orange-haired guy rubbed his chin, his face showing uncertainty. A moment later, he pointed decisively at his accomplices and commanded, "All right. It's better than nothing. What are you waiting for? Tie them up." In response, both of them rushed toward Luis's group, replying in unison, "Yes, sir." But just before they could get close, Luis's voice shouted out, "Wait." He glanced at the robbers, smirked arrogantly, and asked, "Hey, don't you find something off about this?" Hearing this, the guy in the blue shirt looked confused and asked, "What on earth are you talking about, kid?" Luis responded calmly, "Just 3 kids wandering around in this lonely wilderness, without any backup. Don't you think that would be super tough if you were in our shoes? What do you think?" As soon as he finished, the guy in green freaked out and started scanning the area anxiously. "You mean there's an adult nearby?" He studied the bandits' reactions and replied coolly, "No, there's nobody else here." Hearing that, the guy in green inquired, "Then why are you saying stuff like that?" Noticing they were still oblivious, Luis smirked slightly, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "You'll figure it out if you just think a little." Just then, Phi suddenly zipped to Luis's ear and whispered, "What should we do now, Master Luis?" He tilted his head and echoed her words. What to do, right after that? His eyes turned menacing, and he unveiled his plan. Those 3 must have some stolen loot, right? So, we should seize this chance to clean them out. At that moment, Khan came up to him, insisting, "Luis, let's go have some fun." Connie joined in beside him, adding, "Exactly, let's go mess with those guys." Luis tilted his head and frowned slightly at them. "What, go play? You guys are at it again." Then he put a hand to his chin, contemplating, "Wait a minute, that's not such a bad idea, is it? To lift their stuff. We'll need to find their hideout, right?" Meanwhile, the leader of the bandits approached his crew and angrily urged them, "What are you fools doing just standing there? Get moving. What did I tell you?" Suddenly, the orange-haired guy exclaimed, "Huh?" Luis raised his hands. Much to Khan and Connie's confusion, he looked at the bandits and announced, "We surrender. We'll come with you peacefully." His action left the bandits stunned. Luis glanced at them and pleaded, "Please don't hurt us." Luis's group followed the bandits. Not only were they unbothered, but Khan and Kenny were also looking around, with faces full of excitement. Noticing their odd reactions, the guy in green turned to them with a puzzled look. Then he turned to the guy with orange hair and asked, "Hey, don't they seem super sketchy?" He frowned and inquired back. "What do you mean?" the guy in green responded. "When someone gets kidnapped, there's no way they can be chill. Right? But they're acting like they're on a carefree stroll." Hearing that, the orange-haired guy shot back, "What do you know? We're just aiming to profit off them, either by getting a ransom or selling them as merchandise." Just then, the chubby guy suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed, "We've arrived." Before them soared a gigantic door blocking a stone cave. At the sight of the bandits' secret lair, Khan and Connie couldn't hold back their excitement, exclaiming one after the other, "Wow, this is amazing." As they stepped inside, Luis placed his hand on the stone walls, feeling the texture. His eyes widened in awe as he pondered, "I've only seen this level of craftsmanship with my dad's possessions. Is this really where bandits hang out?" Just then, the chubby guy strutted over to Luis and boasted, "Isn't our hideout awesome? Our boss designed it all." Luis couldn't help but be curious, asking, "A boss? Who's that?" The chubby guy raised his hand, saying, "Our boss is," but before he could complete his sentence, the orange-haired guy rushed up and whacked him hard on the head. Angrily, he grabbed the chubby guy's collar and exclaimed, "Why can't you keep your mouth shut? What if these kids escape and spill the beans?" Faced with the orange-haired guy's fury, the chubby one looked a bit scared and flustered. Sorry, my bad. The orange-haired guy immediately threw him to the ground and commanded, take the kids and toss them in the cell. The chubby guy quickly got up and replied, I got it. He slammed the cell door shut, locking them in before hastily leaving. The trio watched the flabby guy's retreating figure with expressions of utter annoyance. Luis turned his head, glanced down at his neck, and said, it should be fine now. No sooner had he finished speaking than Phi slowly and wearily crawled out from Luis's neck. Luis propped himself on his hands, glanced at her, and ordered, go find something worth pilfering. Phi replied obediently, yes, I got it. Following his instructions, she quickly slipped through the small keyhole. After Phi's departure, Khan plopped down on the dirt floor, bored, whining to Luis. Can't we go too? Connie, feeling equally glum, chimed in. It's so dull in here. Seeing their disappointment, Luis turned to them and said, just hang tight for Phi to return, and we can play afterward. Then his eyes gleamed with mischief as he thought with delight. This must definitely be the bandit hideout. If so, they've got to have loads of treasure stashed away here. This is exciting. Meanwhile, the bandit chief was busy forging a weapon. He rhythmically hammered away at a stone, causing a piece of the wall to crack and thud loudly. Suddenly, from outside the door, his subordinate's voice shouted the report. Boss. We're back. He was the notorious leader of the Red Axe Bandits. Balo. He gazed at the orange-haired fellow, who was bowing before him with a hint of pride, and asked, well, great job. Did you manage to snag a big catch? The orange-haired man shook his head and responded, not quite. Sir, the monsters threw a fit earlier, scaring off all the travelers, but we still managed to grab something. We snatched 3 kids while they strolled along the road. Judging by their clothes, their families must be pretty affluent. Sir, we could make a tidy sum by demanding a ransom or even selling them. As soon as the orange-haired man finished, Balo burst into hearty laughter, praising them with a beaming face. Good. Really good. He then moved towards the cell where Luis and the others were kept. Well, I suppose it's time to wrap this up. We shouldn't let them lose their innocence. Let's see how they're faring. The orange-haired man respectfully followed, replying, yes, sir. Back with Luis. Khan and Sue were so drained they had dozed off. Sensing someone nearing, Luis slowly opened his eyes. The orange-haired man glanced at them and said, they're in here, boss. Balo placed a hand on his chin. Looking them over, he remarked, they seem quite well-bred, don't they? The moment he laid eyes on Balo, Luis was taken aback, thinking to himself, this guy looks pretty strong. With that kind of power, he must be at least level 3, right? But he doesn't seem like the type to become a thief. Balo's eyes turned towards Luis. The boy met his gaze with sharp eyes. The boy's stare startled the man, making him gasp. Luis squinted back in confusion, then grinned with amusement and thought, aha, could this guy be? Luis called over to Balo. Hey, you big old dude. The man pointed at himself, asking, me? You talking to me? Kid? Luis just beamed back at him. He replied, is there any other plump old man here apart from you? Then he inquired about his name. What's your name? Hearing this, the orange-haired man beside him exploded in anger. You cheeky brat. How dare you? Do you even know who he is? In that moment, Balo, trembling slightly, answered timidly, ah. Balo, faced with his odd behavior, the orange-haired man turned to him, bewildered, asking, boss, why are you acting so weird? Balo raised a hand to his head, his body shaking as he replied, I don't know. I suddenly feel like I might have a fever. Hearing this, the orange-haired man couldn't hide his shock and exclaimed, huh? If it were anyone else? I'd get it. But you, boss. Observing his reaction, Luis couldn't stifle his joy, thinking, perfect. He took the bait. Seeing Balo unwell, he quickly decided to leave. He then instructed his subordinate, make sure to keep a close eye on them. I think I'll go take a break. The orange-haired man obeyed, responding, yes, boss. But as Balo hadn't even made it out the door, Luis's voice rang out. Leaving so soon? As Balo flinched in surprise, he slowly turned back to look at Luis. Seeing this, the boy waved. All right. Get some rest. Catch you later. Just after finishing his words, Balo bolted out the door like a shot while the orange-haired man hurried after him. Let's go together. Boss, who had just returned, watched this scenario unfold, and a huge question mark popped up in her mind. A really big one, too. Phi zipped over to Luis and declared, Master Lu, I've made it back. He eyed her with hands on hips and queried, so, did you uncover anything? Phi let out a resigned sigh and responded, it turns out the warehouse and everything nearby are totally barren. Instead of treasure, I think these bandits are more likely to starve now. Upon hearing this, Lu's expression instantly soured as he muttered, so they're just poor folks. Huh? Looks like I've been tricked. Haven't I? They always say humans have riches. Hearing him say this, Phi felt incredibly puzzled. Huh? Noticing her confusion, he added, forget it. You did well. After that, he instructed, I'm stepping out for a bit, so make sure to look after the kids. When Phi realized Louise intended to leave without her, she panicked and shouted, Master, can I tag along? Lu turned his head to glance at her and replied, no way. If you're not here, they'll stir up trouble as soon as they wake. I'll be back shortly, so keep an eye on them. She responded glumly. Okay. Lu approached the iron bars and gripped them. Then, with ease, he pulled the bars apart, creating a sizable opening. Louis stepped cautiously outside, beaming, his eyes sparkling with adventure as he exclaimed, all right, time to go nab some villains. Louis walked toward the iron bars, seized them, and skillfully pulled them apart, forming a wide opening. Louis ventured outside slowly, grinning, his eyes shining with enthusiasm as he proclaimed, it's time to go catch those bad guys. Right? The wooden door slammed shut. Balo wearily slumped onto a chair, releasing a deep sigh before feeling somewhat rejuvenated. He stared up at the ceiling, frowning slightly, and mused. Just who is that kid? I've never felt this way before. It was like facing an unbeatable monster. It sent a chill through my whole body. But soon, he became lost in contemplation. Moments later, Balo smirked, feeling smug. No way a guy like me would be afraid of some ordinary kid. He supported his head, resting his chin on his hand, and murmured, I've been lounging for too long. I must be getting rusty. Suddenly, Luis appeared right next to Balo. He wore a mischievous grin and asked, what's happening here? Hearing his voice, the man jumped, letting out a startled shout. Balo pressed himself against the wall, staring at Luis in alarm. The rascal waved at him. Hey there. Fancy seeing you again. Huh? Spotting him, Balo couldn't hold back his shock. How on earth did you manage to escape? Luis coolly replied, I simply walked out. That's all. As Luis slowly approached, the man squinted his eyes, watching Luis with caution. Just then, he grabbed a nearby club. Balo raised the club in defense and shouted at Luis, don't you dare come any closer. At his reaction, Luis turned around, casually slipping his hands into his pockets and then chuckling mockingly. For such a big guy, you sure get frightened easily. Huh? Balo ignored Luis's jabs. He narrowed his eyes and tried to shove him away. I don't know how you busted out of there, but I'll overlook it this time. Now, scram. Hearing that, you sure get scared quickly. Huh? Balo brushed off Luis's jabs. He narrowed his eyes, trying to send him on his way. I don't know how you got out of that mess, but I'll let it slide this time. Now, scram. Upon hearing this, the boy glanced back and shot a question. And what if I choose not to? Balo met his gaze, his voice quivering a tad as he replied, then I'll have no other option but to smack you until you take off. Luis strode forward, all the while feigning mockery towards Balo's threat. But what if I don't leave at all? Luis isn't budging. Do you understand? Old man, give it a shot. Swing at me. The sight of Luis's taunting demeanor sent Balo into a rage. He lunged with his weapon at the boy, shouting, you little pest, but in a heartbeat. As he saw his own attack, his eyes widened in panic, realizing, oh no. I got too fired up and unleashed my full strength. It's too late to backtrack now. As Balo's weapon hurtled towards him, Luis showed no sense of fear. He didn't attempt to evade, he simply fixed his eyes on the shape of Balo's weapon as it came down. However, before Balo's weapon could connect with Luis, it abruptly halted, frozen in midair. Balo stared dumbfoundedly at his own hand. How can this even be? Why did my hand freeze like that? Spotting this, Luis let out a faint grin. He moved elegantly, tilting his head to assess Balo, and teased. What's the matter? Are you giving up on hitting me? You seem a bit weak for someone your size. You know, Luis's jests fired up Balo's fury to new heights. Gripping his weapon tightly, he aimed with all his strength at Luis. The boy stood still, calmly placing his hands behind his back to observe Balo. Luis grinned, glancing at Balo's weapon, ensuring that no matter how fiercely he swung, he couldn't land a blow on Luis. After a considerable time, the man finally dropped his weapon to the ground, and Balo himself crumpled down, gasping for breath. Luis gazed at him, smirking, and asked, what's going on? Is that really all you've got? With a frown deepening on his face, his body shook uncontrollably. He looked at Luis, imploring, please tell me, who are you really? Luis raised an eyebrow slightly, then grinned and answered, me? But he didn't finish, asking Balo, you knew the answer to that, right from the jump? Balo was flabbergasted and shouted, "What? How is that even possible?" Just then, Phi's voice broke in. "Master, Luis S." He turned to see where the voice had come from. She swooped in sobbing, then shared the chaos unfolding. "The twins are back at it. They're bored and causing a ruckus. I can't handle them on my own." Balo couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at Phi's arrival, exclaiming, "A fairy?" Spotting Balo, Phi began examining him carefully. She flew closer for a better look and muttered in confusion, "This is odd." Startled by Phi's remark, Balo exclaimed, "What?" Phi looked back and verbalized her observations. "You definitely smell like a dwarf. Yet your size resembles more of an orc's." Luis S. scowled, glanced at her, and said, "That fellow's a half-dwarf, likely a mix of a human and a dwarf. Am I right?" she inquired, flying closer, puzzled. "A half-dwarf? But how is he even bigger than a typical human?" Luis S. replied, "I'm not sure either. But that's unquestionably what he is." Cutting through their exchange, Balo blurted out, "How can I be a half-dwarf?" Luis S. regarded him with a subtle smile and said, "Didn't I inform you? I suspect you already know who I am." At the same time, he thought, "Try to unlock that memory." Balo frowned at them in annoyance, but as if a light bulb had gone off. He glanced at her and chimed in, "That guy's a half-dwarf. A mix of human and dwarf. Right?" She drew closer, bewildered, and inquired, "A half-dwarf? But how is he taller than a human?" Luis S. answered, "I'm not sure, but that's definitely what he is." Interrupting their chat, Balo asked, "How can I be a half-dwarf?" Luis S. looked at him with a faint smile and said, "I already told you. Didn't I? I bet you know who I am." At the same moment, he thought to himself, "Try to remember." Balo furrowed his brows in annoyance, but suddenly seemed to realize something. He gasped, overwhelmed with disbelief. Could it be true? Memories flooded back of the days spent with his father, especially the sounds of metal being hammered into shape. Balo cautiously made his way toward his father. While working the forge, his dad started offering wise words to his son. "There are crucial lessons we dwarves must always remember. If you ever encounter someone who leaves your legs quaking or your whole body trembling in fear, and you find yourself unable to resist their commands." Balos's father skillfully used tongs to extract the glowing ingot from the forge. He then added, "You must turn tail and run without a glance back." He tilted his head to face Balo. Confused by his father's peculiar warning, Balo looked up and inquired, "What? Dad, what do you mean?" Dipping the ingot into water, Balo's father answered, "You are not a full-blooded dwarf. You may have escaped the pull of your lineage, but as long as my blood flows through your veins, you will always remain tied to that bond. If such a situation arises, you must flee at once." Hearing this, the boy stared at his father. Worry etched on his face as he asked, "But what if I can't escape?" His father responded, "If you're stuck in a position where escape isn't an option," then he turned sharply toward Balo and advised, "Then you must simply comply with their demands." He knelt closer, placing a reassuring hand on Balo's shoulder. "Son, remember this well. If you find yourself in this kind of predicament, you must dash away immediately. You were born of half-human blood. I know you're sharp-witted." Balo, puzzled, asked, "Dad, but what are these people even doing?" His father quickly raised his hand to cover Balos's mouth, glancing around suspiciously. "Their ears are always pricked for sounds. Do not speak recklessly in any place. As for their identities..." Reality snapped back. Balo looked at Luis, sheer terror in his eyes, and shouted, "Could it possibly be a dragon?" Luis supported himself, grinning at him, then winked and confirmed. "Exactly." Balo gasped. "A dragon?" Luis smirked triumphantly. Pleased with himself, he thought, "I suspected as much, given his stature. Turns out my hunch was spot on." Recalling a past memory, he felt a sense of déjà vu. Just as when he first laid eyes on the dwarf repairman alongside his father, dwarves are clever folk. So he once queried his father if it was right to have them labor for free like that. Jen Locker extended a hand toward Luis, flashing a friendly smile, and assured him, "There's nothing to panic over, Luis. This is merely retribution for their misdeeds towards us over the ages." He mused. They refer to it as the blood bond. Despite thorough investigations, he found just one piece of info stating that dragons were practically eradicated by dwarves, which was the sole clue he could unearth. It was truly a pity. Yet if they had committed a blunder so grave, it nearly resulted in the extinction of dragons. Generosity was unnecessary, right? As Luis advanced, Balo impulsively raised his hands and shouted in terror, "Don't you dare move closer." Luis halted, lightly stroked his chin, grinned, and remarked, "Isn't it said that dwarves carry the fear of dragons deep within their blood?" Then he swiftly commanded, "So, Balo, from this moment on, you shall be my loyal servant." As those words hung in the air, panic overtook Balo. He cupped his hands over his face and let out a wail of despair. Yes, fiend. Beside them, he sighed in utter helplessness. Young Master Louise is truly making him a minion without a care. Balo felt completely defeated. He knelt down before Louise. While on his knees, he quietly wept. Louise saw this, walked over, smiled, and softly patted Balo's shoulder in an attempt to soothe him. Then he said, "It's all right. It's all right. That's just how life is. By the way, Balo, how old are you?" Balo responded, "I turned 5 this year." Hearing this, Louise licked his lips and exclaimed, "You're still so young, aren't you? The older one standing right here is 250 years old this year." Balo's eyes widened, and a huge question mark popped up in his mind. He asked in bewilderment, "What, if you're only 250 years? Then isn't that still a hatchling?" Balo's words sparked a fire of annoyance in Louise. He stepped forward, pointed at Balo, and shouted, "What do you mean? Hatchling? I am a fierce and grand dragon." Balo gasped in surprise. "Really? No way." With his hands on his hips, Louise replied, "Of course. You dunce." He walked over to Balo again and lightly patted his shoulder. "All right, let's get serious. You'll serve me for a decade." As soon as Louise finished, Balo gasped in shock. "What, a decade?" Louise continued. "It'll be about 10 years. But it might be shorter." Balo stopped objecting and, with a serious expression, inquired, "What exactly will I be doing?" He pointed at Balo's face and commanded, "Your mission is simply to take us home for the world's peace." Immediately after Louise spoke, Balo stood there, utterly puzzled. He looked at him and asked, "How does taking you home contribute to world peace?" Louise narrowed his gaze and countered, "Do you know who I'm talking about when I say us?" Balo responded, "The dragon race." He pressed on. One. Louise lifted his head slightly, his eyes gleaming with fierce intent. An intimidating aura emanating from him that was chilling. Louise looked at Balo and said, "That's right, a hatchling. But have you ever heard this tale?" Then Louise started recounting the story of a naive knight who claimed to be a dragon slayer after killing a young dragon. The father of that dragon, consumed with fury, brazenly obliterated the entire kingdom. Once Louise finished his tale, Balo gazed at him, disbelief vivid in his eyes, and asked, "Is that story real?" Louise casually closed his eyes a bit and replied, "Even monsters get furious when they're young or hurt. So, do you think a dragon would just sit back, especially if their parent is 2 high-ranking O-class dragons?" Balo was taken aback, staring at Louise with wide eyes, pondering to himself, "The world is heading for unparalleled chaos." Louise crossed his arms and inquired at Balo, "Now, do you get it?" The man shrank back, fear evident in his voice as he replied, and then asked, "Yes. But why? Why would you trust such a crucial task to someone like me?" Louise frowned. Fixing his intense gaze on Balo, he tilted his head slightly before turning away, thinking to himself, "Why, actually, it's because you're the first person I stumbled upon, and you seem pretty easy to manipulate." Moments later, Louise raised a hand to his mouth, feigned a cough, and said, "Ahem. Well, are you the chosen one?" Balo asked, scratching his head. "The chosen one?" Louise shot back, admiring his broad shoulders and impressive strength. He mused, "That guy looks so stout he'd probably never crack under pressure." With a glance at Balo's strong hands, he proclaimed, "You've got an unyielding spirit that's always ready for battle." While thinking, "Any foe that crosses you won't last a second." Louise then focused on that majestic beard of his. "Just one look, and it's clear you've got loyalty oozing from every pore," he thought excitedly. "With dwarven blood in you, betrayal is off the table." He continued celebrating silently. "Isn't that more than enough to deserve dragon lineage?" he pondered, considering him a super servant. Balo, hearing all of this, couldn't help but beam with happiness. He turned to Louise, with bright, eager eyes. Louise folded his arms, bowed slightly, and said, "And, you know, this is a one-time deal for you." Upon hearing this, Balo perked up and asked, "A deal?" He raised his hand and added, "Think about it, not just 1 hatchling, but 3. If you can get these 3 dragon hatchlings safely home, don't you think their parents will overlook your efforts?" Balo was taken aback by Louise's words, continuing. Louise insisted, "A reward greater than your wildest dreams could await you." Hearing this fired Balo up even more. "If that's the case, I'm with you." Seeing the excitement on his face, Louise crossed his arms, smirking, and asked, "So, does this mean you're confident about being the chosen one?" He nodded vigorously and replied, "Absolutely." Nearby, Finn watched them, thinking, young Master Louise is something else. Louise turned to Balo, asking, "So, are you ready to join us?" Balo didn't think twice. Yes. Luis probed again. Really? You won't have any regrets, right? Balo replied confidently. No regrets here. With a smug grin, Luis proceeded to envelop Balo in a flash of light. It was a stunning, bright yellow. Balo, shocked, exclaimed, "What's going on?" Luis smirked, pointing at Balo. "What do you mean? You just shackled yourself." Balo frowned, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Luis explained, "What you did is what's called a blood pact. Every promise made in the presence of a dragon is absolute." Balo asked, "What happens if you break that promise?" Nonchalantly, Luis replied, "Oh, it's not a big deal." Balo, curled up in the corner, hugged his knees, trembling. His face turned pale as he stuttered, "I can't believe my family's legacy is over." Seeing him like this, Luis sighed in irritation. "Why so glum? Just stick to your promise, and you'll be fine." Balo shot him a doubtful glance, asking, "Really? Are you sure?" Luis burst out, "Ugh. I told you already. If you don't trust me, go ask some other dwarves." Back in the dungeon room, Luis pointed at Balo and introduced him to the twins. "All right, everyone, this guy is going to be our little helper. I mean, our temporary guardian is none other than Balo." He stepped forward with a warm greeting, saying, "Hello, I'm Balo." As they laid eyes on him, the twins sprinted over, their faces beaming with excitement and wonder, each bursting out, "He's a giant dwarf. I've never come across a dwarf this tall before." Upon hearing their words, Luis gazed at Balo with intrigue and inquired, "Now that you mention it, how did you become so tall? Even if you were a half-breed, you wouldn't be this tall, right?" Balo responded, "That's true. Back when I was young, I was quite a bit shorter than my friends. I believe when I hit my 20s, I munched on a peculiar fruit and fell ill for 10 days. When I finally woke up, I had transformed into this." Luis listened intently, surprised by Balo's tale. He swiftly asked what the fruit had looked like. In contrast to Luis's astonished face, Balo described it, saying, "It appeared rather odd. I think it resembled a bone." Luis's eyes widened in shock as he absorbed this information. Turning away, he pulled out his book, eagerly flipping through the pages. Balo squinted, puzzled by Luis's frantic search. After his hunt, Luis beamed at Balo, showing him the page. Name, growth fruit. Water attribute. Rarity, high. Effect, promotes growth without any side effects. Characteristics, an elixir that thrives by consuming cold as a nutrient. Typically produces 3 to 4 fruits without blooming, and works wonders after reaching the age of 200 to 300 years. He pointed at the fruit in the book and asked, "Is this it?" Balo exclaimed, "Oh yes. That's it. The fruit I consumed looked exactly like that." After Balo confirmed, Luis closed the book with a snap. A spark of determination lit up in his eyes. He thought to himself, "This is it. This is the fruit. If I eat it, I can finally outdo those pesky twins. They're always teasing me for being shorter than them." With that thought, Luis straightened up and chuckled victoriously. His fierce expression made the twins feel uneasy, and they stammered, "We apologize, Captain. We're really sorry." Balo affectionately patted his head and began to take his leave. "Well then, I'll go inform my crew I'm heading out." Suddenly, Luis's expression shifted to seriousness as he declared, "Hold on just a moment." Balo halted, tilting his head in confusion, asking, "Yes?" Luis spoke firmly. "Heading home can wait. Our main mission right now is to find the growth fruit." He raised his hand, determined, with a fiery passion radiating around him. Luis held the book out in front of Balo. Name, growth fruit. Attribute, water. Rarity, high. Effect, promotes growth without any side effects. Description, an elixir that develops by drawing in cold as a nutrient. Typically generates an average of 3 to 4 fruits without blossom. It's most effective after hitting the age of 200 to 300 years. He pointed once more at the fruit in the book, asking, "Is this it?" Balo affirmed, "Oh yes. That's it. The fruit I ate looked just like that." After Balo's endorsement, Luis snapped the book shut again. A determined glimmer sparked in his eyes as he mused. "This is it. This is the fruit. If I can eat it, I'll finally be able to take down those mischievous twins. They always tease me for being the smallest." As this thought crossed his mind, Luis stood tall and let out a triumphant laugh. His fierce glare sent chills down the twins' spines, making them stutter in fear. "We apologize, Captain. We truly are sorry." Balo gently rubbed his head and started to back away. "Well then, I'll just let my crew know I'm leaving." Suddenly, Luis's expression darkened, and he barked an order. "Hold it right there." Balo paused, tilting his head in confusion, and responded, "Yes?" Luis asserted. "Home can wait. Our main focus right now is the growth fruit." He then lifted his hand, gazing at it with fervent resolve as a blazing aura of passion ignited around him. As soon as he finished, the twins hurried over, their eyes sparkling with eagerness. Kang and Fi chimed in unison. What fruit? What is that? The growth fruit? Huh, what kind of fruit are we talking about? Louis So chose to remain silent, slightly frowning, thinking, it's mine. No way I'm sharing that with these kids. Balo then cautiously spoke up. But sir, there's a tiny issue. Luis So immediately snapped his head around, glaring with intensity, and snapped. What? What's the problem? Balo met his gaze, clearly worried, and replied. The Sosur people inhabit the area where the growth fruit tree is found, so it might be tough to get to it. Luis So fixed Balo with a steely look and retorted. I'll say it once more. Cut the nonsense and lead me to the growth fruit tree. I'll handle the rest. He then casually turned away, a hand on his chin, sporting an air of supreme confidence. The expression on Luis So's face, mixed with the menacing vibe he emitted, made Balo quiver with fear. He thought, he's so intimidating. Over by the cliff's edge, Luis So stepped forward. The four of them peered down to take a look. Luis So gazed at the distant tribe and exclaimed, Is that the place? Balo confirmed. Yes, that's right. That's the Seir tribe. When they first came here, they were fewer in number. They've increased gradually, and now there are hundreds of them. Upon hearing this, Luis So pressed further. So where exactly? Balo, startled, shouted, Sir! Luis So looked at Balo with exasperation and asked, I meant the location of the mature tree, Balo replied, his fear evident. If I remember correctly, it's smack in the middle of the orc tribe. Hearing this, Luis So was taken aback, exclaiming, What? He pointed at Balo's face and shouted, You fool, doesn't that mean they've chopped the tree down already? In response to his outburst, Balo raised his hands defensively and tried to calm him down. No need to stress. The tree grows in a cave below. I stumbled upon it by accident. It's well hidden, so those clueless orcs won't locate it. Hearing this, Luis So breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Then, turning towards the twins, he called, Hey kids. Both of them raised their hands enthusiastically and responded. Yeah? He promptly commanded. Let's get started. Much to Balo's surprise, the three of them slid down together. Balo stared at them, his complexion fading, and yelled in fright. Wait, the Seirs pack a punch far beyond regular orcs? Shouldn't we have at least some sort of plan? Noticing his anxiety, Fi soared over, taking a look at Balo. Don't fret, she reassured him. Balo hesitated, saying, Yes, but... Fi glanced at his worried face and sighed in exasperation. You idiot. Don't let their cute looks fool you into thinking they're kids. Take a good look. Why is it that dragons get hailed as the fiercest creatures in the land? It's because they inspire sheer terror in their foes. Back in the Seir's village, they quickly turned their heads at an odd sound, glancing around with puzzled expressions. In the distance stood Luis So, wearing an intimidating look, with the twin siblings by his side. They rushed straight toward the Seirs, causing a startled outcry among them. The twins brandished their swords. Then, they unleashed their magic, surrounded by fierce bolts of lightning. Witnessing this, the Seirs couldn't help but shriek in horror. The twins showed no mercy, and with a swift slice, they pierced right through the Seirs, caught off guard by the sudden attack. The Seirs hastily grabbed their weapons and charged at once. Ki, wielding two blades, came diving down from above, eyeing them with eagerness and called out, Bring it on. Faced with the onslaught, the Seirs panicked and started to scatter. The twins, swords in hand, chased after them while shouting, Hey, where are you going? Get back here and hold your ground. In the distance, Fi noted, You see that? That's the essence of dragons. Balo could only watch in stunned silence. He turned to Fi, his eyes brimming with doubt, saying, Dragons are indeed incredibly powerful. But the Seirs aren't just going to bolt like that. She looked back and replied, There's a saying, a mouse runs from a snake. Right? Seems like the orcs are cut from the same cloth. Meanwhile, she pondered, even if they are Seirs, no matter what the orangutan do before a top predator, they can only run for their lives. How could they stand against the noble dragon race's aura with the Seirs driven by instinct? Balo gasped in realization. So, that's why whenever I'm in the presence of a dragon, I lose all my courage and freeze in terror. Finn continued. Exactly. It's the same with those humans. Maybe because they're still young. Their presence isn't all that intimidating yet. If they reach their second hibernation phase and grown up, merely encountering that aura could wipe out all the Seirs. Just then, from the distance, the orange-haired guy barreled over, shouting, Boss! The moment she spotted him, Finn quickly tucked into Balo's fur sleeve mumbling in annoyance. So annoying. The orange-haired guy looked at Balo, eyes wide with concern. Boss, are you all right? His voice was loud enough to shake the mountain. Then he glanced at the Seir's village and couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Oh my gosh. He looked back at Balo, perplexed. The O tribe's village has been burned down. Boss, what on earth happened? He pointed downwards, saying, those kids are down there. Khan was currently stretching his hand, casting a spell and launching an attack on the horde of Seir. Bolts of lightning from the boy's creative technique shot toward them, causing them to burst one after another. Next, another kid seized Khan's legs, ready to whirl him around. They both grinned with enthusiasm and shouted together. Feel the wrath of this lightning tornado. Khan surged forward. The boy spun with his sword in hand, then charged at the Seir. His sword, combined with his magic, obliterated everything in their path. Back with Balo, witnessing the chaos unfold. The orange-haired guy went pale and stuttered. Good heavens. The kids we captured are demolishing the Seir. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted as he looked at Balo and asked eagerly, you didn't foresee this happening, did you, boss? He stared at his subordinate, confused, and blurted out, huh? Before he could continue, the orange-haired guy jumped to a joyful conclusion. I knew it. Boss, you've been keeping tabs on those kids since you first saw them. You realize they packed an incredible punch despite being so young. He frowned slightly and hesitated. Well, about that. Just then, Finn leaned into Balo's ear and whispered, just echo what I say. Of course. Balo instantly raised his chin high and proudly repeated Finn's words. Of course. Hearing this, the orange-haired guy gazed at him with admiration. You truly are my boss. You're a great judge of talent. Finn whispered in Balo's ear. I instructed them to handle the Seir. He quickly echoed her words. I told them to handle the Seir. Hearing this, the orange-haired guy brimmed with admiration and couldn't stop praising him. That's phenomenal. But who are those little rascals? What exactly are they up to? As the orange-haired guy spoke, Finn burst with rage and snapped. Who's this punk calling a little rascal? Balo immediately pointed at the orange-haired guy and echoed. Who's this punk calling a little rascal? Confused? He exclaimed. Huh? Hearing him repeat what he shouldn't, Finn lost it, smacking Balo on the head and yelling, Hey! You fool! Why would you repeat that? He quickly added. My bad. Miss. Sorry about that. The scene unfolding had the orange-haired guy completely baffled, and he exclaimed, Boss. Balo sighed heavily and said, Regardless, we can't afford to act recklessly, so we must keep a close eye on the kids. The orange-haired guy asked, perplexed. What do you mean by acting recklessly? Meanwhile, the leader of the Seir crew shouted. Then, it grabbed its weapon and lunged at Luis. As it swung, it sent rocks and dirt flying everywhere, enveloping the area in thick smoke. But then it gasped in shock. Luis emerged completely unfazed by its strike. Luis glanced at it with a smile and asked, Are you finished? Now it's my turn, right? Luis gripped his weapon, activating his magic at the same time. He then raised his hand to strike directly at the Seir. Just one simple motion from Luis sent them hurtling away. The Seir couldn't react fast enough and crashed hard into the wall, creating a thunderous noise as rocks and debris scattered all over. Eventually, they couldn't hold on any longer, and the Seir fell over. Luis looked at the beast before him, sighed in boredom, and declared, How dull. Back to Balo. He stood there, completely dumbfounded by the spectacle ahead. A for the guy with orange hair. He finally broke the silence. Check out that move. Blood erupted from the wound amid a spine-chilling scream, as Sai and Khan paired up, striking down and sending a scorching blast backwards. When it was all said and done, Sai plopped down wearily onto the snow and declared, All done. Khan, sitting beside her, grumbled, Man, I'm wiped out. Luis noticed the two youngsters looked drained after finishing their mission, so he tossed a couple of fruits behind him, saying, You both did great. I'm off for a bit. The kids perked up instantly, cheerfully responding, All right. Suddenly, Luis spotted two shadowy figures on the mountainside. As soon as he saw their hair color, irritation flared up in him, and he yelled an order. Hey! You! Get down here right now! What on earth are you doing just standing there watching from far away? Hearing his command, Balo quivered. He quickly turned to his associate and stammered. You stay put. I'll go check it out. Just then, the orange-haired subordinate chimed in. I'll accompany you. Boss. Balo paused for a heartbeat, then asked, You really want to come along? The orange-haired subordinate instantly shook his head and replied, No. Sir. Boss. You should go solo. Sir. Balo could only grit his teeth at his companion's reluctance. Moments later, Balo stood behind Luis, his sarcasm oozing as he said, Sir, you called for me? Luis abruptly asked, "Where's it at?" Ballo, puzzled, questioned back, "Huh? What?" Luis's expression shifted to annoyance as he shot him a glance, asking in a low tone, "Where's my growth fruit?" A brief pause followed, and Ballo led Luis towards a mighty boulder. Eyeing a tiny hole in the rock, Luis inquired, "Is this the place?" He quickly affirmed, "Yes, sir." Ballo, like a show-off, he knelt and elaborated, "Just squeeze through this hole and enter the pathway down into the cave." Suddenly, he mumbled, looking puzzled. Ballo remarked, "That's odd. I used to get through here just fine." While trying to explain to Luis, from Luis's view, it looked like the man's rear was just swaying, which kinda grossed him out. On the verge of losing his lunch, he interrupted, "You stay right there. After all, it's right in front of us, isn't it?" Though Ballo seemed a bit thrown off, he nodded, "Yes, sir," without delay. Luis dove into a small crevice in the rock, following the narrow passage deep into the cave. Suddenly, a flicker of light shimmered in the distance, causing Luis to exclaim, "Oh, is that it?" He darted towards the glow. As he approached, Luis gasped, eyes wide with wonder. The brilliant light emanated from a petite plant. Upon sighting it, Luis erupted with glee, shouting, "Yes, I found it." At the plant's base, he spotted 2 tiny fruits. Luis's face lit up with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "My growth fruit, the key to my dreams of towering height." Suddenly, something struck him. He reached out, grabbed the growth fruit, and wondered aloud, "Why is it so tiny? This isn't even half the size stated in the book." After a moment's thought, he let out a frustrated sigh. It appeared they weren't fully developed yet. At this rate, it might take at least 200 years for them to fully grow. Luis frowned. He pondered for a moment before exhaling in frustration. Clearly, they weren't fully grown yet. At this rate, it would likely take at least 200 years for them to mature fully. Luis frowned. Gazing at the tiny growth fruit, Luis thought to himself that munching on it now would be pointless. So, what's the game plan? Moments later, he stepped back outside. As soon as Ballo spotted him, he asked with urgency, "You're back. Sir, did you track down the growth fruit?" Luis brushed off some dirt and sighed. "Well, you were right. The growth plant is down there. But the fruit still isn't big enough." Ballo stuttered. "So, what's our next move?" Luis replied as he moved ahead. "There's no choice. We must wait for the fruit to mature before we can eat it." As Luis walked on, Ballo's comment halted him. "If we just leave it like this, won't someone come and grab it?" He then shot back a sharp look and echoed, "Grab it?" Luis's eyes sparkled with amusement as he replied chillingly, "Let them try." Shortly after, a protective barrier appeared, and at its center was a sign written in hasty scrawl. On closer inspection, the sign threatened, "Keep out. Touch Luis's property, and your next 9 generations will face a curse. I will cast a blight on all 9 generations of your bloodline. If you're brave enough to face the repercussions, then go ahead and try." Luis then turned to Ballo. "Do you have any men? Send a few of them over to keep watch." Ballo looked stunned and asked, "What? Why use my men?" Before Ballo could finish his thought, Luis shot him a look, demanding, "Are you challenging me?" Ballo quickly backtracked. "Take as many as you need. Sir, they're all yours." Luis glanced toward the cave, feeling a twinge of unease. "Despite all the traps I've set, my nerves are still on edge. I need someone to keep watch until the growth fruit is fully ripe." Moments later, Luis stood arms crossed, pondering deeply. The bandits below all appeared utterly drained or barely awake. Unable to bear it any longer, Luis turned to Ballo, ready to vent his frustration. How come not a single one of them looks capable? Then he focused on the group, thinking, "But for the sake of my future growth, it's worth any amount of time it takes." With that in mind, Luis declared, "I'll make this quick." Below, the bandits were confused and began to murmur amongst each other. "What's with the sudden gathering? Your guess is as good as mine. Are we gearing up for a fight?" An orange-haired henchman spotted him and panicked. "That little demon. What's he doing here? What's his plan?" Amid their chaos, Luis called out, "Hello, my friends, dear bandits." A smug grin spread across his face as he continued, "I've got some crucial news to share with you. And that is..." Luis paused briefly before quickly resuming, "Effective today, the bandit gang is officially disbanded." The moment he uttered those words, the bandits below were left dumbfounded. Enraged, they shouted, "What did you say? What right do you have to disband us?" The orange-haired underling turned to Ballo in disbelief. "Boss, what's going on? Don't tell me you agreed to this?" In response, the boss stood silent, avoiding his eye contact. Just then, Luis called for the twins. The 2 sisters quickly appeared, responding, "Yes, we're here." He smiled with excitement. "Let's get started." As soon as the order arrived, the sisters cracked their knuckles and said, "We're on it." Witnessing this, the bandits couldn't help but shout in terror, "Why are you coming over? Don't approach us." But their cries fell on deaf ears. As the orange-haired henchman took the first snowball hit right away, in no time, the two blokes behind him got blasted next. Watching C and Khan throw with such enthusiasm, Luis began to cheer them on. "That's the way. Awesome job. My little champs, now that's how you give him a good whack. Keep it up." Observing all this, Balo was left utterly speechless. Listening to the agonized wails of his crew, he could only cry silent tears, murmuring inwardly, "Forgive me, my friends." After a little while, the bandits who had just moments ago been unscathed were now all squirming in pain on the snowy ground, pleading for mercy. "We're done for, please. Let us go." While the scene was tragic for them, Luis's crew was enjoying every moment of it. He affectionately patted Khan on the head, grinning as he remarked, "Excellent work." Then Luis glanced back at them, sizing up the situation. "Have you had enough? This is your little show. You can't even deal with just two kids." Hearing this, they could only silently retaliate in their heads. "They're more than just kids." Then Luis shouted an encouraging phrase. "But don't worry." He flashed what was meant to be a cheerful smile and assured them, "I'll whip you all into shape in no time." Atop a lofty mountain, a little squirrel was happily perched on a branch with a pine cone. Out of nowhere, something zipped by, scaring it and causing it to drop its pine cone. As the squirrel quickly darted away, a voice called out from behind, critiquing, "You're putting way too much force into your legs." Luis continued his assessment. "Are a soldier's eyes merely for show? Why can't you dodge something right in your path?" The bandits he was training sprawled out on the ground, wailing and begging, "It's too quick. Please. Have mercy." Observing their pitiful state, Luis couldn't help but express his frustration. "These guys are laughably weak. All right. Let's take a 10-minute breather." A pudgy bandit flopped down onto the snow, gasping for breath. "Seriously. At this rate, we're done for. I'd rather just faint and end it all." The orange-haired bandit chimed in, irritated. "Exactly. The ones who passed out didn't even get hit." Then, the chubby one had a light bulb moment. "What if the two of us just run away? Huh?" He was quickly shot down by the orange-haired bandit. "No way." The guys in the other room tried to bolt and got caught. "They've been stuck training from sunrise to sunset for 2 whole days. Didn't you hear?" The chubby one burst out in exasperation. "Darn it. We were never soldiers, so why are we stuck enduring this horrible training?" The orange-haired guy stood up and whispered softly, "You're still kicking. Huh? Still thinking that way?" His eyes still brimmed with tears as he spoke with a hint of resignation. "I've given up thinking. Every day I get battered with a blank mind. Somehow, the day just goes by." Before he could finish his thought, the overweight guy began to wail loudly, tears filling his eyes. He angrily declared, "That's just not fair, getting thrashed like this every single day. My body should be a wreck. Tell me, how come we're all perfectly fine the next day?" Just like that, the hefty fellow let out a booming shout. Crap. Meanwhile, Luis S. was in high spirits, thinking to himself, "They're growing up so fast." Luis S. couldn't help but reminisce about his recent antics. Each evening, he'd sneak an extra bottle of his dad's premium potion and give it to them. All they had to do was sleep it off, and their energy would bounce back in no time. During training, they couldn't slack because he transferred his willpower to them through a mental technique. "I'm mentoring them using a book I borrowed from my father's collection, making sure they grow stronger every single day. Even though it's just the basics, it's from a dragon's library. After all, it's such a waste to pass this on to these fools." Luis S. frowned a bit at the book, in his grip, realizing that if he wanted to whip them into shape quickly, there was no other choice. He glanced at the book and said, "You guys are super lucky. You know that?" Suddenly, Balo showed up, shouting, Sir Luis S., spotting him. Luis quickly responded, "Oh, you're here. How's that task I assigned you going?" Balo hesitated a moment before sharing his progress. "I've done what you asked." Seeing everything in line with his plan, he smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? You've put in a lot of effort. You can go ahead and get ready. I'll bring the kids along shortly." Upon hearing this, Balo replied, "Yes, sir." A devious glint appeared in Luis S.'s eyes, and his tone turned icy. "This is how you push a beast off a cliff to teach it to toughen up." Balo watched his intense excitement and felt uneasy. Just how long does he intend to torment them? A little while later, atop a steep mountain, the bandit crew was cautiously treading over the snow. The masked guy glanced at the hefty one and curiously asked, "Why are we training up here?" The hefty guy replied, "Who knows what this big bag is for? The boss said to wear it. So here we are." Suddenly, a shout rang out behind them. "Make way!" A massive weapon slammed onto the snow. "So we wear it." But suddenly, A loud shout rang out from behind. Move aside. A massive weapon was slammed into the snow. As soon as they laid eyes on the weapon, they gasped. A catapult! A wooden catapult is right in front of us. Ballo quickly raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. The bewildered orange-haired guy stepped forward and asked, "Boss, why'd you suddenly bring a catapult? Are we heading into battle?" Before Ballo could respond, another voice burst in. "Listen up, everyone." Luis S., with a serious demeanor, looked at them and declared, "You must be wondering why you're all here, right? But instead of a long-winded explanation, it's best to show you." After his introduction, he spun around and yelled, "Now, my expert teaching assistant, step up." Sai quickly acknowledged the order, exclaiming, "On my way." Just then, the little girl skipped over to the catapult. Caney was perched joyfully in the catapult seat, cheering with delight. The bandits turned as white as ghosts and stuttered, "No way. This can't be right. Can it? This isn't right." Luis S. ignored them and shouted an order to the little girl. "Get the catapult ready," Sai eagerly responded. "All set." Immediately, he pointed forward and yelled, "2 shots," and just like that, they were launched. The little girl was having the time of her life, grinning from ear to ear, while the bandit crew was frozen in fear. They screamed, "This is insane, totally insane." Even Ballo was unnerved. "Oh wow. So this is what the cliff story was all about. Is this how it goes?" They all silently tracked Sai's path. Just as they witnessed the little girl nearing her fall, they frantically yelled, "Wait, is she really falling?" Naturally, Luiso wouldn't assign Sai a mission this perilous. Just then, a paraglider sprang forth from that hefty backpack. The group of bandits nearly had a collective heart failure. Luiso surveyed the outcome in front of him and beamed. "Fantastic. The catapult has proven to be remarkably effective. Its performance is outstanding. Did you all catch that? Just imitate it like that." Once he had finished, he glanced over at them. They all appeared ghostly pale. None dared to move. Luiso couldn't help but question. Confused. "Huh? What's with those looks? Didn't you see everything?" "Well, I'll perform it once more for you to see." Immediately, he called out, "Catapult 2, go." Khan quickly echoed back, "Go." The little boy, just like Sai, cheered with excitement as he was propelled into the sky. Observing the unexpected distance, Luiso pondered. It looks like the kids are lighter, allowing them to fly a bit farther than the adults. Propping his chin on his hand, he smiled thoughtfully. Regardless, this is still manageable, so everything's peachy. With this, I can zip over there before my elixir gets snatched. Just in time. The 2 kids have finished. Luiso then directed his gaze toward the bandits and remarked, "Simple, right? Climb on. Soar up, then parachute down to land." His words made them scream in terror. "What on earth?" Fatty shook like a leaf and stepped back. Then, Fatty bolted away while wailing, "Help me, help me. I refuse to meet my end here." Luiso promptly snapped his fingers and a magical barrier appeared, obstructing Fatty's escape. Since he was running full tilt, he couldn't halt in time and collided headfirst into the magical shield. Fatty toppled backward. He approached them and explained, "I understand. I do realize you're frightened. But all you need is a sprinkle of bravery, and you'll pull it off." Hearing this, orange-haired one quickly interjected, "No way. Shouldn't you hear out those who are being launched? Who in the world came up with this wild idea?" Luis so shot Ballo a slightly irritated glance, saying, "Seriously, you said it was feasible, right? Suddenly, his words took on an intriguing implication. If someone showcases it, would you all be convinced? Observing Luiso's eerie smile, he raised his hands in mock surrender, wondering, why is he looking at me like that? Ballo couldn't help but flinch at Luis's playful smirk. Seeing this, Luis stepped closer with a question. So, are you up for it? Huh? Ballo stammered his reply. I'm not exactly brimming with courage. Before he could finish, Luiso called out to the rest. Hey, everyone. Your boss says the ammunition is a tad tiny. Rush and fetch the larger ammo to shoot. Orange Hair quickly pieced it all together and replied, Aye. Sir, for anyone puzzled by Luiso's antics, let me clarify. In Korean, the term for cowardly also refers to a small stone. They immediately seized their boss in anger, thinking, this is all your fault, boss. While we were grinding away, you were just lounging. After all, that human was the one who brought that catapult. Ballo couldn't contain his shock and yelled, You idiots! Let me go. Even though they were terrified, they defiantly remarked, Well, you asked for this, boss. Their voices dripped with bitterness. This is all you're doing. Ballo could only helplessly call out to his crew as he saw their distressed expressions. As he approached the catapult, He shrieked in terror. "Let me go, please. Just spare me." But his cries fell on deaf ears. Then, Balo found himself soaring through the sky once the order to launch was given. Lee watched him fly and thought, I was concerned that his large frame might not even take off. But man, he's really going the distance. Huh? He turned back, grinned at them, and asked, "So, who's next?" The bandits quickly erupted into wails. Thinking, "That's right, up we go, Mama. I miss you." After that, the snowy, rocky terrain echoed with wailing cries. In that moment, one sharp scream pierced through. So, this is the feeling. Just like that, an entire morning slipped away. 4 weeks later, in Luis's room, he sat at his desk, mulling over, should I take this with me? Luis eyed the book in front of him, reflecting. This martial arts book is fantastic, but it's just scratching the surface. If a real powerhouse strolls in, the tree I've nurtured could be snatched away. He picked up the book, diving deeper into thought. If I want to be ready, I need to impart some advanced martial arts techniques. But the only advanced manual I've got. He glanced at the book's title and mused. It's the Hero Lord's Martial Arts Guide. His mind buzzed with confusion. The issue is, I can't make sense of this book. Luis felt his brain threatening to explode as he inwardly cried. Time's running out. Where can I find a suitable advanced martial arts manual? Contain himself any longer. He shouted. Oh my goodness. What am I supposed to do now? Suddenly, Khan appeared from behind him out of nowhere and asked, Luis, what's going on? Connie popped her head up like a curious little owl and asked, Are you worried about something? Luis grabbed his heart and exclaimed, Oh wow. As soon as Khan spotted the book's title, he started to critique it, saying, Hey, what's this? A martial arts book? Are you studying it? But it's so dull. When Luis heard that, he gasped in disbelief. You guys have actually read this book? The boy quickly chimed in. Yeah. We've gone through it a bunch of times. Kanye, standing beside him, added, There are loads of them in Dad's study. Hearing this, Luis felt a wave of joy inside. Awesome. Externally, he continued questioning the two siblings. So, do you know any martial arts techniques at all? The little girl eagerly raised her hand, boasting, Khan knows 5 moves, not wanting to be overshadowed. The boy cleared his throat and responded, Well, Khan actually knows 10 moves. They argued for a bit, sparks igniting between them. Well, I know 20, and I know 100. Luis could only feel exasperated watching these two kids. They might be a bit silly, but surely That's right. A smirk crept onto his face. They've definitely picked up some advanced martial arts skills. In that moment, Luis proposed an idea. Enough with the bickering. Let's see who really knows more, Kanye asked. Puzzled. Compare? Why? Khan seemed hesitant and answered. That sounds like a hassle. Luis had a knack for getting into kids' heads. Weren't you two just bickering over who memorized more? Well, let's settle this by writing it down. The moment they heard that, the two siblings eagerly exclaimed, I'm going to crush this, let's go, I'm winning. Soon after, the two kids he'd outsmarted were furiously scribbling at the table. Meanwhile, Luis crossed his arms, wearing a self-satisfied grin. They really are sharp little kids. The sibling rivalry kicked off, while the candle still flickered brightly. A little later, just as the candle was about to fizzle out, a shout erupted from behind. I'm done. Kenny bounced up to him and announced, Luis. I finished first this time, but right after, the boy retorted, No way. Khan finished first. Luis looked at the 2 piles of paper in the siblings' hands, astonished. You're already finished? The little girl beamed and responded. Yep. The boy beside her jumped in. All done? He quickly checked them one by one, thinking, This isn't just a couple of pages, they wrote all of this. They didn't just doodle nonsense. Did they? Suddenly, Luis stared blankly at the papers. Then, in a rush, he started organizing the piles. After a bit, he finally completed the task. Luis gazed at the heaps of paper, realizing they had transcribed over 10 martial arts books in their entirety. Khan saw Luis finish up and eagerly asked, Who won? The little girl quickly echoed. Kenny won, right? The two kids began bickering again. No. Khan won. What? I wrote one more book. So Kenny's the champ. Luis, exasperated, placed his hands on his hips, watching them. Then he yelled, It's a tie this time, Kenny asked, puzzled. Huh. A tie? Khan, also in disbelief, queried, What does that mean? Luis hurried to explain. Kenny's quantity was 6 books more, but Khan's martial arts content was top-notch. The siblings' faces scrunched up at Luis's verdict. Finally, he announced, So, it's a tie. The two kids, feeling let down, groaned. That's so dull. Phim suddenly zoomed in and declared, "Master Luis, I've completed all the tasks you set. The backpack is almost done as well." He quickly responded, "Oh, really? Perfect timing." Luis smiled to himself, thinking, "I've secured the high-level martial arts book. Time to get ready for the grand finale." 2 weeks later, a thunderous shout rang out. The bandit crew, after their training, stood in line, taking orders with utmost seriousness. The orange-haired leader bellowed, "Everyone salute." Luis stood atop a large rock, watching them execute the command flawlessly. He was thrilled and beamed. Even the heavy-set guy who had stirred up trouble before was now following orders dutifully. Everyone had transformed completely. Luis nodded and said with a grin, "I am extremely pleased. I want to show my respect for all of you who have stuck with me through the last 6 weeks. You've all worked hard." They replied with an enthusiastic cheer. With the 2 siblings beside him on the rock, Luis spoke earnestly, "You may all be wondering why you had to endure such grueling training." Then Luis broke into a smile. That's because at that moment, a brilliant light suddenly appeared, dazzling them. The bandits, stunned by the sight, they cried out, "Whoa! What is that?" They pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Look! There's a figure emerging from that blinding light." The guy with orange hair, in pure panic, shouted, "Oh my gosh!" Right before their eyes stood a radiant figure dressed in white and gold, his gaze leaving everyone in awe. A grand voice echoed, "Listen up, you mere mortals." The voice emerged from the figure that appeared like a mirage. "You have been selected by the god Kenzo." The bandits were taken aback at the mention of the name. Aya, donning a green hat, stuttered, "We've been chosen by the god Kenzo." Tales of this legend had been shared through the ages. The god Kenzo, a deity from ancient times, had vanquished the demons wreaking havoc on the world. It was said that this god of war had formed a mountain from the remains of the demon race. Now, this magnificent god stood before them, leaving them astounded. Everyone began to tremble. Meanwhile, inside the illusion of the god Kenzo, Luis was scrambling to operate everything. He was frantically working within the god's silhouette, muttering, "So busy. So very busy." Luis quietly admired the outcome of his handiwork. The illusion of the god, Kenzo, was crafted, utilizing spatial tricks to bend and reflect light. Everything was proceeding quite well. He looked to the side in confusion and immediately shouted. Luis proclaimed, "There's a breach on the side of the illusion." The 2 sisters hurried over and assured him, "Don't worry. We'll fix it instantly." Ka leaped up to adjust the illusion. Gradually, the gap on the exterior began returning to its original state. Luis turned back and showered them with praise. "Awesome job." Then, he concentrated on generating a source of strength by expanding the space to engage with the atmosphere. Luis made the god Kenzo announce a line. "That's right. You have been chosen." The figure outside, the god, spoke majestically. "You shall confront the calamities that are destined for this land. You will become the beams of light cutting through the darkness." His next words inspired them. "Become the blades that punish demons." Seeing their belief firming up, Luis smirked, thinking to himself that this should do the trick. "Now, I just need to etch this conviction deep within their minds." The god Kenzo spoke, imprinting a crimson source of power, which manifested on the bandits' bodies as red letters. Overflowing with faith, they shouted joyfully, "We trust in the god Kenzo." Recognizing the moment had arrived, Luis messaged her, "Phi, it's time." Phi quickly responded, "Yes, master." Right after, she flew towards a small tree. Phi poured the liquid from a glass vial around its base. It was a plant growth stimulant crafted personally by her master. As she poured out the last drop, as if by magic, the little tree surged in size. Gazing at the giant tree that now towered over her, Phi exclaimed in wonder, "Oh, that's so effective." The sudden emergence of the massive tree left everyone astounded. The bandits' eyes grew wide as they shouted, "A colossal ancient tree just appeared out of nowhere. It's a miracle." The god Kenzo continued to speak. "This is evidence of the pact I grant to you." He gestured toward a large boulder and added, "And this is your trial to validate yourselves." They immediately turned their attention to it. Luis promptly messaged the man, "Balo, go for it now." The man paused for a moment before saying, "Absolutely, sir." Then Balo picked up his axe and began to chop. With each swing, chunks of rock flew away. Eventually, the massive boulder splintered open, revealing a cave with a sign reading, "Cave of Trials." Then, the god Kanasser spoke up, "To those brave enough to conquer this cave of trials, my blessing and a grand reward await." The band of bandits erupted with joy, shouting, "Hail, great Kos!" Luis was practically bouncing with excitement, thinking to himself, "In that cave over there, I've certainly hidden the martial arts secrets penned by the Gemini Scorpion along with the divine magic I personally chose." Remembering the trial wall inside the cave, he continued to ponder. I've rigged up some tricky traps crafted by Balo. So, retrieving those treasures won't be easy. The god Kenos kept speaking. Oh, chosen warriors. I'll return when the tree of promise is still standing strong. His voice grew fainter as he added, you must have faith and be patient. Just like that, God Kenos disappeared from their sight. The orange-haired fellow suddenly chimed in. So, that's what's going on. Overflowing with excitement. He exclaimed to himself, of course, we are the chosen ones. All the struggles they faced were merely tests to make this selection. Everyone nodded in agreement with the orange-haired guy, cheering joyously. Indeed, we are the chosen ones. Long live the great god. Kenos. Luis crossed his arms, watching their celebration with a smirk. Perfect. He thought proudly. What a fantastic ending. The two sisters and Finn also chimed in gleefully. This is so exciting. We contributed too. Luis quickly bowed and replied, thank you. Thank you so much. Balo silently watched the kids from a distance, averting his gaze with increasing pity as he mused. They really think they were chosen by a god. Balo glanced at the giant wish tree, thinking, that tree is the symbol of it all. This land has transformed into a holy territory, and they will willingly risk everything to protect it. His heart ached with pity. These poor kids, pushed by destiny to become the loyal guardians. Suddenly, a thought struck Balo, leaving him bewildered. Hang on, if they're the guardians, does that make me the Alpha Guardian? The very idea sent him spiraling down, lamenting his own fate. Just then, Luis shouted, Balo, what are you doing? We need to get moving. Responding to his call, Balo could only sigh. Yes, let's head out. At that moment, Khan's voice rang out. Louise, where to now? Though unsure of the destination, the little girl cheerfully piped up. Let's find somewhere more thrilling. Time passed in Silverfire City. Genlocker gazed thoughtfully out the door. He pondered sadly. Is the boy eating properly now? Suddenly, Genlocker let out a deep sigh. No matter how crucial the succession is, I shouldn't have allowed the boy to go off alone. He felt incredibly frustrated. Thinking, at such a pivotal moment, where has father wandered off to now? I wish father could watch over the boy for me. After a moment, Locker shouted resolutely in his mind. Forget it. He quickly snatched up his coat, convincing himself, I've got piles of work to tackle. But missing a day is fine. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, saying, where are you rushing off to in such a haste? The man with white hair grinned and said, don't tell me you're actually thinking of ditching your sacred responsibilities and running off. The white-haired man's remarks froze Jen in place. Awkwardly, Jen Locker replied, run off? What are you on about? But what brings you here? Kaiser? Turns out the white-haired guy is the father of Kay and Kenny, a bold dragon without shame. He cheerfully responded, what am I doing? Just here to keep an eye on you. Naturally, Jen Locker, clearly displeased, shot back. Don't you have something better to do? Quit fooling around and scram. Crozer Carlos smirked, saying nothing more. Sensing the tension, Jen Locker helplessly inquired, if you aren't leaving, what's keeping you here? He quickly broke into a smile. Carlos glanced at the blue orb, picked it up, and joked, you look bored. So I thought I'd come hang out. Completely fed up with his friend, Jen Locker replied, it's not me who's bored. It's definitely you. Carlos didn't argue and admitted, yeah, you got that right. A grin spread across his face as he peered into the orb. Inside the orb, Lear's cheerful image emerged. Carlos then posed a question. Are you worried about Lear again? Jen Locker kept quiet, not responding. It was as if Carlos read his mind, saying, you're planning to sneak out to visit Lear, aren't you? Stammering. Jen Locker denied it. I don't know what you're saying. The more he protested, the more amused Carlos became, laughing heartily. He quickly reminded him, don't you realize it's off limits outside? What will you do if you get caught? At a loss for words, Jen Locker replied, what do you think the elders are like? Of course, they'll be monitoring everything. If I get caught, there's nothing I can do. Carlos unexpectedly exclaimed, good grief. This guy is really worried about Lear. Huh. Hearing this, Jen Locker snapped back. And you're not worried about your kids? Pointing to himself, he added, Kenny and Kay? I'm not worried about them one bit. Jen Locker couldn't believe it, and questioned again. What? How can that be? Carlos explained. You know my kids are crazy about Lear, right? Whenever they visit, they're always looking for Lizer. He spoke animatedly, his smile bright. Lizer isn't just any kid. He even looks after the kids better than I do. Jen Locker fell silent for a moment, then retorted bitterly. How can this guy be so full of himself right now? Immediately, Carlos casually responded, Jen Locker, you're way too protective of your child. It's not a bad thing. But Lear isn't just any young dragon. Just reflecting on Lear, I could list off his amazing traits. He not only has 4 powerful attributes, but the way he thinks and acts is just like a fully matured dragon. There's no one in this world that has it easier than you when it comes to raising a kid. Then Carlos exclaimed in frustration. You, my friend, are definitely blessed. Even knowing this, Genlocker still expressed concern. Still, but Carlos leaned in closer and said, so stop fretting over Lear and focus on the succession instead. Who knows? Lizer could be having a blast without you hovering around. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, Carlos grinned and declared, oh, and if you think my twins might pick on Lear, don't stress. I've already told the kids to respect Lizer. Listening to Carlos, Genlocker could only suppress his irritation and respond. The twins have totally inherited your quirks. So that's definitely how it goes. Carlos saw no issue with this and burst into laughter. Right? I think so. 2. He rested his hand on his chin, deep in thought. Anyway, they nearly triggered a catastrophe. So I handed them to Lizer. If they stir up any trouble, I won't step in, and I'll let Lizer sort it out. Then he chuckled with glee. My kids might be mischievous, but with Lizer around, he'll know how to fix it quickly and efficiently. Meanwhile, Carlos was completely unaware of Genlocker's expression darkening by the second. He turned to his buddy and asked, what do you think? Can you see how well I've trained the kids? Just then, Unwa immediately heard sounds of a fierce scuffle. Just as he suspected, Cass was being thoroughly pummeled by Genlocker. This guy. Today I'm absolutely going to crack your skull open and see what's ticking inside. What's with you? Why are you even doing this? Stop it. And then, there was just a pitch-black void. The sounds faded more and more. At the same time, Luis Chu was on his travels. His name echoed energetically. Luis Chu. Luis Chu. Luis Chu. He could only shout back in resignation. Quit calling me. Kids. The 2 little ones beamed at Luis Chu and said sweetly, but if we don't shout your name, Luis Chu won't even glance at us. He sighed, raising a hand to his forehead, and replied tiredly, okay. Okay. You can stop yelling at me now. Right after that, the 2 children clung to Luis Chu like koalas, no matter what he said. Can you please let go for a second? The kids firmly declared. We're not letting go. Luis is the coolest. He could only wonder in despair, what on earth did I do in my last life to deserve this? Suddenly, a voice rang through. Young Master Luis. A horse thundered over. It was Balo, who arrived with the horse and the carriage in tow. Right after that, he called out, whoa. Balo quickly turned to Luis Chu, as if fishing for compliments. I've got the carriage ready just as you asked. He affectionately patted the horse's head, smiled, and said, oh, well done. Now we can journey more comfortably. Then Luis Chu asked him, Balo, if we head west, what's the nearest port? He thought for a moment, then replied, if you're looking for the westward nearest port, that'd be Port Lewin. It's a busy hub for trade with other continents, so you can easily find a ship. As soon as Luis Chu heard this, he immediately inquired, really? How long will it take to reach there? Balo quickly calculated and replied, moving at this pace, it would take about 6 months. If we factor in the delays from storms, it might stretch to a year. Hearing this made Luis Chu contemplate for a moment. 1 year? That's far longer than I believed. Huh? If something unexpected occurs, it could take even longer. He looked at him and asked, is there really no other way to speed it up? Balo scratched his head, trying to recall. He thought for a bit, then answered, on the ice continent, there's a lot of snowfall, so a horse-drawn sleigh is probably the fastest option. Other than that, there's no way to hasten the journey. Luis Chu leaned his chin on his hand, contemplating. Looks like I'll be stuck on the ice continent for nearly a year. This is such a hassle. Suddenly, Balo nervously called out, Sir Luis Chu. He cast a glance and inquired, what's up? He stuttered slightly as he spoke. I wonder if it's even possible. But can't you reach out to the other dragons? Noticing Luis Chu eyeing him, Balo quickly added, oh no, you've probably thought of that already. He put on a charming grin and continued, or if you have any connection to a dragon on this continent, you could enlist their help to get you back home. Suddenly, a thought clicked in Luis Chu's mind. Yeah. Right. He muttered to himself. There must be dragons lurking in the icy continent. Maybe I could plead with one to help me. That should work. But then, Luis suddenly fell silent. In a soft tone, Luiso asked, which dragon are you talking about? Inquired again. Pardon me? The tension around him thickened as he replied. I said, I don't know any dragons. The man's mood also darkened at that, exclaiming, oh wow. Just then, Luis seemed to recall and shouted, wait a second. Phi. Is it possible you don't know anyone? she shyly replied. I don't actually know the other dragons either. The two kids joyfully shouted. Neither do we. Luis simply remarked. Well, I wasn't counting on much from you guys. He quietly wondered if he could track down another dragon. That would drastically cut down the time to get back. Gazing at the vast snowy landscape surrounding him, Luis pondered where on earth he would find a dragon. Suddenly, an idea sparked, prompting him to ask. Oh, wait. Ballo, do you have any dragon legends you know of? Ballo echoed the words. Legends about dragons? He thought for a second, then answered. I do know a few tales. You might want to check out the cities to the west for more info. As if he'd found a beacon of hope, Luis exclaimed cheerfully. Awesome. No time to waste. Let's hit the road. The two siblings chimed in. What? Then Luis declared. The mission is set. Time to go find a dragon. The sun dipped slowly, casting its glow on the impressive snowy mountain. Towering pine trees bordered the mountainside as a horse-drawn carriage made its way forward. Ballo tightened the reins, coming to a halt. Whoa. Easy there. Horse. He turned back to check on Luis, who was seated quietly with Finn leaning softly on his shoulder. The two kids, Sai and Khan, were fast asleep. So he suggested, it's getting dark, and we've got a long distance to the next city. I think it's wise to stop and rest here. Luis nodded in agreement. Sounds like a plan. The clear blue sky was now ablaze with vibrant orange hues. A campfire was quickly kindled amidst the winter scenery, making the air feel a tad warmer. Luis's group sat in a circle. At that moment, a few chickens appeared on the spit, sizzling over the fire. The mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, and when Sai and Khan caught sight of it, their eyes sparkled, desire unmistakable as they shouted. Wow, that looks delicious. Khan turned to Ballo, eagerly asking, Hey, dwarf, how long until it's ready? Seeing the kids so excited, Ballo replied, It's nearly done, just hang tight for a little bit more. Ballo grabbed the food and sprinkled some extra seasoning to amp up the flavor. Sai and Khan looked absolutely adorable, their eyes shimmering with excitement, dressed in blue and white with bright yellow bows. And right before their eyes was a glimmering, mouth-watering roasted chicken. Well, it's ready now. Without missing a beat, Sai and Khan cheered. Ooh, ooh. Meanwhile, as the two kids dug into their feast, Ballo didn't forget to share food with Luis. Young Master Luis, you should join in, too. Luis took the roasted chicken from Ballo, giving a nod. Yeah. After taking a bite and ignoring the bits stuck on his face, Luis suddenly exclaimed. Oh. He turned to face Ballo, showering him with some praise. This is really delicious. The seasoning is just perfect. His compliment made Ballo blush a bit. He scratched his head and chuckled. Haha. You flatter me too much. Luis licked his fingers. Then with a serious tone, asked, Now back to what we were saying. You mentioned that the dragon spotted on the mountain is named Kaoa. Ballo replied respectfully. Yes, sir. I heard this from a hunter in the city we just traveled through. About 20 years ago, a beast appeared in his village, and folks thought it was a dragon. Suddenly, Fukuduang zoomed straight into Ballo's face, causing him to yelp in pain. Ouch! Luis's face flushed with anger. He pointed at Ballo and shouted, A dragon? What are you saying? Anyone overhearing you might think you're tight with that dragon species, Ballo stammered, trying to clarify. Oh. No. Sir. About that. Luis came down hard on Ballo's foot and roared. What is it? A monster? Huh. Let me show you what a real monster looks like. Huh. Ballo, wincing in pain, kept apologizing. I'm sorry. Ballo's words only seemed to make Luis even angrier. His expression turned fierce, eyes blazing as he defiantly pointed at him. You think you can stand on my level? Say it right this time. Ballo, tears welling in his eyes, quickly corrected himself. Yes, sir. According to the old hunter, 20 years back in his village, folks witnessed a majestic presence. They believed it was the Dragon Lord, a colossal dragon with blood-red eyes, towering like a mountain, was part of Ballo's tale. It was as big as a building, and its roar was thunderous. The villagers were absolutely terrified. Luis let out a sigh, his tone less harsh now. With just that much info, it sounds pretty fishy. Haven't there been only wild rumors for the past few weeks? After Luis spoke, Ballo suddenly remembered something and added, Oh, that's right. There's more to it. I heard the nobles from the neighboring region sent a ton of soldiers to investigate. They even hired mercenaries who are experts at tackling giant monsters. Kenyon and Khan sat quietly by the fire, soaking in the conversation, Curious after hearing Balo's tale, Luis asked, "Oh, so what happened then?" Balo looked at him, saying hesitantly, "Well, there's been no word from the dispatched army." A heavy gloom settled over the land. Only blood-soaked swords were left behind. Everyone speculates they were all wiped out. Then, people started disappearing on Mount Kajo, so now, no one dares to go near that mountain anymore. Luis fell deep into thought, stroking his chin. After a creature thought to be a dragon showed up, the dispatched army vanished as well. Luis's lips curled into a pleased grin as he mused, "This is getting really thrilling. Now, this." Suddenly, Kaya popped into his mind. That mountain is also to the west, so it shouldn't hinder our journey. With the intel Balo collected, there must be something significant there. His thoughts kept racing. Luiso was eager to dig deeper into this situation. If it's not a dragon, but some other beast capable of facing a huge army, it would be like stepping into a lion's den. Is this risk really worth it? Luiso's attention was snatched away. He glanced around. Observing his odd behavior, Balo inquired, "Sir, what's going on?" Without turning his gaze, Luiso focused elsewhere and said, "Something approaches." Balo's large frame made his weapon seem like a toy. He shot a serious look at Luiso and asked, "Is it a monster?" Luiso remained calm, casually responding with his hand resting on his hip. "Nah, it's just a person. Looks like he's alone with his weapon." Balo boldly declared, "Leave it to me. Sir, I'll take care of him." He yelled into the dark woods ahead, "Identify yourself, show yourself." There was silence, just a dim and eerie space. Thinking nobody was around, suddenly, a voice pierced through, grabbing Balo and Luiso's attention. "No need to be so defensive." From the shadows of the forest, emerged a figure draped in a cloak that added to their enigma. Balo and Luis so silently studied the newcomer, realizing they were being watched. The figure removed their hood and bowed, presenting themselves with a friendly smile. "Nice to meet you. I'm Chugan. I was just passing through and saw the light of your fire." Luis stared at Chugan, musing, "Chugan? Why does that name ring a bell? I'm pretty sure I've heard that name before." Chugan grinned, keeping his demeanor friendly. "If it's all right, may I warm myself by your fire for a moment?" Balo quickly shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, but there are kids around." He directed his gaze at Kan and Khan, who were quietly sitting at the fire. Chugan nodded and replied, "It's completely understandable to be cautious with strangers. I get it." He smiled and scratched his head, showing no intent to overstay. "Apologies for the disruption. Then, I'll be on my way." Pleased with himself, Balo turned to Luis. "I've sent him off. Young Master Luis." However, Luis didn't respond immediately. He was too caught up in that name. Muttering to himself, "Chugan." After a moment of realization struck, he suddenly shouted, "Chugan!" Luis whirled around and ordered Balo, who stood behind him, "Bring that guy back here immediately." Balo looked perplexed, asking hesitantly, "Huh? Why the sudden change?" Luis fumed, stomping his foot as he yelled, "Quit asking questions. Just go, fetch him." Seeing Luis get riled up again, Balo quickly ran off, but still replied, "I'm on it." Luis's eyes bore straight ahead, his brain churning with possibilities. "If he's the Chugan, I suspect, I need to keep him here," Luis thought, recalling the story. "He's a brilliant fighter known as the Summoner of the Royal Beast, Javaner the Bright-Eyed Tiger, and will eventually be one of the warriors who defeats my father. He is that very Chugan, and if he's indeed Javar's future master, I can't just let him slip away." While Luis was deep in thought, Balo had already returned with Chugan. He hesitantly explained, Well, I thought you seemed like a decent person, so you can hang out for a while." Chugan's expression remained warm and friendly. He responded gratefully, "Thank you so much, you've truly saved my life." While Luis watched him intensely, he asked, "What's the matter, kid? Is there something on my face?" Luisa's vibrant purple eyes sparkled with confidence as he looked at Chugan, unreservedly asking, "You must be incredibly strong, right?" Chugan's smile broadened, his face revealing no hint of doubt. He elaborated, "Haha, at the moment, I'm on my own, but I'm never really alone." Kay and Luis exchanged confused glances. They couldn't grasp Chugan's meaning and wondered, "What is he talking about?" Luis, feeling impatient, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Chugan rubbed his chin, pleased to spark their curiosity. "You're intrigued, aren't you?" Without waiting for a response, he quickly began to play a melody, conjuring a small stream of energy that surrounded him. Luis watched closely, mentally assessing the situation. It's a mental type attribute, and while it may not be strong, it definitely contains mental energy. Balo looked around, surprised, and asked blankly, "Huh? What's that noise?" Suddenly, panic washed over his face. he exclaimed. That's a massive bird with sharp eyes coming this way. A six-winged blood eagle. The six-winged blood eagle swiftly descended, its enormous talons leaving marks in the pure white snow. Luisa's group, standing before this mighty creature, suddenly felt extremely small. It flapped its wings forcefully, letting out a loud cry as if unleashing a surge of energy. Startled, Balo quickly reached for his weapon. Assuming a combat position, he let out a loud shout to rally his strength when a hand rested on his shoulder. He halted, turning to find a familiar face. Chu smiled, hand still on his shoulder, reassuring him. It's all good. Balo looked skeptical, questioning. Huh? But the azure-winged beast stood majestically to one side. Regardless of their conversation, I'm the one who summoned it, and its name is Ming. What? Balo remained unconvinced, eyeing the creature warily, and said, but isn't that an azure-winged beast? Once it matures, it will become a fierce monster battling against WNS. How can that beast be here? Chu affectionately patted Ming's head. The bird seemed to bask in the attention. I've raised this little one since it was just a chick. It's super loyal to me, so it's totally harmless. After hearing Chu's assurance, Balo still wanted to be sure and asked, are you a druid? Chugan shyly scratched his head, replying as Ming looked at him wide-eyed. Yes, that's true, but I still have lots of room for improvement. Luis had remained quiet up until now, secretly wondering. A druid named Chugan? He observed Chu playing with Ming, thinking, haha, that tickles. In his mind, Luis still couldn't decide if this guy was genuinely the ancestor of the Viner family. To test his suspicion, he asked, Mr. Chugan, are you married? Chu's face showed surprise, and he stuttered a denial. Huh? Married? I'm not married yet. Luis's hair stood on end in the cool night air. He asked clearly and calmly, so, do you happen to have any brothers? Older sisters? Or younger sisters? Or maybe some cousins sharing the Chugan surname? Chugan calmly addressed each of Luiso's inquiries without a hint of irritation. Well, I'm an only child, and the only folks with the Chugan surname are my dad and me. After getting the answer he sought, Luiso's eyes lit up like stars, his face breaking into a triumphant grin. This is it. My father's nemesis. But that's something for later. Chugan began to turn the tables and asked questions of his own. He leaned down to look at Luiso and said, but why the sudden interest? Luiso simply chuckled and scratched his head, as if it was no big deal. I was just curious. Chugan was completely astounded by Luiso's demeanor. Just a moment ago, he seemed like an innocent little kid, but once he turned away, he morphed into someone sinister with daring ideas. Maybe killing him is too extreme, or maybe I should ensure he can't reproduce, so he never gets to see his own kids. A shiver ran down Chugan's spine. Hugging himself tight, trembling slightly, he exclaimed, Brr, why do I suddenly feel chills? At this point, Balo had let go of any bias against Chuan. He talked to him in a friendly way. If you're cold, come over and warm yourself by the fire. Chugan gladly accepted. He smiled and expressed his gratitude. Oh, yes, thank you so much. Seemingly noticing something, Chu huffed. It turned out the two kids, Kay and Khan, were rushing toward Ming with pure excitement, exclaiming, wow, that bird is enormous. This is the biggest bird I've ever seen. Chugan called out in concern. Hey! Panic washed over his face as he tried to rush toward Kay and Khan. Kay, don't get too close. If anyone other than its owner approaches carelessly, it will. But by then, Kay and Khan were already frolicking carefree near Ming. Khan had hopped onto its back while Kay hugged Ming on the ground. Whoa. Feel its feathers, they're so soft, just like a cozy blanket. Witnessing this scene, Chugan was stunned, disbelief sneaking into his words. That's risky. Luis strode over to pull Sai and Khan back, continuously scolding the two kids. Hey, you two. You can't just go touching other people's pets whenever you feel like it. As Sai and Khan were yanked back, their expressions shifted from excitement to disappointment. Suddenly, Mingyu fixed its gaze on Luis, making him exclaim in surprise. Huh? A dark, ominous shadow soon loomed over Luis from behind. Perhaps sensing this, Mingyu lost its composure. It flapped its wings in a frenzy, squawking loudly. Squawk! Squawk! Chugan yelled anxiously. Hey, that's dangerous. Unexpectedly, Mingyu flipped onto its back, raising both claws up. While maintaining that same disinterested expression, it surprisingly flipped over just for Luis to scratch its belly, even making little chirps to show it was really enjoying it. This display from Mingyu left Chugan at a loss for words. Luis, beaming with affection, said, Good boy. Good boy. Chugan felt an intense wave of jealousy, his voice dripping with resentment. Mingyu, You never act like that with me. Sai and Khan comfortably settled on Mingyu's belly, declaring joyfully, "It's so warm and soft. Tonight I'm definitely sleeping with it." Chugan's mood swung wildly as he saw his bird remain calm while others stroked its head or even climbed onto it. Turning to Balo, he inquired, "What kind of powerhouse are those kids anyway?" Balo found himself at a loss for words, stumbling over his words. Well, about that." As stars dotted the night sky, an eerie silence enveloped them. This silence made the next statement ring out louder. "They are my grandchildren." As the sun slowly emerged from behind the snow-capped mountain, a brand new day dawned. Balo was busy organizing their belongings on the carriage. Just then, Chugan emerged from behind, bowing slightly, in gratitude. "Thank you for allowing me to stay the night and for traveling together with me. I'm not sure how I'll repay your kindness." Balo recalled the murderous look on Louis's face when he insisted they take him along at all costs. He could only chuckle dryly and respond, "Haha, we're headed the same way anyway. It's best to journey together, right?" Mingyu quietly rubbed its head, indifferent to the conversations surrounding it. "But what about that summoned beast?" "Oh, no worries about Mingyu. It knows how to stick with me," Louis called out, leaning from the carriage. "Uncle, it's time to roll," Balo quickly replied, still adjusting to the formal address. "Yes. Let's get moving." With a loud flap, Mingyu stretched its immense wings and took to the sky. Balo clambered up onto the carriage, shouting, "Let's hit the road." The path ahead remained blanketed in white snow, and they glided forward smoothly. Inside the carriage, a heavy silence hung until Louis broke it first. "So, where are you off to, mister?" Chugan replied openly. "Me? I'm bound for Mount C down south." Louis fell silent momentarily before asking, "What's drawing you to that mountain?" Chugan chuckled. "Huh. That mountain?" He paused briefly as excitement lit up his face. With enthusiasm, he declared, "There's something there that could turn my dream into reality." Louis stared at Chugan, puzzled by his odd declaration, thinking, "Something that grants wishes at that mountain?" As if the topic sparked his enthusiasm, Chugan heightened his excitement, trembling with glee. "If you want to hear my dream," his voice rose with confidence, "it's to tame a dragon." Haha. Luis's expression soured at this response, and Balo noted something was off. But Chugan pressed on, passionate as ever. "Dragons are the mightiest beings in existence. You could say that capturing a dragon is the ultimate aspiration for all druids." When the word dragon slipped from Chugan's lips, Louis's demeanor shifted dramatically, a murderous intent radiating from him. Yet Chugan remained oblivious, chatting away. "If I can manage to tame a dragon, I won't fear anything ever again." The great and wise dragon. Sensing tension rising, Balo interjected quickly, "Haha, this kid is something else. Chasing such a dangerous and unrealistic dream, if you continue this way, it'll really lead you to your doom." Chugan chuckled, his eyes crinkling in laughter. "That's exactly why it's a dream. Just wait and see." Louis was nearly at his breaking point, but Chugan couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. "Someday, I'll catch a dragon with my bare hands." Louis felt his patience fray and thought, perhaps it's time I dealt with him right now. Louis sighed, his mind wandering off. "I don't know what lurks on Mount Kyoa, but I bet it's not a dragon." Ignoring Chugan's chatter, Louis began to seriously ponder. If there was truly a dragon on that mountain, there's no way it would allow this fool to live and be tamed. If that were true, Javar wouldn't have even existed. Louis shifted his focus, no longer glancing at Chugan. Perhaps the creature on Mount Kyoa is something entirely different. As he contemplated this, a vision of a stunning white tiger flashed through his mind. It's probably a fierce tiger. If Chugan actually manages to tame that fierce tiger on Mount Kyoa, it would grow stronger over generations, eventually becoming the fierce companion of Javar. This thought darkened Louis's expression. "But I can't allow that to come to pass. I need to take action first." Louis clapped his hands, fixing his gaze on Chugan with a voice brimming with mock admiration. "Chugan, what a magnificent dream you have." Chugan, oblivious to the insincerity, bashfully scratched his head and replied, "Haha, thanks, kid." Balo quietly absorbed Louis's words to Chugan. "I hope your dream comes true." Chugan seemed convinced of Louis's sincerity. Balo quietly listened to Louis's words for Chugan. "I hope you fulfill that dream of yours." It seemed Chugan genuinely believed Louis was being sincere, responding cheerfully, Yeah. In the future, I'm definitely taking you with me." Balo, knowing Louis well, could only shake his head and sigh, thinking, "You poor kid." Knowing Louis well, Balo could only shake his head and sigh, thinking, "Oh, you poor kid." Balo sighed internally, wishing, "May you find peace, despite everyone getting lost in their own minds." The carriage pressed onward, on a snow-covered road beneath a clear blue sky surrounded by majestic mountains. It heralded the arrival of a beautiful day. Chugan stretched his arms, feeling invigorated, and let out a lazy noise. Before him stood the grand, snow-laden Mount Kiowa. Chugan scanned the scenery and exclaimed, "What a perfect morning to encounter a dragon." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, startling Chugan as he turned to see who it was. It was Luis, still groggy and stumbling out of the carriage. What a lovely morning. It could even wake a dragon from its slumber. Chugan couldn't help but chuckle at Luis's cute days, bending down to ask, "Did you sleep well? Looks like you had an amazing morning." Chugan gazed at Luis's adorable face and couldn't help but smile, bending down to ask, "Did you sleep well? You look like you had a fantastic morning." Luis quickly replied, "Yes, but have you seen the twins?" His suspicion piqued as he noted the twins were missing. "The twins? You haven't seen them? Weren't they with me in the carriage?" Bao, also stirred by the conversation, appeared before them, yawning and greeting them in a sleepy manner. "Good morning." Luis persisted with his earlier inquiry to Chugan. "Have you seen the twins?" Just like Chugan, Bao was completely clueless about Connie and Khan's absence, replying with a puzzled expression, "No, I haven't seen them. I don't think so." Luis felt annoyed, his eyes scanning for the two pesky missing kids. He let out a groan. Where could those kids have slipped off to so early? Please don't tell me they're causing trouble. Out from behind the carriage, Phi dashed in, swiftly updating his young master. "Young Master Luis So. I've located the twins." Luis So turned his attention to Phi. Ears perked up. "Oh. Really? Where are they hiding?" Phi's face showed clear worry as he hesitated, struggling to answer Luis So with a tight-lipped smile. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out, calling for Luis So. Cutting through the noise around him, he shot a curious glance toward the source of the shout, eyebrows raised. There was bubbly Connie, tightly hugging the leg of an enormous white tiger, while Khan proudly gripped its other leg. The twins were gleefully dragging the bewildered creature through the snowy blanket, shouting to Luis So, "Look, we found a cat. Since when do cats look like this?" Khan immediately retorted, "This here is a dog." Luis So's expression was priceless and exasperated, thinking to himself, "It's neither a cat nor a dog." Chugan stared, utterly flabbergasted, stammering, "No way. This can't be happening." Before them lay the majestic white tiger, now too weary to stand, a fierce tiger. With a heavy thud, the tiger crumpled to the ground as Kenny and Khan plopped it down onto the snowy white surface, making Luis So recoil in fright. Connie and Khan quickly approached Luis So, their faces adorably pleading. "Look how cute he is. Can we keep him?" "Please," Khan quickly chimed in, making a cute, pleading expression. "He's so adorable. Can we keep him, pretty please?" Khan chimed in eagerly. "We'll care for him so well. I swear." Luis So hesitated, reluctant to allow the twins to keep the white tiger, finally asking, "But where on earth did you two stumble upon it?" The twins exchanged smug glances at Luis So's question. Connie pointed towards the mountain, exclaiming, "From that mountain over there." Khan puffed out his chest with pride as he declared, "He came over to play with us. So, we had fun together." The more Luis So listened, the more drained he felt, unsure of how to deal with the bizarre situation. True, he had been on the lookout for a fierce tiger, but this was not how he expected to find one. Chugan's surprise morphed quickly into curiosity as he approached the bewildered beast for a closer look. A fierce tiger? They still lurk in this world? Before he could even reach out, bewildered by the creature's presence. A fierce tiger? They still roam this world? Before he could even reach out to it, Kenny and Khan zipped in front of the tiger, puffing out their cheeks and glaring at Chugan. "No way, this is our Nabi. Hands off." He hadn't even wrapped his head around the scene yet. "No way, this is our Nabi. Hands off Nabi." He hadn't even grasped the situation yet, but seeing the kids defend their newfound friend, he relented and took a step back. "Huh? Nabi?" Luis So couldn't comprehend the twins' naming convention. They even decided to give it a new name. Suddenly, Luis So noticed something odd about Nabi. "Huh?" The fierce tiger was sneakily peeking with one eye, evaluating the ruckus. It was pretending. Just then, it spotted someone far off who was also watching it. Their eyes locked. Nabi was taken aback. As Luis So studied the creature pensively, it noticed someone in the distance, also observing it. Their gazes locked. Nabi was startled. Meanwhile, as Luis So contemplated, it resembled a tiger trapped in a cage. Luis So leaned down with an impish grin, and Nabi squeezed its eyes shut tight, its tongue flopping out as its body quivered ever so slightly. He asked playfully, "Oh, you're awake, aren't you? Your eyelids are dancing." Leaning even closer, he adopted a devilish tone. "Aren't you? Your eyelids are twitching." He adopted a more sinister tone. leaning in closer to its head. It couldn't shake the fear coursing through it, its breathing becoming increasingly rapid. Why's your breathing getting so heavy? Are you seriously unconscious? It realized it couldn't keep pretending. The fierce tiger sprang awake and unleashed a loud roar, trying to strike fear. Luis witnessed the tiger's roar ignite excitement in Chu and Khan, who cheered with glee. Nubbies are awake! Luiso stepped back, astonished at how wild it had become, his irritation bubbling beneath the surface. This darn tiger, annoyed. He casually swung a punch at the tiger's face, asserting his dominance with anger. Who do you think you're roaring at? The tiger took the full brunt of the punch and collapsed once more. Nabi flailed in the snow, clutching its head painfully, rolling back and forth like a child throwing a fit, whining at Luiso. CK. Watching this, Luiso had no words left, crossing his arms and letting out a deep sigh. Chu's eyes widened in disbelief, jumping from one shock to another, unable to fathom it. He laughed awkwardly, scratching his head at the thought of knocking out a fierce tiger with one hit, unsure how Thon Min would react around Chugan, whose face was twisted in confusion, unsure how to show any emotion. Haha, my grandkids have no clue about fear. The twins, however, were concerned for the fierce tiger. The two children edged closer to the animal, cooing. Our Nabi is in so much pain, right? Let me blow on it for you. Balo found himself at a loss, left in silence with nothing more to say. Meanwhile, Chu fired questions at him immediately. No fear? Chasing after a fierce tiger. Really? Huh? Luis so suddenly fell silent, lost in thought about the creature in front of him. Even though it was fierce, it was just a cub without its mother. Isn't this a bit odd? The more he pondered, the more unsettled he felt. After a moment of contemplation, Luis So had a sudden realization. Glancing over his shoulder, a powerful force surged toward him, sending a chill of impending danger. What? What is this intense energy? Could it possibly be the mother tiger? Balo and Chugan also sensed something was off and quickly turned, their eyes widening in shock, just like Luis So. Witnessing the scene before them, the ancient trees trembled and the birds took to the sky in a hurry. A booming sound grew louder, echoing in front of the bewildered group. What in the world is that noise? A beast with dark green scales and long claws was slowly crunching the broken branches underfoot as it moved closer. An ancient centipede with a massive body, wicked eyes, and green scales searched for something as it advanced. Chuan quickly fell into a panic. Too many things had occurred that day, leaving him feeling overwhelmed and shaking. Oh my goodness, that is... Before he could finish his thought, Luiso rushed in and covered Chugan's mouth firmly, stopping his rising panic. Shh! Stay quiet. Once Chugan settled down, Luiso swiftly activated his formation. A purple barrier began to rise, gradually surrounding them. If we move now, we'll draw its attention. We need to hide first. A purple barrier enveloped the whole team, conjured by Luiso. The magical formation was clear and translucent. Luiso stood with arms wide, sweat trickling down his forehead as he concentrated on maintaining the formation and strategizing. Beyond the formation, all that remained was a vast white snowy plain, bringing back that peaceful silence that lingered before the team's arrival. And so, the team made their entrance. Chugan's eyes bulged with astonishment as he took in the magical setup that Luis had conjured, endlessly awestruck by such a rare sight on this planet. Goodness gracious, could this be divine spatial sorcery? In an instant, a colossal spatial barrier sprang forth. Chugan peered at Luis's back in silence, questioning the young prodigy before him. How could a mere child accomplish this? Doubts swirled around his mind. But now, Chugan felt an even deeper wave of horror wash over him as the echoes of a monster's footsteps grew louder. It was closing in on the team, as if on a mission to hunt them down. The beast was fumbling about. With its sharp sense of smell, it sniffed the air in search of its next meal, scanning the area to locate them. Chugan's expression darkened instantly. Stunned by the sight, he exclaimed, "In my entire life, I'd never encountered a saber-toothed tiger or an emperor centipede. Not for centuries. What on earth is happening here?" Chugan found himself completely bewildered. His thoughts became fixated on these mythical beasts as he tried to make sense of it all. Wait a second. Could the dragon reside on Mount Kathia? Chugan's gaze shifted to the hissing emperor centipede before him, and the realization dawned. Is it that emperor centipede once again? Chugan sunk into deep reflection, momentarily feeling a wave of disappointment. If that's the case, then there's no sign of a dragon at all. Shoving away that despair, he quickly turned his attention back to Luis. The boy stood firm, maintaining the formation, his features drawn tight in concentration. Chugan mused. He sensed Thesa's presence quicker than anyone else. This kid could wield his magic with remarkable finesse in an instant. After a second look at the formation, Chugan's heart swelled with skeptical questions regarding Luis. Who in the world is this kid to wield such extraordinary power? As he watched Luis enhance the protective circle, Chugan was filled with both suspicion and admiration. No. Can the term genius even capture this level of talent? Suddenly, a thought sprang up that shifted his pondering expression to one of astonishment. Could this child be? Before he could piece it together, the Emperor Centipede's growl shattered the team's composure. Sending everyone into a frenzy, the beast began to rampage. Frustrated from the lack of results in its search, the Emperor Centipede roared in fury, leaving Luis in a precarious situation, desperately unsure of his next move. Curses! Why did the Emperor Centipede have to show up here? He shot a glance toward his collar, where Phi was frantically trying to devise a plan alongside his master. Phi, got any bright ideas for tackling that Emperor Centipede? Phi answered with concern in his voice. To you. This beast is a magical creature formed from the very blood of the demon dragon. Beggy. Even just a fraction of it contains dragon blood, making it far from easy to escape. Phi relayed the information while the Emperor Centipede continued its fumbling search for the team. Luis looked troubled, his mind racing after absorbing Phi's words. Moreover, if we are to confront it, we'd need at least 2 or 3 level 1 powerhouses. If this keeps up, we're done for. It's steadily closing in, following its nose to zero in on our scent. Meanwhile, Luis found himself relying on both his smarts and his muscles. It was said to be buried deep within the forest. So, why did it make its way all the way down here? It appeared to be on a quest for something. Luis glanced at Nabi, the little white tiger trembling in fear. Could it be in search of this tiger? It seemed to catch a scent and suddenly veered to the left. It took off straight toward the mountains. Luis let out a breath of relief as he observed its departure, thinking to himself, thank goodness. It seems to have given up and headed back. Suddenly, from above, a flash of light, almost like lightning, appeared out of nowhere. Luis's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed skyward. Could it really be? A lightning bolt split the serene silence, descending right down. That bolt struck the beast barreling toward the forest, prompting a cry of agony, not to be forgotten. The lightning also hit the magical barrier, protecting the entire team at the same time. Luis quickly raised his hand to strengthen the shield and let out a grunt. Ugh. The lightning bolt slammed into the barrier head-on, and Luis now strained to hold it steady. The magic bracelet on his arm finally flickered to life, glowing brightly as it absorbed the electrical energy from the lightning. Luis felt a wave of relief, exhaling as the leftover electricity from the bolt sizzled around him. But where did that come from? The beast now loomed right before the team, its fierce glare making it seem like it wanted to swallow them whole, startling even Luis. He was speechless, unsure how to respond to the chaos, managing only a wry smile. The divine barrier had been shattered. There was nothing left we could do. 5 people and 1 creature sprinted away, shrieking. Behind them, the beast roared as it lunged after them. Hey! Hey! The twins, with tears in their eyes, ran like the wind, shouting for help. Luis heard them, but couldn't care less, yelling back in irritation. Shut up and run, Khan shouted loudly. Luis, it's right on our tails, he added. I'm terrified, Balo urged Chugan to speed up since he was lagging behind the group. Huh? Move it, just before the monster caught up. Chugan had a peculiar thought while sprinting. How are those kids moving so fast? He glanced at the older kids ahead of him, suspicion swelling in his chest. As I suspected, they're not just ordinary folks. From behind, Chugan swiftly turned his head when he heard someone shout. Watch out, the Rex's jaws were just behind him, gaping wide like it aimed to engulf the nearest person completely. Chugan had no choice, quickly stammering as he raised a hand to his lips to whistle and cast a spell. Come to me from afar. The call of a bird startled the creature, making it pivot toward the sound. A massive bird swooped in, its fierce demeanor evident as it stretched out its claws and let out a piercing cry. Cree! It zipped past the monster's head, slashing the Rex's face and causing blood to splatter. The beast howled in pain. Huh. Luis, who was sprinting, felt a surge of joy, thinking to himself, awesome. At this pace, I'll have some time. Finn also popped out from Luis's collar, quickly giving directions. The Rex's legs aren't very nimble, distracted, and dashed toward the thick trees. Luis tuned into Finn, quickly alerting the panicking group. Hurry. Run towards the mountain. The entire crew kicked into high gear, sprinting towards the snowy peak. Mingu relentlessly pounded on the wreck, which sighed in exasperation. Its eyes blazed with fury, lock targeting Luisa's fleeing crew. The wreck roared with magical might, blasting a yellow light that engulfed the entire area. Oh no. That colossal bird. Mingyu was struck by that magic explosion and let out a pained cry. Cree, unable to sustain its flight, it plummeted from the skies as Chugan watched in horror. Chugan's expression darkened as he turned to Mingyu, yelling desperately, "No. This can't be true." He deserted the team charging toward the mountain. Bala was caught off guard, unable to prevent Chugan from darting toward the wreck. "Mingyu," he screamed. Luis shot Chugan an annoyed glare, thinking, "Forget that green chain serum, it's useless compared to what you're chasing over there with that fragile frame." Luis gazed at the mountain, lost in thought. If I keep ascending the mountain, I stand a chance at survival. But then, a shadow loomed over his thoughts, darkening his mind. Frustrated, he turned back, silently cursing Zugan. "Damn it!" Luis sprinted after Zugan, who dashed toward the thick forest, thinking, "If we make it out alive, you'll pay for this." The twins with the backpack spotted Luis following Juan and shouted in surprise, "Young Master Luis, wait for us." Without a moment's hesitation, the three of them raced after Juan and Luis, leaving Nabi behind, quivering and unsure of her next move. She looked forlornly at the forest, then back to Luis's group, hesitating. With a reluctant cry of discontent, Nabi chased after them, letting out a disgruntled squeal. Jugan had reached the mighty bird, calling out anxiously, "Mingyu, please wake up." Mingyu was hurt, quivering and whimpering weakly. Chirp, refusing to let go. It sank its teeth into the majestic bird's neck in revenge, causing it to howl in distress. Observing this, Juan grew increasingly furious, hurling curses while unleashing magic from both hands. "You filthy stone pet!" He focused his spell and aimed it at the creature, clamping down on his Mingyu. A surge of magic shot outward, a bright purple beam striking the unsuspecting Thek. A patch of Thek's shoulder scorched, irritating it slightly. Its eyes widened, pupils narrowing, as if pinpointing its quarry. Locking in on one target, it violently whipped its long, massive tail to the side, bellowing, "Growl!" Before Juan could even grasp the situation, he screamed, his face frozen in terror. "Ah!" The furious tail lashed out from the side as it roared in wrath. Grr! Juan felt sheer fright. Everything transpired so quickly that he couldn't react. All he could do was instinctively raise his hands. A small hand snatched the hood of Juan's cloak, yanking him back. It was Luis, pulling him swiftly, his face displaying clear irritation as he shouted, "Dodge! You fool!" Just as Luis yanked Juan away, the beast's tail whooshed past, creating a rushing sound. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Luis quickly began to weave a spell. His hands conjured a purple area of crystalline spatial energy, instantly transforming that crystal mass into a cluster of sharp stakes hovering like energy bullets between his palms. The condensed crystal surged forward. Responding to Luis' command, he shot that magic bullet at the creature, transforming the space around them into a vibrant purple haze. Luis' strike hit the side of its neck, provoking an immediate cry of pain that echoed through the area. Jugan seized the perfect moment, rushing over to the great bird, writhing in agony on the snow, desperately attempting to soothe it. "Mingyu, wake up!" The bird suddenly regained its composure and viciously clamped down on the crystal Louis had conjured, crushing it effortlessly with its powerful jaws. Louis's jaw dropped in disbelief at the incredible sight. "No way. Can you believe it?" It just shattered a divine spell with its teeth. Determined not to back down, Louis spread his arms wide, intent on forming a new spell. If that was the case, a sonic wave swept over the creature, wrapping its entire body. It was Louis's specialized spell, a divine will conversion technique. Ancient runes encircled its head, leaving it dazed and crying out in confusion. Louis grinned triumphantly, seeing it under his control, his hands firmly sustaining the spell formation. "Yes, I've got it contained. Just hold steady." However, the creature was far from defeated. The instant it was bound, it obliterated the intricate spell formation Louis had painstakingly woven, unleashing a thunderous roar. Shifting from one shock to the next as Deck obliterated the magic circle. "No way. Is divine will magic totally useless?" Fen popped out from Louis' collar, quickly clarifying that the beast knew only hunger and carnage. There's no chance divine will could tame it. Louis, flustered and at his wit's end, exclaimed, "Man, just how dense can it be?" Deck shifted its focus, turning toward Louis, opening its massive jaws and charging like a bullet. The twins rushed to provide support. Stepping in front of Louis with swords drawn, both charged forward, slashing at Deck's imposing form. Khan exclaimed, "Wow, it's like solid rock." Kanye, gripping his twin swords, felt tears gathering in his eyes. My hands are killing me." While Deck remained uninjured on the outside, the twins' magic enveloped it, causing it to cry out and whimper in distress. Louis suddenly recognized the monster's suffering. What? The twins' strikes on its head were hitting home. A voice came from behind the twins, prompting them to turn. Louis directed. Chan. Connie. Strike again. Louis pointed to the creature's head. Its weak spot is its head. Keep hammering its head. Energized by this, the twins felt a surge of adrenaline. Their weapons were summoned anew. We're on it. Let's do this, Con and Connie. Executing a synchronized sword strike, assaulted Deck's head, causing it to emit a pained cry. Ka, Louis cheered with excitement. Excellent, it's losing stamina. Louis flashed a devilish grin, channeling divine magic with both hands. Looks like I underestimated our strength. Even though we're young, we're still full-blooded dragons. While the twins kept Deck occupied, Louis gradually advanced, divine magic crackling in his hands, generating shimmering streaks of light. Today, let's turn it into a grilled gecko. Yugen and Balo watched in wide-eyed amazement, completely entranced. Good heavens, Jugen, even more astonished, remarked, they're actually taking on Deck, in disbelief, eyes wide. Good heavens. Yugen, even more astounded, exclaimed, they're battling Deck. Who on earth are those kids? Balo could only chuckle awkwardly to deflect the situation. Haha, my grandkids are just a tad too lively. Chugan questioned skeptically. Are they truly your biological grandkids? Balo, unsure how to respond, simply replied ambiguously. You shouldn't dig too deep, or you might get hurt. Without a moment's pause, Louis swiftly unleashed the powerful spell he had just conjured towards Deck. Together with Connie and Khan's assault, it sent the monster wailing in sheer despair. Ka, too. It finally fell, crying out, Gua. UK. Louis was obviously thrilled. We did it. We're on the verge of catching it. Connie, wielding dual swords with Khan, couldn't hold back her tears. Louis, I'm so exhausted. My arm feels like it's on fire. My shoulder aches too. Louis wasn't going to let up and urged the twin spirits. Just hang on a little longer. We only need one more strike. The roar of Deck erupted again, scaring the three children. This time another Deck, now clad in brown scales, was charging towards the kids. Louis's expression darkened, unable to believe a second Deck had shown up. We're in trouble. There's another one. The green Deck was groaning, lying there trembling. Khan asked in desperation, Louis, what's our plan now? Louis was out of ideas, uncertain of what to do. He could only think of one thing. There's no other option. Louis glanced toward Chugan, who was wide-eyed at the freshly arrived Deck. I don't want to show him, but the only solution is to reveal my true form and whisk Balo and Jacob away. Louis instructed the twins. It's your turn now. Before he could finish, another noise filled the air. A thunderous roar erupted, shocking the three kids. A pair of powerful tigers were charging down from the mountaintop. The attention of the brown centipede shifted towards the fierce tigers. Yeah, the two white tigers lunged, biting and ripping at the centipede. The three beasts were engaged in a fierce showdown, their battle cries echoing endlessly. Roar, Nabi, with sparkling eyes, whimpered as if it recognized its parents. Chugan found himself utterly amazed again. Oh my goodness. Are there really two mighty tigers? Louis felt a wave of happiness, his heart swelling with joy. Exactly. When the kids are in peril, their parents must rise to the occasion. Khan and Connie were also thrilled to witness the scene. Ooh, look at that big kitty over there. The green centipede seemed to have regained some awareness. It shook off some of its stupor and thought about fleeing. Louis noticed and conjured chains from his hands, then triumphantly shouted, Where do you think you're headed? Those chains ensnared the green centipede, leaving it unable to move, only able to emit weak cries. Seeing the monster trapped before them, the three kids dashed over, eager to capture the creature. Don't let it get away. Oh ho, Louis, brimming with confidence, thought to himself, let's wrap this up. He extended his hand to cast another spell. Chains shot forth and he yelled, Where do you think you're going? A flurry of chains surged forward and ensnared Deck. It roared in pain, its eyes squeezed shut. Louis, alongside Connie and Khan, charged forward. Louis yelled, Don't let it slip away. Deck writhed in pain, unable even to scream as it was firmly bound. Louis turned and dashed back, saying, Balo, it's your turn to make a move now. Balo immediately sprang forward, shouting, Yes, I'm on my way. Young Master Jowan watched from a distance. As he watched everyone battling the centipede, his expression was one of pure confusion. Unable to grasp the chaos unfolding, he muttered under his breath, Wait, young master? Just moments ago, you called me your nephew. A bone-chilling roar echoed through the woods, causing Jowan to spin around in terror. Nabi B leaped forward, bellowing fiercely. Roar! It landed on Deck, sinking its teeth into its back, making Deck yelp in shock. Nabi retaliated, leading Nabi to cry out in agony multiple times. Seizing the chance, Dek hurled Nabi B into the air. It crashed down hard, wailing in pain, its mouth bleeding, shaking uncontrollably and murmuring to itself. DZH let out an enormous roar, exuding power. Nabi's face went white, and it coughed up blood, howling in distress. DZH turned around, ready to lash out with its tail, and roared. Lying on the ground, Nabi cowered in suffering, before charging forward with a thunderous roar. Roar! Nabi braced for Dek's assault. Dek lashed its tail, making Nabi scream. Nabi slammed against a tree with a jolt of pain, clearly stunned by the intense force of impact. Spitting out blood and shrieking, the fierce tiger noticed Nabi fall, its face going pale as it crackled with rage and roared. The powerful tiger charged at the centipede, letting out a ferocious roar, sinking its jaws into Dek. Lightning surged through Dek's body as it screamed in agony. The fierce tiger maintained its tight grip, letting the electricity flow intensively through Dek, causing it to wail. The tiger's expression was filled with fury. Its teeth dug deeper into Dek. Powerful roars echoed. Dek was writhing in pain, thrashing its tail wildly from the tiger's lightning. It cried out loudly. Nabi watched in shock, eyes filled with concern, feeling a rush of gratitude for being saved. Nabi let out soft sounds from its throat. Suddenly, a loud screech erupted from behind, and the centipede tumbled to the ground, looking as though it had been scorched. Luis S., along with Canny and Khan, panted heavily. Luis S. remarked, still somewhat incredulous, "Thank goodness. It's finally over." Nabi B took a deep breath and sighed. "I'm so exhausted." Balo pointed in a specific direction, saying to Luis, "Young master, the fierce tiger is approaching." The injured tiger, adorned with bruises and cuts, slowly made its way forward. Nabi ran toward the fierce tiger, calling out. It bumped its head against the tigers after their fierce battle. Tears filled the corners of Nabi's eyes, whimpering softly. The fierce tiger glanced at Luis, its expression seemingly conveying a message. Luis wondered, could it be aware of my true identity? The fierce tiger turned to leave, prompting a startled Nabi to cry out. Racing after it and shouting at the tiger, Luis stepped in front, leaving Nabi bewildered. Luis looked at the fierce tiger, which paused and turned back, radiating a joyful and content smile. The fierce tiger leaped gracefully and bounded towards an unknown fate. Nabi, feeling sorrowful, was on the brink of tears. Phi, perched on Louisa's shoulder, remarked thoughtfully. Perhaps that tiger was prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice to protect its child. Truly. The ruler of the forest. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupted in the heart of the forest, startling everyone present. Phi said anxiously. That light is. Luis grasped Phi securely in his hand, then released her. As he began to depart, he asked, "Will you keep an eye on the kids?" She looked confused and asked, "What? Where are you headed?" Luis answered, "I'm just climbing the mountain and will return shortly." Phi appeared alarmed and worried, exclaiming, "But, it's so dangerous." Luis pressed onward, his expression firm, as he declared, "I'll be back in a jiffy. You don't need to fret." Phi insisted, "But yes, be extremely careful." Luis noticed something and glanced down. Nabi lay on the snowy ground, sniffing sadly as it looked up at Luis. It emitted a few little snorts. Luis turned to Nabi. "Do you want me to hop on your back?" Nabi gazed at Luis and nodded. After a moment's thought, he decided. "All right, let's roll together." Luis climbed onto Nabi's back, and they dashed through the snowy forest. Luis appeared astonished, thinking, "It's truly fast. How could the twins possibly catch it when it moves like this?" Suddenly, Nabi halted, tears brimming in its eyes as it cried out. A grim scene lay before them with deer and fierce tigers sprawled across the snowy ground, surrounded by pools of blood. Luis said worriedly, "Oh my gosh, did the tigers take all of them down?" Nabi wept desperately, rushing towards the fallen tigers, howling in grief. It approached one of the tiger bodies and inspected it. Nabi let out a heartbreaking cry, as if trying to revive the deceased tiger. Luis stood behind, feeling a heavy sorrow for Nabi. Frustration etched on his face as he clenched his fists. He felt deeply upset. He thought, "You've lost your parents too, just like I did in my past life." Luis gently placed his hand on Nabi's head, hoping to somehow ease the pain in its heart from witnessing its parents sacrifice themselves for its safety. In the snow-blanketed forest, 2 graves appeared along the path, crafted from stones. Nabi wept as it sat facing the 2 graves. Luis looked at Nabi, his expression thoughtful as he considered. So that's why the Chu clan formed a bond with the fierce tigers. He continued to ponder since both the deer and the fierce tigers resided on the same mountain, conflicts were bound to happen. He recalled the harrowing images of the battle between them and contemplated, even if I hadn't intervened, Both sides would have ultimately been wiped out. Luis gazed at Nabi, whose eyes were still brimming with tears. He rested his chin on his hand, musing. Looks like I've ended up taming a little orphaned tiger. He conjured a brilliant red magic. A stunning crimson glow. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he thought. But since I'm here, I won't allow that to happen. He pointed his hand forward, releasing a burst of vibrant energy. That striking magic into Nabi. A mysterious voice echoed. Look at me. Nabi turned in confusion and saw Luis enveloped in the shadowy, ominous form of a dragon. Nabi trembled in fear, emitting a cry that resembled a sob. Luis looked down, his face exuding a fierce aura, and said, Don't be scared. If you trust me, I'll take you in. Luis extended his hand, gazing at Nabi, and with a warm, gentle smile, he asked, Will you join me? Without grasping the situation, Nabi shouted, Yip yip, and placed its paw on Luiso's hand, barking with joy. Yip. Yip. Luiso beamed in response. Then, a voice from behind piped up, Master, prompting Luiso to twist around. The whole crew was closing in on him. Jaun gaped at Luiso and curiously asked, What are you up to over there? Jaun's tone quivered as he clearly articulated, It merely followed your command. An ability only a high-level druid possesses. Nabi stared blankly as Jaun pressed on. Even at your young age, you had the formidable tiger yielding without question. With everyone watching, Jaun pointed at Luiso and shouted, So that's what this is all about? You truly are? Luiso grimaced, feeling a bit annoyed. It seems he's finally figured out who I am. The man yelled. You're a high elf? Luiso exclaimed in bewilderment. Huh? Jacon joyfully shook Luiso's hand, leaving him completely baffled. The man declared, It's such an honor to meet a forest guardian like you. You must have cast a spell to hide your ears. Right? Luiso responded, puzzled. Huh? No. I think you've got it all wrong. Then, like a flash of insight, a realization hit Luiso. Wait a moment. Wouldn't this work out better? Jaun's face shone with satisfaction. Luiso kept pondering. If I let him maintain this misconception, my real identity will stay under wraps. Luiso cleared his throat. And assumed an air of divinity, proclaiming, Indeed, I am the guardian of the forest. Ballo scratched his head, worried. He's about to pull another trick. Jaun glanced at Luiso, feeling flustered and apologetic, saying, Please forgive me for not realizing this sooner, and for my earlier rudeness. Luiso grinned warmly and replied, It's all right, you didn't know, so no harm done. Behind them, Khan and Khan wore irritated expressions, teasing Luiso. Khan then remarked, Are elves always this annoying? Khan quickly added, I wouldn't know. I bet Luiso has never encountered an elf in his life. Jaun turned to the boy and girl, asking, If that's the case, does that mean those two are also? Luiso puffed out his chest, proud, and replied, Exactly. They are the elven warriors who accompany me. Ballo sighed in the background as Khan looked absolutely furious. Ballo pondered, Oh well, I'm not even going to bother. This isn't the first time. Hey, human, I need a favor from you. Luiso glanced at Nabi and continued, Can you watch over this kid for me? Jaun responded, startled. What, you're trusting the fierce tiger to my care? Kay and Khan shouted in outrage, yelling at Luiso, who hurriedly covered his ears. They screamed in unison. Absolutely not. Who said you could? Nabi is ours. Peeked. Luiso shot a pointed look in a certain direction, signaling. Ballo quickly understood the hint. Ballo moved behind Khan and lifted them both up. As he carried them away, they continued to thrash about in protest. Khan screamed. No. Nabi, Khan yelled. You're the worst. Luiso. He then turned back to Jaun and inquired. So, can you take care of Nabi? Jaun replied shyly. Oh my, for the high elf himself to entrust this child to me. But Luiso interrupted him. Jaun remarked, My hidden dragon wishes to take it in. But our journey will be quite perilous. Nabi hung on to Luis's every word. I'm worried this child may not handle it. Jaun expressed with a worried face. A journey that even you, Hayo, deem risky. Luis said with a grin lighting up his face. Based on what I've seen lately, I trust you can care well for this child. I hope you can watch over this child until the day I return for it, he declared, thumping his chest, and added with excitement. Absolutely. You can count on me. Sir, I'll love it like my own. Turning towards Nabi, he said, Thank you. So, I'll leave this child in your hands. Now, stick close to Jaun here. Nabi let out a sad whimper. Luis gently patted its head and reassured. Right now, I can't bring you along. If you behave with Jaun, I promise I'll come back for you. Nabi gazed up at Luis, crying out in disappointment, before walking toward Jaun. Kneeling down, Jiaon looked at it fondly and said, "Your name is Nabi, isn't it? Let's be there for each other, moving forward." "Sure. Nabi." Luis smiled softly, thinking, well, looks like everything is arranged neatly. In the future, there won't be a chance for the powerful tiger that made a pact with me to turn against me. Luis turned to Jiaon and chimed, "Oh, and don't forget to give Nabi the light essence from now on." Jiaon, looking puzzled, asked, "The light essence?" Luis nodded with a light smile and replied, "Exactly. Someday, this child will grow, and you'll be glad you did." As the sun began to set, Jiaon and Nabi departed. Turning back to wave goodbye, Luis wore a satisfied smile, thinking how it was a bit of a bother, but now, everything's settled. Though I didn't got a dragon, I successfully brought a major potential threat onto my team. That's quite a catch. He then faced the sulking Khan and said, "All right, let's keep moving west." Khan huffed, ignoring him, grumbling, "Meanie." Khan fumed. Luis let Nabi go off all alone. "I'm done playing with Luis." Luis tried to lighten the mood, cheerfully holding up glimmering fruits in his grasp. "Who wants some fairy fruit?" The little girl and boy gazed at the fruit, their mouths watering. The girl shyly asked, "Are you giving us 2?" The boy, beaming, said, "I want 3. On the busy road, throngs of people bustled around. Luis helplessly looked at Khan, who clung to his shoulders. The girl and boy looked around, squealing in excitement. "Wow," one voice chimed. "We finally made it." The quaint-looking port city of Lucan came into view. Khan's eyes sparkled with thrill. The boy shouted, "Luis, there are so many people here." Meanwhile, Khan pointed excitedly and exclaimed, "Look, there are demi-humans." "2. I've never seen a demi-human before." Phi soared up and said cheerfully, "This place is totally different from the villages we've been to, right? Lucan is home to so many different folks. Being a port city, ships carrying goods are always arriving and departing for trade between the autumn and frost continents. Countless people come through this city each year." Luis raised his hand, pushed back the curtain, and peered outside, his expression curious as he thought, "We've finally arrived. It took me 6 long months to trek from Mount Cat's Mo to Luke Thon." Luis leaned tiredly against the carriage, lost in thought. "All right, I've tackled a quarter of the journey. I just want to get home already." Suddenly, Kay and Khan embraced Luis, their eyes shimmering like twinkling stars in the mysterious, dark sky. He was left utterly speechless. The boy pointed ahead, saying, "Luis, take a look over there." The little girl eagerly chimed in. So many new things to see. At this, Luis S. felt nothing but frustration and helplessness. He angrily wriggled to break free, shouting, "I've told you not to cling to me." Scram. "You too." Ka and Khan burst into laughter. "Haha. Luis S. is mad." Balo turned around and said, "Young Master Luis S., we've arrived." Luis S., surprised, shoved Kay and Khan aside, asking, "Oh, really?" He slowly stepped out of the carriage. Luis S. looked up and around. Standing before the Zun Inn, Luis stared at the sign for what felt like an eternity. Then he turned to Balo. "Is this the place you were talking about? This rickety inn? You said this was it? This worn-out joint?" He scratched his head awkwardly. "I haven't been here in 10 years. Let's just head inside and see what's what." The door swung open instantly. A charming girl with orange hair, carrying water, turned with a bright smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests. The Zigjun Inn is thrilled to have you." She cheerfully repeated, "Welcome, esteemed guests. The Zigjun Inn is here to serve you well." Mona approached Balo and asked with a grin, "Would you like to reserve a room or grab a bite?" "Sir?" He turned his head to glance behind him, replying, I'd like to reserve a room first." "Book a room?" Mona said, raising an eyebrow. "Huh?" As if struggling to believe her eyes, she pointed at him and exclaimed, "Are you Uncle Balo?" "Balo?" he said, astonished. "Yes. How do you know me?" With a smile, she pointed to herself, saying, "It's me, I'm Mona. Don't tell me you've forgotten." "Uncle." Balo was taken aback, responding in surprise. "Mona? Are you really that little bean, Mona?" Mona proudly thumped her chest. "That's me. I'm now 24 years old." She turned and called toward the back kitchen. "Lucia, hurry out here and see who's visiting." A girl with reddish-brown hair peeked through the curtain, asking, "Who's here causing all this commotion? Sis?" Lucia was stunned upon seeing him, exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, is that Uncle Balo?" He burst into hearty laughter, then began to shower her with compliments. "Haha, Lucia, you've blossomed into such a beauty. You're ready to tie the knot." Hearing this, Mona interjected with a twinge of jealousy. "What about me?" He quickly praised her as well. "Our Mona is looking quite stunning too." Meanwhile, as Balo chatted with the two girls. Luis S. thought to himself, he truly is a frequent visitor. Girls. Luis S. mused. He really is a staple around here. Balo placed his hands on his hips, scanning the area, and asked, but where are Haymon and Julia? Did they head to the market? Upon hearing this, the girls' faces turned somber. Lucia replied, our parents passed away 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Mona added, her voice heavy with sorrow. They were struck by a horse-drawn carriage. Balo was taken aback and repeated, what did you just say? Haymon and Julia were both present. He rubbed his forehead, feeling guilty. I'm really sorry. I came back too late. Lucia quickly apologized. No, Uncle. Please don't be that way. Mona chimed in. Look, Uncle, Lucia and I have inherited this inn, and we're doing just fine. With a sad smile, Balo rested his hands on the shoulders of the two sniffling girls in front of him and said gently, indeed, you both have faced so much. When Lucia glanced and noticed the 3 kids standing there, she questioned him skeptically. But who are these kids? They're not your own, right? Balo scratched his head awkwardly and replied, we don't look alike at all. They might as well be my kids. Lucia stared at him in disbelief and exclaimed, what? They don't resemble you one bit. Uncle. Mona was puzzled, her expression a bit critical as she commented, what on earth? Do you even have a conscience? Uncle? Balo, feigning sadness, explained, these are my nieces and nephews. The 2 girls examined him closely with scrutinizing gazes. Lucia remarked, that's even more bizarre. Meanwhile, Mona expressed doubtfully, for such beautiful kids to actually be related to him? Balo began to panic, sweating as he stuttered. We're, very distant relatives. Mona strolled over and settled down to watch Sai and Khan. Wow, the little girl and boy had bright smiles and eyes as clear as the endless blue sky. Both kids had a lively and warm aura about them. Looking closely, it was like an arrow of affection had struck her heart, and her eyes sparkled with love. Mona dashed over to hug the adorable little girl and boy before her, exclaiming, oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? You're all just too cute. Khan chuckled. The one being hugged piped up, I'm stuffy. Louis' expression darkened as he said with annoyance and jealousy, try raising them, and you might change your mind. Meanwhile, Lucia took a seat and warmly addressed Luis. Hey there, I'm Luca. Are you feeling hungry? Luis shyly looked away and murmured, I'm a bit hungry. Upon hearing that, the 2 girls darted into the kitchen. Mona proclaimed, you're hungry? Let me whip up a tasty meal for you. Lucia, do we still have the meat we bought earlier? Lucia quickly responded, yes. I'll get the ingredients ready. He watched them helplessly, unsure of what to say. Balo gazed curiously toward the source of the sigh. Sigh? Luis stretched out his hands. At a loss for words, Balo looked confusedly towards the source of the sigh. Sigh? Luis extended his hands, gave a little shrug, and sighed. Being this adored can be quite tiring. Balo looked at him, utterly speechless. In the room, the lights illuminated the entire area, and a fireplace in the center enhanced the cozy and inviting atmosphere. After the meal, Luis retreated to his room and collapsed under the bed, saying, it's been ages since I've eaten this well. He then propped himself up on his hands and asked Balo, oh, by the way, I couldn't ask earlier, but how are you related to those 2 sisters? You all seem pretty tight. Upon hearing the question, he turned his head and replied, their parents and I were friends who shared both life and death experiences. Luis looked doubtful and asked, life and death friends? You mean like mercenaries? Balo beamed at him and answered. Luis inquired with doubt, life and death, friends? You mean mercenaries? Balo grinned brightly at him and replied, yes, indeed, they had an incredible sense of humor, always sharing laughs. One day, they brought Mona to raise their child, and they decided to take a break from all of this. Thanks to their influence, I've become a regular here. Luis, looking utterly uninterested, leaned back on his hands, cleaning his ear while remarking, so that's how it is. All right, you can take off now. Balo instructed. Perplexed, he questioned, sir, why the rush? Where exactly am I supposed to go? Frowning, he added, where else could it be? Aren't we heading to the autumn continent to look for a ship? Plus, we need to gather healing herbs on our journey? Balo glanced at him, his voice dropping as he hesitated. Yes. But do you mean like, right this moment? We just got here. A dark aura started to swirl around Luis. He fixed a piercing gaze on Balo. Realizing the tension, Balo panicked and hurriedly declared, absolutely. We need to go. I'll head out right away. Turning to Fee, Luis instructed, Fee, you should join him. She soared up and nodded, saying, understood. After that, Luis turned when he heard a noise from behind him. He spotted Sai and Khan peacefully asleep on the bed. The little ones must have been worn out. He gazed at them, sighed, and mused. Those kids are out cold. They look just like little angels while they dream. Luis stretched and released a big yawn, muttering, "Yawn. I suppose I should catch a quick nap." 2. A little while later, Mona strolled in with some snacks. She pushed the door open and cheerfully announced, "Kids, it's snack time." Lucia, peering behind her, tilted her head curiously and asked, "Sister, why aren't you coming inside?" Spotting Luis, Sai, and Khan sound asleep, she gasped. "Oh my goodness." Mona put her hand over her mouth, smiling as she remarked, "What should we do, even while they sleep? They're just too adorable," Lucia added with affection. "I know, right? They're simply irresistible." Mona and Lucia stepped out of the room. She flashed a smile and said, "Good night." Lucia replied with a smile. "Sweet dreams, kiddos." The door gently clicked shut, leaving just Luis, Khan, and Sai in the room, fast asleep. Perhaps the day had worn them out, explaining why they dozed off so fast. Downstairs, the tavern buzzed with activity as folks moved about. At a corner table, 2 men, a little tipsy, were drinking and chatting away. Luis ambled down the stairs, still looking half asleep and yawning frequently. Noticing his descent, Lucia quickly turned, her face lighting up with a smile, asking, "You're awake? Did you have a good sleep?" He sleepily replied, "Yeah. It was nice." Turning his gaze to the dining table, he spotted Balo already seated there. He glanced over at him, where Khan and Kanye were grinning widely, calling out in unison, "Luis, come join us for breakfast." Lucia added cheerfully, "I'll get breakfast ready, you just head to the table." As soon as Luis sat, he turned to Balo, asking, "Have you managed to find a ship heading to the autumn continent yet?" Balo responded, "Yes, indeed. I found one. They mentioned it sets sail in 2 weeks. Luis nodded in response, saying, "Oh, great job. What's the status on the spiritual medicine?" When it came to the spiritual medicine, Balo rubbed his beard a bit nervously. After all, it's not something you can just pick up easily. Hearing that, Luis felt let down. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, typical of a dragon. They must have mountains of treasures, yet spiritual medicine is something a regular person might never get the chance to see in their whole lifetime. Observing the man slicing up a steak, he kept mulling over it, thinking, human food is just so scrumptious. Apart from that, it does nothing for a young dragon like myself. As Luis pondered the journey to the autumn continent, he realized it takes about 6 months by sea to arrive there. Therefore, I have to make every moment count before we embark on our adventure. Noticing Luis's anxious expression, Balo interjected with a reassuring tone, "You really shouldn't fret too much. We're likely to find what we're looking for." Balo added, "Regardless of what others claim, this spot is where all essential supplies from the frozen continent gather. It's a pivotal moment." Once Balo finished, Luis felt a wave of relief wash over him. He smiled back, saying, "All right, let's check it out together tomorrow." Just then, a loud clatter startled them as a large platter of food was placed on the table. The platter held a golden roasted chicken that made both Balo and Luis jump and turn their heads. It turned out to be Muna delivering the meal, followed closely by Lucia. Muna cheerfully announced, "Hey everyone, the food's served." Meanwhile, Lucia quietly urged everyone to take their time eating, gazing at the steaming mound of food. It turned out to be Muna bringing in the feast, with Lucia following closely. Muna shouted, "Come on, the food's here." Lucia, on the other hand, gently urged everyone to eat at a slow pace. Glancing at the steaming pile of food on the table, Balo looked utterly bewildered. "You've got to be kidding. Who can devour all this food so early in the morning?" Hearing this, Muna folded her arms and huffed, "I didn't set this table just for you, Uncle." Balo's expression soured slightly. Lucia kindly turned to Khan and Kanye, saying, "Come on, give it a go. You two." The 2 kids perked up and chorused, "Sure." Balo grabbed a piece of meat to chew, mumbling to defend himself. "It's not that I won't eat it." But once he took a bite, he froze in surprise. Wow, this flavor. Luis had been busy savoring every bite, silently exclaiming, "This is the flavor. Just like the dishes your mother used to whip up." Muna burst out laughing, responding with obvious pride. Hey. Of course, who do you think I am? Huh?" Wrapping her arm around Lucia, who stood beside her, she added, "Lucia helped too." Lucia blushed, crossing her arms and modestly said, "I only helped a tiny bit." Remembering something. "Oh dear." Lucia crossed her arms and shyly replied, "I only assisted a bit." Suddenly recalling something, Balo turned and mentioned, recalling, "Oh, I remember." Lucia has a voice of an angel, which brought a surprised look to both her and Monair's faces. Luis, focused on his meal, turned to ask, "Singing?" Ballo replied with excitement, "Yeah. Lucia's voice is the best around these parts." He reminisced about all the times she sang. Captivated by the music, he noted, "Any day Lucia doesn't sing, the inn is still filled to the brim with guests. The Xenon Inn earned its name for good reason," he continued. Somehow this inn ended up being a hotspot for gatherings. At that moment, Luis's gaze shifted, noticing that Moner and Lucia were both looking down, silent. It seemed the two girls were lost in thought. Suddenly, Luis gave Ballo a firm nudge, causing him to yelp. "Ah!" He clutched his arm, sweating bullets in confusion, only able to ask why. Meanwhile, Luis shot him an irritated glare while eyeing the two girls. Filled with wonder, neither spoke a word, their expressions as sorrowful as ever. Then Mer spoke up, her voice laced with regret. "Lucia can't sing anymore. No. It's that she isn't able to sing." Upon hearing this, Ballo was taken aback, pressing for more details. At that moment, Luis spotted something and glanced over. There. Both Moner and Lucia had their heads lowered, saying nothing at all. The two girls seemed to be lost in their thoughts. Out of nowhere, Luis threw a punch at Ballo, causing him to yelp. Ouch. He grabbed his arm, drenched in cold sweat. He was utterly bewildered, barely able to mutter why. Meanwhile, Luis shot him a chilling glare. He looked towards the two girls, pondering. Neither uttered a single word, their expressions still heavy with sadness. Then Mer broke the silence, sounding regretful. "Lucia can't sing anymore." "No. It's that she's lost her ability to sing." Ballo, in disbelief, pressed for clarification, unable to comprehend. "What did you just say? How in the world is that possible? Why would such immense talent be allowed to fade away?" Moner sighed, speaking reluctantly, as if she wished to avoid the conversation. Her reluctance was palpable. The air was thick with tension, and just then, everyone in the room jumped as the door swung open. Curiosity piqued. A gang of men strode in, their faces fierce and menacing, built like mountains. They resembled a band of tough guys. Spotting them, Louise quickly asked the crowd, "What's happening? Who are those intimidating dudes?" The patrons in the inn began to murmur. Someone whispered, "They're here again. Don't they ever tire of this?" Another added, "Here we go. It's the inn's signature show." Confused, Louise muttered, "Signature show?" Just then, the thugs approached, looming ominously over Lucia and Moner. They were massive, overshadowing the two tiny girls. Ballo instantly stood up, his voice steady. "Who are you guys? Are you aware of where you are?" Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed in the inn. "Make way," causing everyone, thugs included, to turn and stare. They parted as if honoring the entrance of the individual. Striding in was a young man donning white trousers and polished brown dress shoes. With platinum blonde hair and a white fur coat, he exuded power. The sight of him made two of the thugs bow their heads in deference, gradually revealing himself. He appeared as an incredibly handsome young man with an air of nobility. He placed his hand on Moner's shoulder and kindly said, "Good morning, Miss Moner." He then turned to Lucia, adding, I wasn't done speaking." Presenting a stunning bouquet of roses to Lucia, he caught her completely off guard. He knelt gracefully, offering the bouquet, and continued, "You look exceptionally beautiful today, my lady." Watching this unfold, Luis was taken aback. He thought, "Oh boy, that's cringeworthy. I can't believe this." Lucia, holding the bouquet, hesitated and said, "Kaji, as I've told you before." But before she could finish, Kaji gently placed a finger over her lips, signaling for silence. He whispered, "Shh," and winked at her playfully. "You don't need to say much. Just seeing your face calms my heart." Stunned, Lucia fell silent, choosing not to say another word, while Kaji bowed slightly, preparing to depart. "Well, I'll be off now. Wishing you a lovely day." As he turned to leave, his eyes locked with Luis's, creating a moment of awkwardness. Kaji was caught in thought, unsure of how to continue. Luis felt pretty much the same at that moment. Kaji curled his lip into a smirk. Annoyed, Luis thought, "Is he actually smirking at me? This guy is poking fun at my height." Then, turning to Lucia, he feigned rubbing his eyes and said in a whiny, adorable voice, "Lucia, I'm so sleepy. Can you carry me?" Lucia was caught off guard but indulged him, replying, "Oh dear, is our little Louise feeling drowsy? Let me scoop you up and take you to bed." Excited, Luis responded, "Yes, please." Ballo overheard and blinked in disbelief. "Master?" Then, Lucia picked Luis up, and he cleverly wrapped his arms around her neck. She cooed softly, "All right, Let's head to your room and get you settled for bed, Luis said in a clingy fashion. Okay. As they moved. The scene was quite the sight. Key shook with fury while Luis flashed a mischievous grin. How about that? Jealous much? He bit his lip in frustration, grumbling to himself. Huh? You little brat? Then he angrily whirled around and stormed off. He shouted at his crew. We're out of here. His followers quickly turned and responded. Right away. Young master. This way. With his goal achieved, Luis pulled down one of his eyelids and cheekily stuck out his tongue. Huh. You think you can compete with me? Nenner? Naner. Then Lucia scooped Luis up. He slyly wrapped his arms around her neck. Lucia cooed gently. Let's head to your room and get you to bed, Luis said in a clingy tone. Okay. Watching the scene unfold, Key shook with rage while Luis flashed a cheeky grin. He thought, what do you know? You're jealous, aren't you? He bit his lip in frustration, grumbling under his breath. Huh. You little brat. Then he angrily whirled and stormed off. He exclaimed to his crew. We're leaving. His men quickly glanced over and replied. Yes. Young master, Balo frowned, pointing in the direction and asking in confusion. What was that? Who were those guys anyway? Mona sighed and said tiredly. That was Key, eldest son of the Bant family. Hearing the name Bant, Balo was completely flabbergasted. Bant? You don't mean that troublemaker B the useless, do you? Mona nodded, answering firmly. That's right. He's not a troublemaker anymore. He's now a baron. Upon hearing this, Balo's eyes widened, hardly believing the words, and he exclaimed, What did you say? Bant? He became a baron, Mona reminisced. About Bant, an incredibly powerful and cunning old man, she calmly continued. Yeah. Baron Bant started establishing his influence in the underworld. An image of the old Bant kneeling on one knee, bowing his head before a duke as a sword was tapped on his shoulder in a gesture of trust. She continued. He was honored for his role in uniting the gangster syndicates in Lufin and stabilizing the port, earning the title of lord over this area. After taking in the tale, Balo let out a long sigh. Astounded. My goodness. That useless guy always boasted he would become a noble. And look, he finally made it. Then he burst into laughter, his voice dripping with mockery. Seems like the kid from earlier has a crush on our Lucia. Why not suggest she give him a shot? Mona rolled her eyes in exasperation. She sighed, dramatically. Oh, uncle, please don't bring this up again, Balo replied in surprise. Huh? Why not? He's from a proper noble family now. Someone like him should be taken seriously. Mona answered without a moment's pause. That boy Key is only 14 years old this year. Just 14. And Lucia is already 22. Upon hearing this, Balo's face turned to one of sheer disbelief. He had to shout. What? 14 years old? Then he laughed heartily again, his voice filled with humor. Well, that boy is quite the man, isn't he? With that kind of attitude, he's ready for marriage. Mona's expression soured with irritation. Her face was marked with indignation, and she yelled loudly. Seeing her fury, Balo quickly made an excuse to escape. He awkwardly explained. Oh goodness. Time flies. I have to dash now. In the bedroom, Luis was perched on his bed perusing a book. Meanwhile, on the other bed, the two kids, Khan and Kenny, were sprawled out. Balo abruptly burst through the door, his face alight with excitement as he announced to Master Luis. Meanwhile, Khan and Kenny were untangled on the floor. Balo suddenly burst through the door, excitement radiating from his face as he proclaimed to Master Luis. Master Luis, I've tracked down all the shops that might have elixirs. With this news, Master Luis eagerly snapped his book shut and exclaimed, Really? Let's go check them out. Sensing some excitement in the air, Connie jumped in with curiosity. Master Luis, where are you off to? Khan quickly added. We want to join you. Master Luis attempted to deny their request, saying, Balo and I will be back soon. You two stay here and behave. Fine. Frustrated by not getting their way, they started sulking on the bed, one whining dramatically. Oh, no. I really don't want to stay, the other one pleaded. Please let us go with you. Just then, a voice rang out from the doorway. Master Luis turned instinctively. Are you all heading out? It was Mona and Lucia, who had just entered, each carrying 3 new outfits. Lucia spoke up first. You aren't planning on going out looking like that, are you? Mona chimed in. Change into these much fresher. The kids, delicate like flower petals, seemed to transform completely once they donned the coats. The trio obediently slipped into the smart attire, black down coats, with stunning gold accents. They looked so charming and cute. Mona couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Oh wow. Lucia mirrored her admiration. You all look fantastic. Mona approached the kids and gently patted Ken's head, saying, I noticed your clothes were too thin, so I brought these. Luckily, they fit perfectly. Kanye bowed graciously. Thank you. Afterward, she turned to Balo with a playful reprimand. Only you would let our kids dress so lightly in this weather. Balo's smile faltered, and he retorted defensively. That's not true. In his mind, he thought but didn't voice. They're dragons. They don't get cold. Master Louise beamed. Thank you so much, Lucia. I truly appreciate it. I'll look after them well. Lucia gave a slight bow and said warmly, You're welcome, little prince. The whole group then headed towards the door, ready to depart. Luis and Balo set off, leaving the two kids behind. Mona chirped, We'll take great care of the twins. While Lucia added reassuringly, Don't you two worry. Just stay safe. The kids waved goodbye joyfully. Master Luis turned back to shout his farewell. I'm off now. As they walked, Master Luis glanced at Balo, uncertainty in his eyes. Are you certain you can find the elixir? Balo responded confidently. Absolutely, you can count on me. Hearing that, Master Luis felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. All right then, let's go check it out. Balo nodded. Yes, sir. The town was still basking in daylight when the pair departed. The small streets sparkled with sunlight as they ventured forth. Yet, the sky seemed to darken, bit by bit, reflecting their intense search. Under a flickering street lamp, Master Luis crouched down, his eyes wide with despair. His weary voice echoed softly. There's nothing here, not a single shop sells elixirs. Frustrated, he tossed the paper behind him and turned sharply to scold Balo. What happened? You promised we'd find something crucial. Balo knelt down, tears welling in his eyes, stammering an apology. I'm really sorry. I can't believe this either. So, you found it. Huh? Tears streamed down Balo's face as he knelt, stuttering an apology. I'm really sorry. I can't believe it either. Luis Chu felt the tension rising, his thoughts racing. This is a serious dilemma. If this continues, will I end up starving to death? Then, a commanding voice resonated out of nowhere. What do you lot want? Both of them jumped, surprised, and turned to see. Two gangs, looking like troublemakers, were squaring off. Luis Chu quickly asked, What's happening over there? Are they actually fighting? Balo recognized a familiar face and gasped. Oh my goodness. Isn't that the kid we saw earlier? He pointed toward Luis Chu, equally puzzled. Yeah. What's he doing here? Then Yemen, a tall figure draped in a red fur-lined cloak, the apparent head of the opposing gang, spoke up. That's why I'm telling you to give up on Lucia right now. He pressed on. You honestly believe my Lucia would even glance at a brat like you? Young master? Key was shaking with fury, biting his lip in annoyance. Not stopping there, the man teased him further. But if it were a real man like me, who knows? Right. Boys? A lackey behind him quickly added to the flattery. Exactly, you're way more impressive than some kid who still smells like his mama's milk. Key's crew couldn't take it anymore and unsheathed their swords, yelling loudly. How presumptuous. Do you have any idea who this is? How dare you speak so recklessly? Demon disregarded the drawn blade, his voice deep, each word resonating like thunder. Then, with a grim and unwavering look, he declared, Can we take this as a war challenge to the Yemen faction? Key's follower recoiled. What? Then, all of Demon's men raised their weapons as one, ready to leap into combat. This spectacle stunned Key and his companions. These maniacs! Then he pointed at them, roaring with wrath. So you're all out of your minds. Just wait until my father hears about this. Let's see if you can keep your pitiful lives afterward. Demon, stroking his chin, replied coolly, his tone oozing with sarcasm. We shall see. Then, adopting a scornful look, he sneered. I'm far too lowly to comprehend. Perhaps your lordship could enlighten me directly. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Stop. All heads turned toward the sound. Balo and Luis Chu took a step forward. Balo stood there with arms crossed, his voice calm yet significant. I don't know what's going on between you guys, but brandishing swords at each other in the middle of the street isn't a good look. Spotting Balo, Key recognized him and exclaimed in surprise. You're the one I saw at the Smithy Inn. Demon shot a cold glance at Balo and said, You seem like a bystander. Don't interfere in matters that don't concern you. Just keep moving along. Upon hearing this, Balo burst into laughter, shaking his head in mock disbelief. Oh wow. It's been 10 years since I left this place. I can't believe no one remembers me. Balo has returned. As he finished, two of Key's subordinates suddenly shuddered. Hold on. Are you Balo? Could it really be? They shouted. Is that Balo the Bloody Axe? Balo remained unfazed, shrugging as he replied. Oh. Looks like someone still recalls me. Hearing this, Key turned his head curiously and asked, The Bloody Axe? Who's that? One subordinate answered. Young master, you've surely heard about him from the Baron. He's the one who saved the Baron's life. The subordinate reminisced about when the Baron was chased by enemies before he was granted his title. Back then, the Baron was in a fierce battle, trying to bring together the underworld gangs when he stumbled right into the enemy's trap. At that moment, he found himself in serious peril. In the midst of the chaos, he thought back to Ballo, who was gripping an axe in one hand, while lending support to the Baron with the other. Both were badly wounded as Ballo stormed the enemy's hideout with nothing but his trusty axe. Even after getting cut 8 times, he ultimately rescued the Baron. Upon hearing this, Key couldn't believe his ears and yelled out, "What did you just say? That person is a hero in our family." He rushed forward and took Ballo's hand with enthusiasm, overwhelmed with gratitude. He exclaimed, "I never thought I'd meet you here. My father has praised you endlessly." "Pleasure's all mine," Ballo replied casually, remnant of his usual self, unfazed by the situation. Yeah. Just some old stuff from my childhood." He sheepishly scratched his head, clearly awkward. "It's really no big deal. Haha." Luis So stood there, internally pondering while trying to act sophisticated. Demon chimed in as well. "I never imagined I'd cross paths with a legendary person I've only heard tales about." He placed his hand over his heart and introduced himself. "Nice to finally meet you. I'm Dai Monday, and I run a small crew in Luke Na." Suddenly, Luis So began to sense something unusual about him. A weird vibe was emanating off him. "What's this? It feels disturbingly off." The man graciously bowed to Ballo and continued. "Ah, I see you know this, young master. We shall take our leave now." With that, he and his crew turned to depart, casting a final glance back as they waved goodbye. "See you." Ballo was left confused. They're just leaving like that? How boring. Meanwhile, Luis So kept a sharp eye on Monday, contemplating. "I can't be sure, but I have a feeling that, judging by the ominous energy radiating from him even at a distance, he might just bring forth an enormous calamity at the Grand Bant family mansion." Batu threw his arms wide open to welcome Ballo, with CA right behind, embracing him warmly. "It's been ages," Ballo chuckled joyfully. "Haha, it's been 10 years. Batu responded, half jokingly and half playfully scolding. "You're so unsympathetic. You should have reached out occasionally," Ballo chuckled apologetically. "Haha, I'm really sorry. Life's been tough, and I've been too busy making ends meet to stay in touch." As he said this, Ballo gazed up at the sparkling chandelier in the mansion. "I never imagined the underworld of the past would flourish like this. I must live long enough to witness and appreciate how this world runs." Batu replied, hands on his hips. "It's all because of you. If you hadn't saved me back then, I wouldn't be here standing tall today." Ballo roared with laughter. This charming kid. Ha! He then noticed Luis So, standing by as if he were about to explode with annoyance. Suddenly, Ballo recalled why he came. He said sheepishly, "Oh wait, I didn't come for this chat." Batu immediately got the hint and said, Key filled me in on everything. "I know you're on the hunt for some spiritual medicine." He clenched his fist decisively and added, "No need to worry. I've already dispatched people to look for it. In just a few days, we'll definitely track it down for you." The man with crossed arms suddenly jumped in. "It looks to me like your family's clashing with another group. Will that mess up the search for the spiritual potion?" As he spoke, Batu spun around in shock. "Wait a minute, you're Balo," he introduced hurriedly, feeling a bit flustered. "This is Luis. My nephew. The kid can be a handful at times. I hope you—" Luis shot him an annoyed glance. Balo felt a chill run down his spine and muttered, "Humph." I was a bit taken aback too. "A nephew?" He then thought for a moment. "Yes. As you've mentioned, lately the folks from the Exxon faction have been a nuisance for me." Balo crossed his arms, asking curiously, "Even if they're thugs, they wouldn't dare tangle with a noble too easily." "What happened?" Balo said. "Honestly, the merchant guild ship I oversee, under Bader's protection, has recently been running aground for no apparent reason. You could chalk it up to bad luck." But Luis was all ears. Much to his surprise, the crews of the grounded ships returned, claiming their vessels had been haunted. Now, doubt is creeping into the minds regarding the Batur family's protection. He wondered aloud. Ghosts? The image of Wyman crossed his mind, looking devilishly clever. And he went on. Jan's been waiting to make his move for ages. He's being so boldly defiant. Hearing this, Balo asked with curiosity, "In that case, why not ask the Lord for help? After all, he's the one who gave you the Baron title." But he sighed, shaking his head. "It doesn't matter who it is. As long as Luan is kept in check, he just stands aside like it's not his problem. Wasn't I from the underworld to begin with?" He continued. "Even if Wyman snatched my position, the Lord wouldn't budge an inch." Balo could only sigh at this. Man, this is a huge hassle. Bitor stepped closer, slinging an arm around Balo's shoulder, adding, "Come on. It's been ages since we've hung out. Let's ditch these worries. I'll treat you right. Let's hit the coast." Balo's eyes brightened at this and he exclaimed, "Oh, that sounds awesome. It's been too long since I've stayed up all night." Suddenly remembering Luis, he turned to gauge the boy's reaction, who was stumbling while playing at the beach. Yet, Luis remained there with his arms crossed, his annoyed look intact, but being perceptive enough to wave his hand. "Don't worry about me. Just go enjoy yourselves. As long as you snag the elixir, I'm all for letting you have your fun." Hearing that, Balo's face lit up like it was party time. He proclaimed, "All right, let's drink till we drop tonight." "No way we're going home sober." Vitor clapped him on the shoulder, laughing as he chimed in, "That's my brother. Count me in." The two charged up the stairs, leaving Luis and Kaj behind. But Vitor didn't forget to tell his son, "Hey, Kaj, make sure to keep an eye on Luis." Kaj listened closely, but Luis shot him an irritable glare. After hearing that, he froze for a few seconds, then shot a sidelong glance at the kid next to him. Louis didn't seem particularly well-mannered either, gazing at him intently as if they were on the same wavelength. Kaj and Louis both sighed, each pondering, "Ugh, I have to hang out with this kid. How many years separate us?" He lifted his chin and commanded, "Come with me." Louis instantly shot back. "Where are we going?" Kaj glanced over and responded, still curious. "Where to? My dad told me to keep an eye on you. So where else would we head but to my room?" Upon hearing that, Louis smirked. "Fine. Let's check out your room. I want to see how well a young noble plays the role of a babysitter." Provoked by Louis' taunt, Kaj felt his temper flare, managing only a few words. "Huh. This little rascal." They soon reached Kaj's room, which appeared very neat, tidy, and clean, yet quite luxurious. Plopping down onto a chair, Kaj said coldly, "Sit wherever you like, but don't mess with my stuff." Ignoring his warning, Louis had already seized a knight figurine, twisting its arms and legs. In shock, Kaj jumped up and shouted, "Hey!" He snatched the knight back from Louis' grasp. "Stop touching it. You're going to break it." Louis, amused, placed his hands on his hips, teasing Kaj. "You act so mature, yet you're still a kid. Still into toys like this?" Kaj felt his face heat up at Louis' remark, at a loss for words. "No, it's none of your business." As he placed the model on a high shelf, out of Louis' reach, he declared, "No way. It's not your concern." As Kaj placed the model up high on the shelf, safely out of Louis' reach, he said, "This knight is a rare find." While he spoke, Louis' attention shifted to some letters on the desk. He picked one up and began to read aloud. "To my girl, Lucia. This is the necklace that captures your sparkling eyes." Upon hearing those familiar words, Kaj's eyes widened, his face blushing a bright hue. He shouted, "Hey," and lunged forward to grab it back. "Don't go reading other people's letters." But Louis blocked him with his foot and picked up a box, asking, "Is this the necklace?" But Louis blocked him with his foot, grabbing a box and asking, "Hey, is this the necklace?" Then he popped open the box for a peek. With that, he opened the box, and Louis' eyes widened as a brilliant beam of light burst forth. Inside lay an exquisite necklace adorned with a dazzling blue gem. Seizing the opportunity while Louis was momentarily distracted, Kaj quickly snatched the box back and yelled, "Give that back," Louis remarked. "Your writing skills could use some work, but you sure picked a lovely necklace. It will probably look stunning on Lucia." Hearing this, Cage's mood lifted. "Really?" He held the box close, murmuring softly, "Thank goodness." Searching for this necklace was quite the challenge. Louis then inquired, "It looks pricey, but isn't it easy to find something like this?" Kaj shot back immediately. "This one is special." Holding the box carefully, he elaborated, "This necklace is quite well known. It's the Tear of Zen." Louis reacted nonchalantly. "Oh, so it's the Tear of Zen, huh?" Suddenly, he froze, as a thought struck him. Louis' expression altered dramatically as he exclaimed, "The Tear of Zen? Is that genuinely the Tear of Zen?" He couldn't help but ask in disbelief. "It's not a fake. But the real McCoy?" Hearing this, Kaj calmly replied, "What do you mean? Fake? Even an appraiser confirmed. This is the real deal." Louis was taken aback, thinking to himself, "What in the world? Why is that here?" He envisioned Zen, recalling the legend associated with it, thinking to himself, "Oh my gosh, why is that item here?" He envisioned Zen and recalled the legend linked to the name. According to the legend of the original tale, the Sea King adored his daughter more than anyone else in the world. He gathered his daughter's last tears and sealed them within a beautiful gemstone. The vision of the necklace featuring the blue-green gem came to his mind. This gem represented the Tear of Zen, The crucial aspect was that this Tear of Zen unlocked the Sea King's underwater labyrinth. The whole underwater labyrinth was essential for the main character of the original tale to gain power and progress. The Sea King's realm was for the characters. He reflected thoughtfully. I need to be the first one to seize that Tear of Zen. Having resolved this, he instantly shifted his demeanor, lowering his gaze as he murmured, "Brother Kaj?" Kaj was taken aback, thinking, "Huh? Brother? Did I really hear that correctly?" Luis pouted with wide, innocent eyes, whining in an adorably cute voice. "Will you give that to me? Please?" Just a moment ago, he'd been sharp-tongued, but this abrupt change to sweet behavior was downright eerie. He froze and asked, "Are you sick or something?" But Luis paid him no mind, maintaining his act with that same whiny tone, slowly edging closer to Kaj as he probed again. Could you please just hand it over?" At that moment, Kaj finally snapped, shouting, "Hey, you little brat, what's wrong with you? You're giving me the creeps. Beat it!" Outside the mansion, Luis's voice still echoed, sending shivers down Kaj's spine. "Screw you. Don't come near me!" Suddenly, Luis bowed slightly and called out softly, "Big brother." Key was left speechless, thinking, "Did I hear that correctly?" Luis had an adorable face with twinkling eyes, trying to be cute as he said to Key, "Just hand it over. Okay?" Key quickly panicked, pulling the box behind him with a shout. "Don't even think about it. This is a gift for Lucia." Luis placed his hands on his hips, tilted his head back, and remarked, "Damn it. Looks like that didn't work." Key ignored him and let out a deep sigh. Luis abruptly turned and asked suspiciously, "By the way, what if Lucia doesn't accept this gift?" Key was caught off guard by this question and replied, "No way. That can't be true. Every woman has always loved fancy presents." The bodyguard had said so, but Luis elaborated further. "Some people are like that, but Lucia doesn't seem like the type to accept lavish gifts without a reason." Key asked, puzzled, "Oh, is that right?" Luis calmly pulled out a chair, sitting back and replied, "It's pointless." With a mischievous grin, Luis sat down, smiled, and said to Key, "Take a seat. I'm about to teach you about real romance." In Key's room, he earnestly took out a pen and paper to note down what Luis was explaining, sitting across from him, saying, "So," he considered his notebook carefully and inquired, "First, I must create a bond with her before expressing my feelings. Correct?" Luis, munching on a cake, nodded and replied, "Exactly. And you can't confess out of the blue or shower her with pricey gifts." Luis illustrated with an example of Key presenting a huge bouquet to Lucia and continued his advice. "An abrupt approach will only lead to the opposite outcome." Key jotted it down quickly. After taking this in, Key's face fell, and he clamped down on the pen in his hand, exclaiming, "I've already—" Suddenly, he hurled the pen and notebook aside and shouted, "I've already done everything except this." Luis kept munching on his cake, replying, "That's exactly my point. When seeking relationship advice, you need to pick the right person." After polishing off the cake, he turned, pointed at him, and asked with raised brows, "But what makes you like Lucia? Anyway, what's your angle?" He was caught off guard suddenly. With a dreamy look, Key began to wander in thought and responded, "The first time I laid eyes on that girl was 5 years ago." Louise sat across from him, wearing a face full of disdain, flashing back to Key's memories. A girl with cascading brown hair was cheerfully humming as she serenaded the audience beneath her, among whom he was equally mesmerized. Lost in her melody, he continued, "The moment I first heard her sing at the Zine Inn, it felt like a bright spark in my otherwise dreary future." Her enchanting beauty and grace danced in his mind as he recalled her hand movements, radiant smile, and melodious voice. In that instant, it felt like she'd snatched my heart right out. Back in reality, after hearing his heartfelt admission, Luis sighed and remarked, "So, after all that chatter, you fell for Lucia's singing image." Key shot back, "This was no ordinary singing. Lucia's voice creates perfect harmony," Louise coolly retorted. "If she's such a talented singer, then why doesn't she perform anymore?" He hesitated and admitted, "That stemmed from a tragic occurrence." Flashing back to 4 years prior. In the inn, Lucia's idol was on stage, illuminated by spotlights that showcased her stunning form. To get there, Lucia desperately pleaded with her parents for the chance to see the show. Since Muna wasn't fond of bustling crowds, they agreed to let Mona and her family attend a performance. But en route, disaster struck. A man suddenly appeared, scrambling to rein in 2 frenzied horses, barreling towards their family. Lucia turned around in shock, but she couldn't react swiftly enough. The crowd erupted in shouts, "Lucia, move aside." But it was too late. Lying there, Lucia opened her eyes, bruised from the blow, and let out choked cries. She propped herself up, clutching her aching head. calling for her mom and dad. Her expression darkened. Disbelief, washing over her as she saw two familiar shapes before her. But somehow, they were surrounded by a pool of blood. Fear gripped her. Her eyes widened in horror as tears streamed down. And she screamed in anguish. She collapsed in despair beside her two beloved ones. Lucia's parents were lost beneath the carriage wheels. She shuddered. Speechless. This shock robbed her of her voice forever. After hearing the heart-wrenching tale, Louise pondered deeply. So that's what became of her. She believed the loss of her parents resulted from her passion for singing, leaving her unable to perform again. He smiled, as if struck by a genius idea, thinking, if I just take care of this, he thought smugly, I'll do a good deed and score Zen's tear. With that in mind, he turned to Ki and declared, how could you even dream of giving Sister Lucia Zen's tear given this situation? Are you crazy? Kaji reacted in shock. Huh? While holding the shimmering necklace, Louise proceeded, offering Zen's tear from Zen to the girl who lost her voice. If Sister Lucia accepts this gift, wouldn't it just reopen those old nightmares she had buried? Kaji exclaimed in panic. Is that true? I didn't consider that. Louise sighed deeply and said, oh dear. Looks like I need to start from scratch with you. You really are in the dark, he continued, addressing Kaji, who was perched across from him, listening closely. That's why I've got a suggestion. With a sly grin, Louise asked, are you interested in hearing it? That evening, in the tavern, the door creaked open. Louise strolled in and said brightly, I'm back. Mona was tidying up and noticed his return. She asked, oh dear. Where's the mister? Why are you home all alone? Louise replied casually. He went out for drinks with Mr. Twos and will be back later. Hearing this, Mona fumed. What? That guy is unbelievable. Leaving a kid to go home alone in the dark. What if something happened? Louise reassured her, saying, I'm totally fine. Where's Sister Lucia? Mona perked up and said, our Louise can't wait to see Sister Lucia. She's in her room. You can head up. Louise cheerfully climbed the stairs to Lucia's room, saying, thanks. Sister, I'll go up first. Mona gently responded, sure. Go ahead. I'll bring you some snacks. Louise ascended the stairs with a confident grin, thinking, all right, here we go. Time to start. Flashing back to earlier in Kaji's room, the duo was mapping out the terms of their plan. Louise declared firmly, if I can make Sister Lucia sing again, you must hand over that necklace. Kaji jumped in shock. What? No way. Louise scoffed. Why wouldn't you want to hear Sister Lucia sing again? Kaji paused and responded, well, yes, that's a point. But Louise quickly pressed. So, what's it to you? Is that necklace really worth more than Sister Lucia? Caught off guard, he denied it. Of course not. As long as Lucia can sing, I'll give you any necklace you desire, Louise. Having achieved his objective, happily replied, perfect, it's a deal. If I succeed, you'll hand over that necklace. Kaji replied reluctantly, his face hesitant. Noting his uncertainty, Louise spoke earnestly. Is that all your devotion to Lucia amounts to? You said you'd give her the entire world. Were those just empty words? As if struck by lightning, Kaji decisively sealed the agreement with Louise, stating, all right, just make it happen, and I'll give you the Tears of Zen. Waiting for this exact moment, Louise quickly shook hands with Kaji to seal the deal, exclaiming, fantastic, it's officially done. Like a true buddy, Kaji promptly added, no more words needed. Fast forward to the present. Outside Lucia's room, Louise knocked softly on the door. It creaked open, revealing a cheerful Lucia who exclaimed, oh my. Louise, when did you arrive back? With a big, bright grin, Louise answered, I'm here, he thought to himself. Time to kick this operation into gear. Inside the room, Lucia greeted him with a warm smile. Oh goodness, you're back. Louise, catching her gaze, eagerly replied, Lucia, I'm feeling bored. Want to play with me? Lucia beamed like a blooming flower, responding affectionately, oh, it seems our Louise is quite bored. Isn't he? She gently beckoned Louise inside, saying, come on into my room. As he crossed the threshold, Louise gazed around in awe, shouting, wow, this spacious room has shelves on the walls filled with books and vibrant potted plants. Louise strolled behind Lucia, beaming, your room is absolutely stunning. Lucia returned his smile and said, haha, thanks, I haven't done much decorating, but I'm glad you like it. Suddenly, Louise's eyes lit up as he noticed something in the corner. He squinted and exclaimed, puzzled by the mysterious instrument, Louise turned to Lucia, asking, what is that? Startled. Lucia responded, oh, that? Then she explained, it's a lute. It's used for performances. Louise's excitement bubbled over as he clapped his hands, urging Lucia. Oh, Lucia, I want to hear it, please. Play it for me, flustered. Lucia stammered. Wait, this is? Louise tugged at her dress, looking up with wide, innocent eyes, begging, please, come on, with a defeated sigh. Lucia finally agreed. Fine, I'll play a little for you. She sat on her bed with the lute, ready to perform for the eager Louise, who perched on a chair before her. Lucia took a calming breath, exhaling softly to steady herself. Her nimble fingers glided over the strings, conjuring melodies that soared, and Louise was entranced by the beautiful sounds Lucia conjured. He was deeply touched, his thoughts swirling as he admired her music, sensing the poetic harmony between Lucia and her instrument. So beautiful, he mused, feeling transported into the moment, silently cherishing the sight of Lucia playing and the music itself. It truly was enchanting. A satisfied smile crossed his face, as he thought, no wonder that guy is head over heels for her. When the music concluded, Lucia paused, letting out a soft sigh. Overwhelmed with emotion, Louise sprang up, cheering. Bravo, bravo, Lucia chuckled shyly, replying, it's been a while since I played, so it wasn't all that great. Louise quickly disagreed, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he said, what are you saying? That was an absolutely incredible performance. Lucia, still flustered, replied, really? That's such a relief. Suddenly, Louise leaped up with enthusiasm, shouting, sister, I want to try playing. Too, confused. Lucia asked in shock. Huh? She questioned again. You mean the lute? Louise nodded vigorously. Yeah, I want to learn to play as beautifully as you do. Lucia turned toward a cabinet, seemingly searching for something while saying, if you're interested, just wait a second. Louise stood by, utterly puzzled. Lucia rummaged through the cabinet, contemplating. I'm sure I stored it in here, right? Meanwhile, Louise peeked over, curious about her search. Lucia pulled out an instrument similar to her lute from the wardrobe, saying, found it. She handed the instrument to Louise, saying, here, take this. Louise eagerly reached out, saying, what is this? He happily clutched the instrument Lucia had gifted him. She explained, it's a present for you. This was mine when I was a kid. I think it would suit you perfectly, so I'm giving it to you. Filled with sincere joy, Louise exclaimed, wow, thank you. Sister, I'll practice hard. Lucia smiled and replied, okay, but it's getting late, so our lessons start tomorrow, he declared. Louise responded, sounds good. He waved goodbye to Lucia as he left with the instrument, saying, good night, sis. She waved back, replying, yeah, sleep tight. Once he was back in his room, Louise plopped down on his bed, marveling at the instrument Lucia had gifted him. Phi floated nearby and chimed in. You mentioned making her sing again to help her move on? Louise began tuning the strings of the instrument, nodded, and confirmed. Exactly. Phi scratched its head, looking puzzled. Wouldn't it just be faster to use magic on her memories? Louise responded firmly. No way. That might cover things up temporarily, but she could get hurt again any moment. He lifted the instrument high and proclaimed, you get back what you give. Good deeds bring good in return. That's my life philosophy. Louise grinned and continued. They've treated us with kindness, so we must repay their kindness in kind. Phi sighed, replying, sigh. We're deviating from the script again. Louise quickly responded, not at all. Beside him, I, confused and surprised, turned to him. Louise sat on the bed, picked up the instrument, and started playing a beautiful tune, saying, this will work out. Just trust me this time. 3 days later, a vibrant melody filled the air coming from within the house. It was Louise, honing his skills on the instrument in his room. Facing him was Lucia, who was left speechless in amazement. Suddenly, Louise turned to her and asked, how was that? I think I've improved. Caught off guard, she stammered. Yes, you play really well. Louise returned to his sheet music and asked, let me see. Am I playing this section correctly? Lucia thought to herself in awe. This kid is truly brilliant. As Louise played, completely lost in his music, Lucia marveled at his talent. He had only practiced for 1 day and already had a firm grasp of it. By the second day, he memorized all the basics, and on this day, he was able to play a challenging piece that would leave adults struggling. As she watched Louise, Lucia thought in disbelief, where on earth did this incredible child come from? After finishing the piece, Louise exclaimed joyfully, sister, teach me the next song. Lucia replied, flustered, oh, sure. The sky outside the guild hall was brilliantly clear and blue. On a street corner, a crowd was gathering, buzzing with excitement. A notice from the Epic Guild was boldly displayed on the wall, calling for contestants for a night of melody performances. Suddenly, a hand burst out and snagged that paper down. It was a tall figure draped in a fur cloak. It was Day One, accompanied by his lackeys. Holding the paper, he stated, A performance featuring a beauty. What's this? Singing? A man stepped forward to clarify. Indeed, sir, it's an event that happens every year. Those who sign up will take part in a singing contest and stand to win cash prizes. A girl stood front and center, holding coins for the winner. And cheers erupted from the crowd. The man went on. It's the most renowned event of all. I heard this year's contestants have been practicing really hard. After hearing this, Dwyman flashed a mysterious smile and said, Oh really? Confused. The man asked again, Excuse me, what do you mean by that? Dewan crumpled the announcement paper in his hands and replied in his enigmatic tone. The more people gather, the louder the screams will echo. With a chilling laugh and eerie eyes, he turned and moved on, leaving the songstress. Bright and early on the lively streets of town, Balos's face twisted in discomfort as he clutched his stomach and staggered about. Each step brought him so much anguish he felt ready to cry. His voice barely a whisper. He lamented, I'm losing my mind. He held his forehead and sighed heavily. Oh boy, I'm really feeling my age. Just a few days of drinking, and I'm utterly worn out. Approaching the inn, a familiar sound reached his ears, and he halted abruptly, pondering. That's the sound of a bop. Music spilled from the house, the notes dancing joyfully. Suddenly, he burst through the inn's door, exclaiming, Lucia, are you finally back to singing? However, inside was Luis, perched on a chair, strumming the bop and singing. Spotting Balo, Luis chimed in, Oh my. Look who finally decided to show up. Realizing it wasn't Lucia, Balo's face fell, and he exclaimed, What, Sir Luis? It can't be. Just seconds later, Luis wrinkled his nose and, with exaggerated disgust, said, Good grief. You lightweight. Don't tell me you drank with Siru all night too. Hearing this, Balo plopped down in a chair, chuckling while scratching his head. Haha. Well, that kid wouldn't let me escape. But hey, isn't this a bop? I've never seen you play an instrument before. Luis eagerly plucked a few notes and replied. But isn't this a bop? I've never seen you wield an instrument before. Hearing that, Oh, this? Sister Lucia gifted it to me. He followed up with what he had earlier heard. The tunes you just played are not easy. When did you start learning? I only started yesterday as soon as I arrived here. Balo gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, What? So, in less than a week. You've practiced enough to sound like that? Sir Luis replied with smug confidence. Yep. I gave it a shot. And it wasn't too difficult. So conceited, Balo thought. Feeling a bit irked, he pressed on. Drinking is one thing. But are you handling the task I assigned you? You don't need to worry about that. Sir, all the remaining spirit herbs in Luagan are being gathered. With a gleeful grin, Balo proudly showcased his findings. Thanks to Tui's help, I've managed to gather about 20 low-grade spirit herbs. Sir Luis's expression darkened as he sneered. Those are all low-grade spirit herbs? You only found 20? Stunned by Luis's remark, Balo froze like a statue. His mood soured as he replied despondently. It took so much effort just to find that many. Recently, searching for spirit herbs here feels like trying to grab stars from the sky. Luis pondered to himself, realizing that while they are rare items, it was odd for such a big port city to lack spiritual herbs. He then asked, Is there anywhere in this city that researches or cultivates spirit beasts? Balo looked taken aback and waved his hand as he responded. Spirit beasts. Sir, I don't think there is. As far as I know, there's no such place. Why do you want to know? Luis responded with a somber expression. It seems someone besides me is snatching up spiritual herbs in massive quantities. He shared his suspicions with Balo while pondering the situation. Typically, spiritual herbs are meant for spirit beasts or individuals looking to boost their internal energy. If it's a person, they can only utilize a spiritual herb once. Given the limited supply, there's really no need to stockpile them like this. However, if someone is raising a spirit beast, they'd need to supply a large batch of spiritual herbs regularly. Balo raised an eyebrow, asking, Master, based on your logic, if someone is raising a spirit beast in this town, there's no way Tio Yuso wouldn't catch wind of it. Luis Seo crossed his arms, responding, That's the puzzling part. A spirit beast that requires so many spiritual herbs, enough to evade the Baron's scrutiny. Just then, Luis So had a sudden thought. He mused. Could it be? Turning to the old man, he asked, Balo, can you find out who's been purchasing the spiritual herbs from the shops? The old man stroked his beard in contemplation, replying, It'll take some time. but with Teo Yuo's assistance, it shouldn't be too tough. Luis So added. Confirm who these people are, and track the destination of the spiritual herbs they've acquired. Once you identify the location, take Phi with you and do some searching. At the mention of her name, the butterfly fairy Phi fluttered over, while Ballo questioned, clearly suspecting that Luis So was plotting to pilfer the herbs. I'll follow your orders. But why are we doing this? Sir, he glared at Ballo, crossing his arms. What? You think I'm a crook? While I can't be certain yet, that human character might be crazier than we ever guessed. Ballo quickly responded. Understood, sir. In that case, I'll just head off for a quick nap. He was about to get up, but Luis Seo stopped him, saying, And where do you think you're off to? Ballo looked puzzled, asking, Sir? Luis Seo shut his eyes, waved dismissively, and said, Get on with it right now. The old man began to gesture wildly, protesting to Luis So. But I just returned. You still have booze. Luis So grinned softly, his voice dripping with menace. Looks like our dear Ballo gets riled up at the slightest nudge, doesn't he? Maybe we should revisit some old times. Hearing this, the old man groaned, observing Luis So's demeanor and tone. He begrudgingly swallowed his frustration, gripping the doorknob with resentment as he said, I'm heading out right now. Sir. But as soon as he opened the door, he froze. Outside, the street was buzzing with activity, almost like a festive occasion with people gathered, laughing and chatting eagerly, noticing Ballo frozen in place. A curious Luis Seo pushed past him to inquire, What's going on? Why are there so many people? Remembering, the old man replied that the Bountiful Catch Festival was about to kick off. Luis So echoed, filled with skepticism. The Bountiful Catch Festival? He promptly said. Yes. Even though this city is now a known trading hub, it originally started as a humble fishing village. Each year, they hold the Bountiful Catch Festival to pray for the safety of fishermen venturing out to sea, hoping for a bountiful haul. That festival has been celebrated until today, and the highlight is definitely the night of the Maidens. After he wrapped up his speech, he inquired again. So, what exactly is this Maidens' Night? Ballo eagerly elaborated. It's an evening where gifted singers come together. They compete fiercely for a prize. You really have to see it to believe it, he continued to reminisce. Every time Lucia joined, she snagged first place. Suddenly intrigued, he asked, Oh, if that's true, then since we're heading out, I have another task for you. Noticing the puzzled look on the man's face, he crossed his arms and grinned. Sign her up for the Maidens' Night. The scene shifted to Lucia's room, where she sat with a gloomy expression, gazing at her instrument, when a loud voice echoed from outside. Sister Lucia jumped, rushing to the door. It was Louise waiting there. Upon seeing him, she asked, Louis, have you practiced that song I showed you? He chuckled and replied, Absolutely. But sis, I've got something to ask you. Lucia perked up. What's up? He made a cute face, poking his index fingers together and pouting. I heard there's a festival happening. Can you take me with you? Just as he finished, C and the lively Khan popped up from behind the two siblings, making a ruckus. What? A festival? That sounds like a blast. We're going too, annoyed. He shot a glance back, thinking, these kids have ears like hawks. Lucia noticed this and covered her mouth, chuckling as she said, So, you're eager to check out the festival? It makes sense. The atmosphere outside has been buzzing, so you little ones are curious. Resting her chin on her hand, she added with concern, But since it's festival season, we have a swarm of tourists, so we can't just leave the inn empty. While she fretted over what to do, a voice suddenly chimed in, Let's go. Everyone turned to see who it was. Mona strutted in, hands on her hips, exclaiming, Let's go. Everyone, let's go enjoy the festival. She enthusiastically patted Louisa's head, saying, Our little princesses and princes want to see it. Naturally, we have to join. Right? The little boy beamed. Haha. Lucia then turned to Mona, asking, Are you really going? What about the inn? Mona was still patting the kids' heads as she replied, Closing for one day is totally fine. Plus, we don't have any guests right now. Let's just have a fantastic time today and we can tackle work again tomorrow. Hearing her words, Lucia had no choice but to comply, saying, Yes, ma'am, I'll go get ready. Mona excitedly raised her hand and shouted, Kids, let's go have some fun. In response, the exuberant Khan cheered, Let's go. Afterward, they briefly closed the inn and stepped out onto the streets where the festival was in full swing. As they walked, Khan asked, There's going to be tons of tasty food at the festival, right? Mona immediately responded, Absolutely. I'll treat you all to some delicious snacks. Khan exclaimed with eagerness, I can't wait. Meanwhile, Louise trailed behind them, Observing closely, he thought to himself, perfect. Everything is unfolding just as planned. Now it's time for the next move. One evening, the sky twinkled with countless stars. Down in the town, it seemed like something intriguing was brewing as all the houses turned off their lights. Looking serene yet somewhat solitary, Phi was outfitted just like a sleuth on a case. Currently, she was sneaking, glancing side to side outside a warehouse. After ensuring the coast was clear, she darted into a nearby barrel, then lifted the barrel lid with her hand and resumed watching the distant building as if she had noticed something suspicious. She gasped softly. Phi pondered what it could be. Could this be the warehouse Balo mentioned? Phi recalled Balo saying that the merchants mainly traded spirit herbs at the warehouse at the far west end of this harbor. Although she didn't know what Master Luis sought at the moment, it was wise to check out that building just in case. The flashback faded, and she boldly declared, "All right, I'm the loyal aide of Master Luis. Whatever they're concealing, I'll expose it." With that, she zipped into the building through a window. Inside, 2 guards were stationed, idly playing cards. At that moment, Faye had entered and was dangling from a spider's thread on the ceiling. Then, she landed softly on a distant crate. Meanwhile, one guard, a guy with short brown hair, let out a massive yawn and groaned. "Ugh, I'm so bored. How much longer must we endure this damp warehouse?" The guard with long white hair, focused on his cards, replied irritably, "Quit your whining. Just draw a card. The boss said he'd call us before the festival wraps up." Just as they were about to continue their game, a loud rumbling noise erupted behind the white-haired guard, startling him significantly. Faye, hiding behind a crate, peeked out and thought, what was that sound? Could it be a feral creature? The 2 guards, however, remained composed. The brown-haired one remarked, "Humph, it's causing a scene again." The white-haired guard broke the quiet, however, stayed composed. The brown-haired one remarked, "Humph, it's acting up again." The white-haired guard broke the uneasy silence, saying, "Hey, I went last time. It's your turn now." Prompted by that, the brown-haired guard trudged over to a stack of crates and picked one up. As he carried it, he muttered, "How much does it need to eat to be satisfied?" Meanwhile, Faye had summoned her own troops, a few mice. She commanded one of the mice. In an instant, the mouse darted out. It charged straight into the leg of the guard, carrying the crate. The collision made him lose his footing, and he tumbled, causing the entire crate he held to crash down. On impact, all the spirit herbs within spilled onto the floor. The white-haired guard stared in irritation. "You clumsy fool, can't you handle it right?" The brown-haired guard shot him a frustrated glance and shouted, "What was that?" Suddenly, he noticed the scattered contents of the crate and was stunned, thinking, "Wait, aren't those spirit herbs? If that's true, does that mean all these crates are stuffed with them? This is serious. I need to figure out where these spirit herbs are headed." With that, while the guards continued their argument, she stealthily flew to the spilled crate of spirit herbs and nestled inside, biding her time to investigate further. Meanwhile, the 2 guards were still quarreling, one blaming the other. "This is what happens when you neglect to clean up. That's why we get mice." Faye shifted some of the spirit herbs aside to keep an eye on the movements of the 2 men. The guard with brown hair was furious as he hoisted the crate, muttering curses about the white-haired guy under his breath. "Seriously? It's my fault there are mice around here? He expects me to tidy up the warehouse." The brown-haired guard lugged the crate down the staircase, still grumbling. "He earns the same as I do, so why does he act like he's my boss?" Faye, hiding inside, pondered to herself. "These stairs lead down to the cellar. I wonder where they might go." Moments later, the guard transported the crate down into a cellar that opened up to the river running through the city. He set the crate of spirit herbs down and straightened up to leave. But before exiting, he turned back. He glanced at the gloomy, distant sewer tunnel for a heartbeat. Suddenly, a splash rang out from inside, followed by a chilling scream. It sent goosebumps racing down his spine. Tears filled his eyes as he scrambled away from that spot at lightning speed. Only Finn remained, crouched in the barrel. After a moment, she broke the surface, unable to endure the stifling air any longer. Is he gone? But as soon as she gathered herself, a gigantic dark figure loomed right before her. A few seconds later, once her eyes adjusted, she gasped in shock. Oh my goodness. A monster just materialized. It was a deep blue with 2 glowing red eyes, strange red symbols on its forehead, and fierce spikes resembling some kind of sea beast from the depths. A bizarre blue creature had suddenly emerged. The scene shifts back to the town. Everyone was joyfully celebrating the festival, with children dressed in all sorts of fun costumes. "It's a dragon! Run for your lives! Haha! Hey! Hey! Stop right there!" Meanwhile, the 2 kids, Si and Khan, were each munching on a skewer of what looked like candy. They shouted together, This festival is incredible. Mo, standing nearby, heard them and chimed in excitedly. Isn't it awesome? They say the Full Bay Prayer Festival is the best on the entire frozen continent. There's definitely a reason for that. Luis So was keenly watching the crowd, thinking, this festival is massive. I've never seen anything like it before. It's almost like a parade. Right? While he was lost in his thoughts, a food skewer suddenly popped up in front of his face. Here you go. This is for you, he said in confusion. Huh? What is this? It was Lucia who had offered it with excitement. This is an iced fruit skewer. You can only get this treat at this festival. You'll absolutely love it. Hearing that, he took a bite, and immediately he thought to himself, wow, this tastes just like the candied fruit skewers I had in my past life. Noticing that Louise had tried it, Lucia turned and asked, so, is it good? It's your first time tasting it, right? He chuckled at her question and replied playfully, haha, yes, it's delicious. As they chatted, a familiar melody floated in from afar, and Luis remarked, huh? Is that a bahang lute? Sounds like someone's playing it. Lucia suddenly looked a bit anxious and said, they must be holding auditions for the Night of Beauties. Spotting his opportunity, he quickly grabbed Lucia's hand and pulled her toward the music. As he ran, he exclaimed, this is going to be interesting. Let's check it out. Come on. Sis, but Lucia still seemed worried about something. Stammering. Huh? Sure. A little while later, they both reached the audition venue. Stuttering. Huh? Okay. A little while later, they both reached the audition spot. The stage was already buzzing with a crowd eager to watch. Right now, a tall, dark-haired guy is on stage. But honestly, his instrument sounds worse than a duck quacking in a thunderstorm. Came a voice from the audience. Ouch. That comment made Louis's ears hurt so badly. He nearly spat out blood. He turned to his sister and said awkwardly, sis, why does everyone play so poorly? Lucia placed a hand on her forehead and sheepishly replied, it's only the preliminaries. Trust me. There are plenty of talented folks in the finals. Louis crossed his arms with a smirk, declaring, I bet you play way better than them, Lucia. But suddenly, Lucia's face fell, looking glum. Noticing this, he spun around, grabbed her hand, and urged, this isn't good. Sis, you've got to come up there with me. Lucia, surprised by his sudden pull, gasped. What? He brushed off her reaction and continued to tug her along. Come on, quick. Sis, let's go, she exclaimed anxiously as he dragged her along. Wait. Luis, they arrived in front of a stout man, who appeared to be the conductor for the evening's festivities. Upon their sudden arrival, he said, whoa there, who are you kids? You need to sign up beforehand to join this event. Luis stepped forward promptly and whispered in his ear. I registered as Luis and Lucia. Check the list for our names, please. But as soon as he finished, the man stepped back in shock, exclaiming, what, Lucia? You mean Lucia from Sean, down in the audience? Whispers erupted. What? Lucia from Sean? Is it really her? It actually is Lucia, but didn't she stop singing lately? I think so. Rumor has it, she quit after that incident. Lucia wobbled a bit and began to breathe heavily at those words, feeling like the air around her was tightening, suffocating her. Asterisk gasp. 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 Asterisk. She turned to flee, but suddenly froze. She wobbled on her feet and began to pant when those words hit her, feeling as though the air was strangling her, leaving her breathless. Asterisk. Gasp. 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 Asterisk. She spun around to escape. Suddenly, she froze, caught in her tracks. Turning around, Lucia saw Luis looking at her seriously. He flashed a smile and said, don't fret. I'll handle the singing. You just focus on playing the instrument. Her eyes widened in surprise at his audacity as she gasped. What? Luis extended his hand, waiting for Lucia, who was clutching the instrument, to agree. He took the instrument from her and enthusiastically said, relax. I'll be the singer. You just play along. Stunned, Lucia held the instrument, her mind racing, and said nervously, what did you just say? But as she stumbled on her words, the conductor approached them, nervously asking, what did you say? Just then, the conductor approached and inquired, are you all set yet? If you need a bit more time, we can postpone till later, Lucia stammered in response. About that. Lost for words, Luis suddenly leaped onto the stage, claiming the spotlight from a tall, burly guy. Annoyed, the guy muttered to himself, I wasn't finished with my performance. Then he raised his hand and shouted, hello to the wonderful folks of Sean. I'm Luis, a guest of Sean. Glancing at the tall guy, he continued, You've all suffered through an unprofessional performance, haven't you? You must be exhausted, right? This only riled the young man further. He thought, this little punk has zero respect for art. Then Luis pointed down to where Lucia stood and carried on. You must be worn out, right? Hearing this, the young man grew even more agitated. He thought, this little brat has zero appreciation for art. Then, Luis pointed at Lucia and continued, now, let's welcome Miss Lucia to the stage to lighten this atmosphere. Hearing her name called out, anxiety bubbled up inside her. Still, she took slow, shaky steps towards the stage. Clutching the instrument tightly as she approached Luis, the crowd below erupted in cheers, making Lucia even more frightened. So much so that she bowed her head and hid her face in her hands, trembling all over. Gathering her courage, she looked up and said to him, Luis, I can't do this. Upon hearing her, Luis's eyes grew wide as he gazed at Lucia. He extended his hand and said, take my hand. Lucia, puzzled, responded, huh? Why should I? As he grasped her hand, he shut his eyes and summoned his magic. It was the divine power of the mind. Everything will turn out okay. Lucia's eyes grew wide in surprise. Luis took both her hands in his, and she thought to herself, what is happening? But somehow, holding Luis's hand is making me feel calmer. Noticing how she embraced his magic, he winked at her. Everything will be all right. So don't fret. Okay? After processing his words, she let out a breath, closed her eyes, and replied, yeah, I understand. Thanks for the pep talk, Luis. Once she finished, the conductor brought over a chair for Lucia to sit on and prepare to play. You can choose any song you want. I'll handle the accompaniment. Luis responded, absolutely, ma'am. Then he turned to the audience and proclaimed, all right. I've kept you waiting long enough. Now, please enjoy my singing. But as he said that, the audience looked let down, muttering, huh? It's not Lucia singing. But this little kid, what's happening? Even though the kid was adorable, folks were questioning what a child like him could possibly sing. He sighed, brushing aside the chatter before looking down at the audience. Then, with arms outstretched, he began to sing. Ah! The moment Luis's voice filled the air, the audience was captivated, listening in admiration and exclaiming, what is this? His voice is incredible. In my entire life, I've never heard such a pure, soaring voice. Though murmurs still swirled, he continued to sing. His voice conveyed a bittersweet melody, a sorrow so well-balanced. He carried deep melancholy too, a grief that could fill a ship's hull. Suddenly, someone in the crowd began to sob. It's so sad. Really sad. Even though it's heartbreaking and wraps around my heart like a vice. Simultaneously, I feel liberated. On stage, Luis motioned to Lucia, his eyes saying, sister, it's your moment. Startled, she quickly placed her hands on the instrument and started to play the opening notes. After so many years, he was still lost in his song. The heavens sent a breeze that ruffled a cuckoo's wings, each step a testament to struggle. One cries out, endlessly, while another covers their ears and sleeps peacefully. It's okay if you're indifferent. It's okay if you never come back to me. I'd rather be a magpie bridge than face separation through life and death. At this moment, the crowd below could no longer hold back their feelings. Cheers and screams erupted from everywhere. Just like that. One voice sang and one played, the unison of song and music tugging at everyone's emotions. The conductor, witnessing this spectacle, was so astonished that the stack of papers he was holding clattered to the ground. Moments later, once their performance wrapped up, the crowd below stood in awe, as though they couldn't quite process what they had just experienced. Everyone remained frozen, looking perplexed, but not Luis, who wore a radiant smile. Then, in perfect harmony, they all shouted, incredible, one more tune. He waved at the audience, beaming, thank you, everyone. Luis felt an even greater surge of pride and excitement, thinking, folks, this is the magic of music from that day. Lucia, however, sat there in a daze, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Luis called out loudly, thanks a bunch. Yet she remained seated, trapped in her silent musings. After the show, the night grew late and bright. A canvas of twinkling stars emerged overhead. The crowd filtered back from the festival to the inn, and Luis plopped down in a chair, looking drained, exclaiming, wow, I'm totally wiped out. Singing is no walk in the park. Is it? Mono approached, playfully tousling his hair while grinning. Luis, you rocked it today. How do you sing so fantastically? Flattered, Luis puffed up proudly and replied, my fans simply couldn't take their eyes off me. Right? The two kids gazed at him in sheer admiration, as if he were their idol. Their eyes gleamed as they exclaimed, Luis is awesome. The joyful scene took a turn when Lucia addressed Mono. Sister, I apologize. I'm feeling a bit beat, so I think I'm going to go rest. With that, she began ascending the stairs. Mono heard her and turned her head to respond. Oh. All right. You go take it easy. Mona watched Lucia depart with a concerned expression. Suddenly, she called out, Lucia. A moment later, in Lucia's room, she lay on her bed when a voice from outside declared, Lucia, I'm coming in. Lucia stayed silent, facing the wall, not uttering a word. It was Mono, worried about her. Mono sat on the edge of Lucia's bed, asking, How are you feeling today? She cheerfully added, You enjoyed it, right? But Lucia, still turned away, replied briefly, Yes, I did like it. Mono smiled and said, That's a relief. It's been ages since I've seen you up there. So I loved it too. While talking, Lucia suddenly shot upright, looking at Mono with concern. Sister, you don't hate me, do you? Taken aback. Mono replied, Me? Why on earth would I? That's when Lucia couldn't hold back her emotions any longer, tears streaming down her face. Because of me. Because of me. Our parents. Before Lucia could finish her thought, Mono gently tapped her on the head and exclaimed, Will you quit with this nonsense? The sudden jolt made Lucia cry out. Ah, I've told you countless times. It wasn't your fault. Our parents chose to protect the one they loved most, and I love you more than anything in this world. Just like they did. So please don't talk like that anymore. Stunned by Mono's words, the sisters embraced and wept. Mono continued through her tears. I won't rush you to sing again right away. Just keep taking the stage little by little, like you did today. One day, you'll find your voice again, just like you used to, right? Our voices are at their finest when we sing together, aren't they? Hearing this, Lucia sobbed harder than she ever had before. Indeed. Sister, just outside the door, Louise had been eavesdropping, chuckling to himself. Ha. I've gone and done it again, he snapped his fingers while striding back to his room, cheerfully declaring, Step 1. A total triumph. But once he flung his room door open, shock washed over him. Huh? He gasped at the sight ahead, shouting, Finn, you're hurt. You're collapsed on the floor. Your body covered in wounds. She trembled as she gasped out. Gasp, gasp, Moss, master. Alarmed, he rushed to her, scooping her up in his arms and anxiously asking, What happened? Why are you so badly injured? Finn struggled to catch her breath, stammering, That thing. The guy from the warehouse on the west side of the port. Before she could finish, she succumbed to unconsciousness in Louis' embrace. Panicking, he hollered, Finn, wake up. Desperation dripped from his voice, as if he couldn't believe the sight before him. Scene change. A warehouse materialized with lights blazing. Ballo hastily kicked the door open. Fury etched on his face. The startled guards on duty shrieked. What? Who the heck are you? He ignored their inquiries, standing with his hands on his hips, declaring, Well, I was pondering where all Luther's elixirs vanished to. And behold, it's all right here. The white-haired lackey played dumb upon hearing this, inquiring, What the heck are you talking about? We didn't. As soon as he finished speaking, Ballo lunged forward, seizing him by the collar, lifting him off the ground with a fierce glare. I'm aware of everything happening here. While I'm still being nice, you'd better spill it. Terrified, the white-haired man feigned ignorance, asking, Huh? What do you mean? Just then, a footfall echoed behind him, and a voice said, I'd appreciate it if you'd release my subordinate. It turned out to be none other than Daimon. He continued, Though I'm unsure why you're here, Sir Ballo. Let's talk first. Perhaps we can clear up this misunderstanding. After hearing that, Ballo tossed aside the subordinate he had grabbed and turned back to Daimon, saying, Usually, it's the ones with bad intentions who want to chat. Nevertheless, Ballo pointed towards the stack of barrels, then faced Daimon, asking, Now, explain why you're stashing all this spirit medicine in this warehouse. His expression darkened as he warned, Don't tell me you're planning some secret plot. At Ballo's words, Daimon remained unruffled, grinning as he replied, I'm not following your train of thought, sir. He then smugly gestured towards the barrels and stated, These barrels of spirit medicine are legitimate goods set for export to the Autumn continent. I have no idea where you got that tale. But surely there's been a mix-up, right? Ballo countered, without hesitation. Is that so? In that case, you wouldn't mind me searching the warehouse, would you? He maintained a relaxed demeanor. If that's what you wish, that was all Ballo needed to hear. Without wasting a moment, he seized his massive hammer and barreled towards the door, kicking it open to reveal a staircase descending. This was the very place Finn had visited before trouble found her. Once he arrived at the bottom, this was the spot Finn visited before he got into hot water. Once he reached the bottom, He paused, scanning the area before inquiring, "What is this place?" Just as he was about to explore more, Damon and his two minions appeared. He commented, "I heard this is where they constructed small fishing boats when Jen was still a fishing village." Dean confidently crossed his arms and declared, "Nowadays, we occasionally use it for transporting supplies." But he was skeptical, replying, "From what I'm seeing, this place is definitely hiding something." Ballo clutched the hammer tightly, as if getting ready to toss it. Suddenly, he flung the hammer sharply to the left. In an instant, the hammer zipped away like a speeding arrow as he shouted, "Spirit object." The hammer soared into the dark tunnel. Worry began to creep in, causing sweat to cascade down his face. However, after the hammer had been flying for a bit, silence remained. Seeing this, Ballo was taken aback, sweat pouring down as he exclaimed, "Darn it, why isn't there any response?" Demon, witnessing this, remarked to Ballo, "You see, sir, didn't I say there was nothing here?" Meanwhile, he still couldn't accept it, saying, "No way, it can't be." Ballo, feeling anger rise, seized the torch from a subordinate and said, "I'll check it out myself." Diamond and his two lackeys trailed behind him. As they walked, he remarked, "You seem more stubborn than you appear, sir." After walking for a bit, they hit a dead end with a solid wall blocking their path. Ballo, even more perplexed, questioned, "Is there truly nothing here?" Meanwhile, D-Man, feeling a surge of confidence, stepped forward triumphantly and proclaimed, "I told you there was nothing here." He continued with a sneer, "If you keep making things tough for me, I might not just sit back and do nothing, Mr. Ballo." At this moment, having found nothing, he was left speechless. He could only shut his eyes, let out a sigh, and surrender. Moments later, they all exited the warehouse. Luis was already waiting there, spotting Ballo. He pretended to wave and called out, "Hey, uncle, what brings you here?" He waved again and said, "Mona is looking for you. You haven't snuck off for a drink again, have you?" After this, Ballo approached Luis and whispered, "I went down the tunnel like you suggested, but there was nothing there." Luis responded, "Looks like we've relocated. I'll take care of this. Stand back." With that, Luiso stepped up and said, "Hello, sir. We've met before. You mentioned your name was Don, correct?" The man asked with intrigue. "You're Luiso?" He put on a phony grin and replied, "I'm Luiso, staying at the Shan Inn with Uncle Ballo." Hearing this, the subordinate with white hair chimed in, "Boss, that's the kid I mentioned from the night of the pageant." The man seemed to recall and remarked, "Ah, got it." Don moved closer, leaning down towards him with a wide grin. "Ah, you're the kid who performed with Lucia on stage, right? I heard you have quite the singing talent." Luiso chuckled and responded, "Hee, yes, that's me," flashing his bright white teeth. Yet, it didn't convey friendliness, as if he was concealing something sinister. "Convincing Lucia to perform isn't easy. You've got some skills. Huh, kid?" Duiman leaned in even closer, still smiling as he talked to Luis. "So, do you think you could persuade your uncle for me?" Luis looked back, puzzled. Duiman leaned in closer, still smiling as he spoke to Luis. "So, are you able to convince your uncle for me?" Luis asked in confusion. "Convince him of what? Exactly?" Duiman snarled menacingly, his voice dripping with threat. Cornering someone without proof can lead to a swift demise, just like what happened to Lucia's parents. At these chilling words, Ballo exploded with fury, ready to lung at the man, shouting, "What did you just say? You filthy scoundrel?" Observing this, Luiso quickly raised his hand to halt him, saying, "My uncle's a straightforward guy. He tends to act impulsively. I'll make every effort to persuade him," the man responded, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Excellent. You're fortunate to be such a sensible kid." Suddenly, Luiso spotted something behind Diamond and pondered about it. He gazed at the man and seized the chance to inquire, "But sir, can I ask you something?" Don appeared, taken aback, then glanced at Luiso and replied, "What is it?" "Quick on the recovery. The horn clipped onto your belt. What's its purpose?" The man's demeanor darkened as he asked, "Why the sudden curiosity?" He flashed a casual smile and said, "It looks really cool. I want one for myself." The man seemed visibly alarmed, breaking out into a cold sweat. "They're not easy to come by. Very tricky to acquire. Well, we must be leaving now." With that, he and his two henchmen retreated into the warehouse and slammed the door behind them, leaving the duo standing in a daze. Ballo questioned, "Master, what's our next move?" "First, I'm telling Seiwu," Luiso countered. "No," he continued somberly. "If Seiyu gets involved now, it could spark a war in this city. Countless innocent lives may be at stake." He looked at Ballo once more and added, "More importantly, We can't allow this to overshadow Lucia's comeback. Can we? He asked, puzzled. What comeback are you talking about? Yeah. I initially thought we had more time. But at this rate, we need to ramp things up. Luiso grinned, saying, this is going to be the liveliest festival ever. Inside the warehouse, the white-haired subordinate was yanked by his collar and slammed against the wall. Dweeman shouted angrily. Even that mild-mannered Balo is suddenly acting out. How have you lot been running this warehouse? The terrified white-haired subordinate stammered. Boss, I really don't know. This response only fueled Dweeman's rage. Oh, is that right? It truly sucks that you're so clueless. With that, he grabbed a small sword and stabbed the white-haired subordinate. The man gasped in pain as blood spilled everywhere. Instantly, the subordinate crumpled in agony. Gurgle coldly turned his back and strode away, instructing the other brown-haired subordinate. At this point, we need to step up our game. At that moment, the brown-haired subordinate, who had witnessed the brutal scene, murmured in fear. Step up? But we still haven't trained it properly. He then drew out the bloody weapon, scrutinizing it, and added, there isn't any more time for doubt now. That Balo is already onto us, so we need to move before he finds us. I'll handle him at the perfect moment during the grand finale of the beauty pageant. The brown-haired man's face turned ghostly pale, sweat cascading down him. Finally, he echoed a phrase just like Luiso. This festival is going to be absolutely wild. As night descended, the starry sky sparkled above. The next evening, Luiso and Balo strolled along the harbor road, on the hunt for something important. While walking, Balo inquired, Master, even if we turned this place upside down, finding any sign of that sea monster would be a tough task. Luiso responded, exactly. When you're on the verge of getting caught, do you believe you can just sit around? His gaze sharpened as he pondered. And if his aim was to take down Tor Usher, after stirring up trouble during the festival, he'd put on quite a performance by capturing the monster himself. That would be the perfect chance to wow the Lord. Balo, confused, asked, if he wants to do that, he must be able to control the sea monster. Right? Does that mean Yun is just like Jacob? A druid? Luiso shook his head. No. He isn't a druid because I can't sense any spiritual energy from him. He then added with a grin, but he does possess a rather impressive item. Luiso recalled what Yuman carried. The horn of the Dragon King. According to tales, the horn of the Dragon King was made from the horn of a sea dragon. Luis imagined a sea monster under the horn's command. If one could tame the sea monster with the Dragon King's horn, they'd have the power to direct it at will. That priceless artifact was always in Yimon's possession. Luiso thought to himself, even though he had no clue where Yimon found that treasure. Simply owning that item would suffice to control the sea monster effortlessly, even without being a druid. He rubbed his hands together, a mischievous grin on his face, thinking, that thing looks pretty pricey. What Luiso said next was, if we could snatch that horn from him, couldn't we drastically cut down our travel time to the autumn continent? At this, Balo closed his eyes and sighed, reflecting on, isn't that your true goal anyway? Master? Then Luiso pointed at him and continued, anyway, that guy is undoubtedly making his move tonight. So, I need you to keep an eye on the harbor non-stop. Balo asked in astonishment. Me? All by myself? Master. Where are you headed? He replied. I have something I need to take care of first. A little later, Luis ventured alone to the town center, which was extravagantly decorated. As the crowd gathered and mingled, Luis suddenly spotted a familiar figure lurking near a window in the distance. Approaching closer, he called out, Hey there, now standing behind Kaj, asking, with a curious look, What are you doing hiding there, Kaj? The son of Baron Trior Usher jumped in surprise at the sound of Luiso's voice, caught in the act. The flustered man stumbled through his explanation. No, I was just taking a walk. It's been ages since Lucia performed, so I came to show her my support. Listening to this and watching the man fluster, Luis froze, appearing highly suspicious to anyone observing. Luis sighed and replied, Even so, your head isn't totally empty, right? I figured you'd have those sorts of twisted ideas. Hearing this, Kaj got angry immediately, exclaiming, What, seriously? He then added, Just the timing I needed. I have a job for you today. During the event, you have to fill the square with a crowd. Kaj, baffled, asked, Fill it with a crowd? Why on earth would I do that? Luis replied. Stop asking questions. Just follow my instructions. That comment really seemed to hit a nerve with the great young master. So, Kaj yelled, Hard work? All I need is to rally my household, and that'll definitely pack the square. Realizing he'd taken the bait, Luis turned away, grinned, and added, Perfect. See you later. Suddenly he paused and said, Oh wait, don't forget to bring flowers when you come. Gotta make a great impression when it matters. Hearing this, Kaj was puzzled and rested his chin on his hand, pondering and muttering. When it matters, the night sky was calm, but the scene below was anything but serene. As the performance time drew near, more and more spectators filled the square, especially around the festival stage where Lucia and Louise were nearing. Lucia tightly gripped her instrument, spotting the crowd. She felt anxious and whispered, "Wow, there are so many people. Last Servants' Night didn't draw this many, did it?" Meanwhile, Louise surveyed the area with a blank expression, thinking, how on earth did he manage this? That guy Cash really packed the square. Just then, the music began on stage, making Lucia even more jittery. Then a female host appeared, waving her arms, saying, thank you, everyone." Lucia gazed at the stage, thinking, I never imagined this day would arrive. She turned to Luis, reflecting, if it weren't for Luis, I wouldn't have even dared to dream about today. On stage, the female MC handed over to the conductor. He announced, yes. And next on the program, he cheerfully pointed at the audience. Are our remarkable contestants. Aren't they just great? That's right. It's Lucia and Luis. Let's give them a big round of applause. Hearing her introduction made Lucia extremely anxious and she started to breathe rapidly. Who's that? Luis's voice echoed, calming his sister. When Lucia heard him call, she looked down and stuttered. Luis. Seeing this, Louise turned and placed her hand on Lucia's, saying, just getting this far is a win. Sister, don't run away from the painful memories anymore. She gazed down at him, astonished. Luis, for real. She continued, if our parents in heaven saw you unable to sing because of guilt, what would they say? Suddenly, Luis's words shocked Lucia, as she asked, what do you mean? Luis, how did you know? But he didn't respond. Instead, he grabbed his instrument and headed straight for the stage. Lucia called after him. Luis. He paused, looking back with a serious face and said, listen and think, sister, about what your parents truly wanted. Lucia hesitated, contemplating, what did my parents want? After that, he stood at center stage with his instrument, ready to perform. As he did, the crowd below started to wonder, huh? Is it just him singing alone today? Where's Lucia? Ignoring the spectators, he began to sing. Luis lost himself in the tune and sang, in the chilly winter, I drift off beneath a cozy blanket. In my dreams, I stroll across a snow-blanketed field. His voice rang out bright as a snowstorm swept down. The audience below was utterly amazed at his performance. Luis continued singing, enveloped in the melody as snow fluttered down like a gray blizzard. Luis kept singing as he walked, while snow fell like a gray blizzard. Hearing those words, the man in the crowd below suddenly started making a scene, his eyes wide in disbelief. Wait a second, isn't this the tune? A Child's Dream? I sang that so much with my folks when I was a kid. Another joined in. During the prelims, he belted out a tune we'd never heard before. But today, it's a song we all know. Someone else chimed in. Regardless, it's just magical to hear that boy sing. Another commented. Absolutely. It feels like being whisked away by some spell. On stage, Louise kept singing, conjuring up eerie sounds from the shadowy woods. The white-furred creature pursued her. Oh, this is terrifying. Mommy. Daddy. Please save me. Meanwhile, Lucia stood off to the side, clutching her instrument tightly. As Lucia listened to those lyrics, a rush of memories flooded her mind, recollections of her time with her parents. Suddenly, she thought, this is what Mom and Dad hoped for. Gradually, she made her way onto the stage, approaching Luis, and began to sing, tears rolling down her cheeks as each note reminded her of her parents. Look at the lovely baby wrapped in the blanket. Lucia sang through her tears. Our little one seems to be crying. Looks like they're trapped in a scary dream. Memories from her childhood, when her parents were still around, swirled through her mind. She used to sing like this, reassuringly. It's okay. It's okay. Mom and Dad are here. Dad will chase away the monster with his axe. The gentle smiles of her parents flooded Lucia's thoughts. It's all right. It's all right. Mom and Dad are right here. Mom will keep you close to her heart. Meanwhile, down below, Mona and the two kids, Khan and Kanye, were also watching. Captivated, Mona felt emotional and shouted, Lucia. Then she clasped her hands, gazing at Lucia on stage, recalling her chat with Luis about the lullaby our parents would sing to us when we were young. Why? At that moment, Luis replied, because I really want to sing it for someone. Returning from her memories, she covered her mouth as tears streamed down, whispering softly, that's why I asked you before. Lucia. Thank you. On stage, Lucia continued her duet with Luis. My dear child, Mom and Dad will always be with you until the sun shines bright and the snow starts to melt. Their performance reached its finale, and Luis snapped his fingers gently. In a heartbeat, their act concluded. Lucia, her face glistening with sweat, was left speechless. Below, Key was lifted by his 2 bodyguards to watch, utterly moved as he applauded vigorously, tears flowing down his face, shouting, "Incredible, absolutely incredible." Meanwhile, the crowd erupted in cheers, lost in excitement. "It's the siren! The siren has returned." Lucia stood there, brimming with emotion, shedding tears as she bowed and said, Thank you, thank you." Luis then crept down below, grinning and remarked, "Well, I suppose it all turned out happily in the end." With a beaming face, Luis said, "If we want to maintain this wonderful vibe, we have to finish our remaining tasks." Right, at the port, a man named Jay Women was all alone, rowing his boat. Gradually approaching the pier, he halted the boat and surveyed the area with a cold stare. As he took just a few steps onto the shore, a voice called out, "Where are you coming from?" Sneaking about like a rat, Balo had been lurking there, waiting for him. When Jawan saw him, he was taken aback, totally not expecting Balo to be here at this hour. Balo eyed him with a smug grin and said, "Now, did you just stash some treasures on that rocky island out there in the ocean?" Upon hearing this, the man let out a deep sigh and coolly replied, "It's pretty obvious that birds of a feather stick together. You've just pulled a move straight out of Miss Lucia's parents' playbook." Upon hearing that, Balo's expression shifted to shock. He snapped back, "What? What in the world are you going on about? Why are you suddenly dragging my friends into this?" The man responded with a smug grin. "They trailed behind me just like Mr. Paby did until fate took a turn, and they regrettably passed on." Balo jabbed a finger at him, his voice shaking with fury as he demanded, "Don't tell me you had a hand in that tragedy?" The man chuckled wickedly and replied, "Who can say? It's quite the mystery." He continued with his self-satisfied smirk, "But mark my words, no one will meddle with my business." At this, Balo could no longer hold back his rage and grabbed his hammer. He lunged at the loathsome man and yelled, "You scoundrel!" Charging forward with eyes ablaze, Balo brought his hammer down hard. But the man parried the strike with his 2 swords. He spoke confidently, "Did you genuinely think I could take on Tuso empty-handed?" After he spoke, he pushed Balo away with ease, and in an instant, his subordinates emerged from all sides, surrounding Balo. Seeing his advantage, he sheathed his swords and arrogantly added, "Oh, by the way, you shouldn't fret about the 2 young ladies in Xi'an." He cackled maniacally and declared, "I'll keep them safe and sound." "Ha." Hearing those words only stoked the flames of Balo's fury, making him roar, "You scumbag. I'll make you pay." He was about to charge at him again, but his way was blocked by the subordinates. Noticing this, he snorted, "Get out of my face." Diamond now faced the sea, holding the cabinet in his grip, and remarked, "So, shall we press on? Shall we?" But suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Hey, are you lost, Mr.?" Luis, perched atop a barrel, replied, "The festival isn't here. It's happening at Flag Square." Don turned around, surprised. He glanced over and said, "Wandering around this late at night might get you in trouble with the grown-ups, kid." Then Luis jumped down from the barrel and said, "Appreciate the heads up, mister, but my family is pretty chill, so I'm all good." He placed his hands behind his head and strolled toward Don, saying, "Anyway, I was planning to play nice." He gave a wink and continued, "But making my sister Lucia cry is a no-go, so I've got to teach you a lesson you won't soon forget." As Luis said that, the man immediately dismissed him with disdain, thinking Luis was just a little kid, and glared at him, saying, "You little punk, who do you think you're flexing on?" Luis smirked back and said, "Well, fine, I wasn't going to go easy on you just because you're a kid. Anyway." With that, he quickly drew 2 swords from his hips and lunged to stab Luis. But just as swiftly, Luis conjured a spell, and a shimmering purple sphere enveloped him, preventing the man's swords from reaching him. The man froze in shock and stammered, "Spatial magic? You're a mage?" But Luis ignored his words, casually cleaning out his ear and saying, "So much chatter. Come on, attack already." Before Don could even respond, Luis unleashed a punch with a fierce determination, adding, "If not, it's my shot next." Even though he crossed his arms to defend, the sheer power behind Luis's strike launched him back a significant distance, eventually crashing against a wall with a thud. Damon yelped in agony. "Ugh." Luis observed his quaking foe on the floor and smirked. "Oh, so you can still handle that? Guess you're tougher than Balo, huh?" Meanwhile, Balo was busy with his lackeys. Upon hearing Luiso's words, Balo shot back, "You're making comparisons when the heat's on." Suddenly, An enormous shadow blotted out the sun. Luiso was taken aback. As he stood there frozen, he heard an ominous noise from just behind him. A colossal creature with a head resembling a blue dragon, a lengthy body, and razor-sharp horns emerged. Its eyes glowing a menacing crimson. It rose from the sea, directly in front of Luiso. Spotting him, it let out a thunderous roar, baring its massive mouth and smashing its head down right where he had stood. But Luiso nimbly evaded the attack, stepping back and exclaiming, "Whoa, that was a close shave, I almost bit the dust." But when Luiso turned to face it, his expression turned to pure astonishment as the monster began to twist its entire form. It slithered up onto the shore, and there stood Daimon on its back, clutching a horn. With a self-satisfied smirk, he sneered. "This kid's clever, but this is as far as you go," he proclaimed smugly. "A bit ahead of schedule, but there's no going back now." Luiso gritted his teeth, hearing Duan's voice echoing. "First, I've got to handle you." He immediately raised the horn to his lips and blew with all his force to gain control over the sea beast. Instantly, a crimson aura radiated from him. Luiso could no longer afford to slack off and began channeling magic into both hands. As for the sea creature, despite hearing Dawn's horn, it didn't launch an attack. It simply focused its gaze intensely on Luiso. This unexpected behavior left Luiso astonished, bewildered by the development. "Huh?" Daimon's frustration grew as he recognized the monster's disobedience, and he angrily kicked the creature's side, shouting, "What are you doing just sitting there like a useless fish? Why aren't you attacking him?" After taking a hard kick and being yelled at, the beast shifted its blood-red gaze towards him and let out a fearsome growl. In the meantime, Luiso, watching this unfold, couldn't hide his delight, thinking, "Aha, looks like he hasn't fully tamed it yet." Luiso grinned to himself, thinking, "Let me give you a hand with that." With that, he swiftly cast a mind control spell on the sea beast. "Let me help you calm it." With that, Luiso instantly cast a mind control spell to tame the sea monster. Without delay, a stream of orange energy surged forth and connected with the creature, bound by Luiso's spell. It howled incessantly. Despite being hit by his magic, the monster appeared to maintain a sharp awareness. Pointing decisively at Daimon, Luiso commanded, "Devour him." Alarmed, Daimon shouted in horror, "What? No way. You can't do that." He quickly brought the horn to his lips and blew once more with all his power. This time, the wave of energy he unleashed was significantly more potent, sending the monster into a frenzy. Now caught between two strong control spells, the creature roared in agony, slamming its head hard against the ground. Bam! The impact sent Luiso soaring onto a nearby crate where he surveyed the bustling scene on Monday. Luiso mused to himself, "At this moment, my mental prowess isn't strong enough to counteract the Sea King's horn." Luis locked eyes with his adversary, his gaze resolute, and thought, "But revealing my true form to battle it amidst the city, what's my play here?" After pondering briefly, he scanned the ocean, and an idea flashed in his mind. He then exclaimed, "Aha, I think I've pinpointed the key factor," Luis declared. "Exactly. That's a brilliant plan." Turning to face the colossal sea creature, he smirked and said, "Let's really throw down, what do you think?" Upon finishing his words, Luis leaped high into the air and dove straight into the ocean. Balo gasped in disbelief. "What are you doing, sir?" Meanwhile, the monster, hearing Luis's challenge, let out a roar and promptly plunged into the sea in pursuit of him. Watching this unfold, Demon scoffed with glee. "You idiot, challenging a sea serpent in the open ocean? That's essentially asking for trouble, isn't it?" The beast sped towards Luis's location. At that precise moment, Luis was brimming with confidence, eagerly awaiting the monster's arrival. He thought resolutely, "Bring it on." Luis was taken aback, holding his breath. He fixated on the approaching creature. The monster raced towards him with speed. It opened its gaping maw, brimming with rows of sharp teeth, and sucked Luis inside at lightning speed. It clamped its jaws shut, believing it fully had him. But merely seconds later, a burst of brilliant purple light erupted from within its mouth. Out of nowhere, an arm emerged. Lifting one of its jagged teeth, Luis transformed into a dragon, his expression darkening. With sheer strength, he pried the monster's mouth open. Though small in size, his power was immense. Luis scowled, his expression serious. He declared, "If we're underwater, there's no need for restraint. I can fully unleash my dragon form." Luis tightened his fist, gathering his momentum, and stated, "And this guy's mouth?" With that, Luis delivered a crushing blow to the monster's upper jaw and quipped, "That's rank. You ought to brush 3 times daily." Bubbles erupted within the creature's mouth from the impact. Taken aback by the hit, it howled in despair. Seizing the moment, Luis swiftly swam out of the monster's maw. He unfurled his wings, climbing into the sky, eyeing his foe as he taunted. Weren't you feeling pretty cocky a second ago, using his strength? He surged towards his opponent, shouting, "Tough luck running into me today." He then rocketed forward and unleashed a thunderous punch to the monster's head. Caught off guard, the beast bellowed in torment, not resting a heartbeat. Luis swam around with agility, landing powerful strikes all over the creature. At this point, it could only brace itself for the beating, letting out feeble cries. Realizing it couldn't defend itself any longer, it tried to escape. But Luis swiftly pinned the monster down to the ocean floor. He growled in frustration. "Yeah, but escaping isn't as easy as you think." Luis clung tightly to the monster's form and declared, "Where do you think you're heading off to?" Luis asked as he pinned the creature's tail down with all his might and body. "The fun is just getting started. It'd be a real bummer to wrap things up this early. Don't you think?" After saying that, he took hold of the monster's tail and began to whirl it around countless times, saying, "Let's keep this party going." Meanwhile, Ballo had already taken care of Don's goons and was standing there, out of breath. Puff. Puff. "Looks like that's all of them. Huh?" He then gazed worriedly at the ocean, adding, "I hope the master is holding up, even if he's a dragon beneath the waves." Suddenly, ripples danced across the surface of the sea. Grabbing his attention, he murmured in surprise, "What's that?" In just a heartbeat, a whirlpool formed, its center a dark abyss. At that moment, a geyser of water began to ascend, crafting a real-life whirlpool soaring in the air. Ballo's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" As he was speaking, the whirlpool began to fade, unveiling the true form of the sea beast. Meanwhile, Diamond was equally taken aback by the sight. He shouted in disbelief, "A sea serpent? Why? What's it doing up there?" While he wrestled with his thoughts, the creature was already hovering above him, plummeting down. Realizing he was in serious trouble, he bolted, screaming at the top of his lungs. But, unfortunately for him, it appeared that fate had a way of catching up to those with wicked hearts. One foot stumbled over a stone, sending him tumbling to the ground. Daimon glanced back, but by then it was too late. He only had time to yell, "No! Stop!" A heartbeat later, the sea monster crashed down, crushing Daimon beneath its weight. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled, sending shards of earth and rocks flying. A cloud of dust and smoke enveloped the area, and his horn went soaring. It collided sharply with some nearby stones, causing it to fracture. The scene at the dock now resembled a war zone. The sea beast lay amid the ruins, with Duaman and his crew surrounded by swirling dust. The sight painted a picture of utter chaos. As for Ballo, he remained frozen, his expression darkening as he tried to grasp what had just transpired. Suddenly, geysers of water erupted from the sea. Ballo witnessed this and quickly shielded his face with his arms. From beneath the waves, Louis surfaced, his face stern against the backdrop of a full moon. With water droplets shimmering around him like a cloak of mystery, he quickly shifted back into his human form, flashing a warm grin. Luis landed effortlessly next to Ballo. He shook off the water like a dog and said, "Ah, that feels refreshing. I hadn't had a proper release in ages. Finally got to let loose," Ballo asked with a grave tone. "You pulled all that off just to unwind?" Suddenly, from the rubble mountain, pained groans of Diamond echoed. Yep. It turned out Diamond wasn't out for the count yet and was painstakingly crawling forward. His face twisted in agony as he searched through the debris, softly whimpering. Diamond reached out, desperately trying to grab onto his shattered horn, gasping, "My horn." Just then, Luis walked over and picked it up. He glanced at the guy and quipped, "Why are you still fixated on that Sea King's horn?" He then carried on with a smug grin. "This will come in handy for me now." With that, Luis raised the horn to his lips and gave a blow. But it only let out a sharp toot-toot sound, lacking any magical energy whatsoever. Ballo, standing close by, couldn't hold back a chuckle and remarked, "Boss, you might excel at roughhousing, but it seems playing instruments isn't exactly your forte." "Is it?" teased. Luis shot back with a defensive tone. "It's not that I can't play it. It's just that this thing is—" Just then, he heard a series of cracking noises coming from the horn. As Luis grasped it with both hands, he felt a few more cracks before turning to Ballo. They both exclaimed, "Well?" Then Luis flashed a smile at Ballo and said, "Think we can just glue it back together?" Right after he finished his sentence, the horn shattered into countless shards, leaving them both in shock for a few seconds. Then, all the fragments plummeted and spread across the ground. Heartbroken over the loss, he knelt down, stared at the mess, and wailed, "Ah, no. My speedboat!" While Luis wallowed in despair, suddenly dust and rocks flew up behind him again. The furious sea beast awakened. Its figure loomed large. Lucy turned his head, spotted it, and with a sly grin said, "Ah, We're in trouble. The monster promptly opened its enormous maw to pounce on Luis and Balo. It snarled with a mighty roar. They both screamed. "Run!" Balo shouted nervously. "What triggered its rage like this?" Luis replied. "The Sea King's horn is destroyed. So it's acting on raw instinct now." Luis instinctively looked back and muttered, "If this keeps up." But then, the sea monster halted its pursuit and instead veered towards the central square where the festival was happening. Seeing this, Luis exclaimed with unease, "Oh no." Luis, drenched in sweat, followed with, "Oh no. It's being lured by the dazzling lights of the festival and is headed straight for it." Balo inquired anxiously, "What? That's catastrophic." "There are so many people there." Luis clenched his teeth, desperate to devise a plan, and declared, "Oh no." He hurriedly commanded Phi, saying, "Phi, track down the twins and bring them here right now." Phi nodded in agreement. Luis pressed on. "In the meantime, Balo, you and I will take on this monster." Balo affirmed. "Yes, Master." The two bolted towards the beast. Luis yelled at Balo, "All right, let's move." Once they reached the scene, the monster was already in a rage, demolishing everything in its wake. Meanwhile, in the town, the townsfolk remained blissfully unaware of the disaster lurking ahead. In a dim alley, a young couple strolled, giggling and embracing. The blonde girl voiced her concern. "Honey, isn't it risky to wander into this dark alley at night?" Hearing this, the young man with black hair and a gold chain tried to play tough, replying, "What's so scary? I'm right here with you." As they continued their sweet moments, the guy stated, "I'm serious." Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated. The young man wondered, "Huh? What was that noise?" Just as he said that, a massive growl emanated from above, and the monster materialized before them. Its enormous mouth opened wide, utterly terrifying. The duo screamed. Upon seeing the creature, the young man stumbled backward, his eyes wide with shock as he yelled, What's that creature?" The blonde girl urgently pressed him. "Why are you just standing still? Run! Get up fast." With no options left, the blonde girl yanked him up and tossed him onto her shoulder, sprinting while glancing back. Just then, a colossal hammer zipped through the air toward them like a missile. Moments later, it slammed right into the monster's skull, making it bellow in agony with its jaws wide open. Balo's entire body shook slightly, but he stood firm, panting as he called, "Hey, snakehead, look over here." After taking a hefty hit from Balo, the monster's eyes lit up with rage. It unleashed a deep, furious roar, "Rah," and immediately lunged right at him. Balo, realizing this, ducked away, yelling as he bolted. He was intentionally grabbing its attention to guide the monster to a planned ambush spot. Then he spun around and shouted, "Master, it's time. I need saving here." A voice from Luis rang out. "Activate space magic. Create a spatial barrier." Instantly, 4 violet walls with rectangular designs sprang up, encircling the beast. The monster gazed around in disbelief. Feeling confined, it roared thunderously. It started to thrash violently, battering its head and tail against the barrier, howling, "Roar, roar, roar, roar." Meanwhile, Luis stood on a nearby rooftop, watching the monster. He remarked, "Fantastic. It's momentarily contained. Now, I just need to use a mental spell to calm it down, and we'll wrap this up." After speaking, Luis waved his hand at the monster and began to cast another spell. Luis closed his eyes and proclaimed, "Mental spell? Get a grip." The monster opened its mouth wide, roaring in distress. Ruir, but that spell from Luis only made it thrash even more desperately against the 4 violet spatial barriers encasing it. Meanwhile, Luis, eyes shut and sweating, wrestled with the spell, thinking, "I can't hold this. The spatial barrier is quaking. At this rate, I won't be able to successfully cast the mental spell." Balo, watching from below, suddenly heard someone shout, "Sir Balo." He turned. Startled, Baronto and his crew came rushing in, weapons drawn, ready to assist. But upon seeing the monster trapped in the purple barrier, raging like crazy, he gasped in surprise. "Goodness, what is that creature? Where did this monster come from?" Balo spun back and answered, "It's something a demon dragged in. Looks like he planned to stir things up during the festival." Baronto, taken aback once more, exclaimed, "What demon? Where's that scoundrel now?" Balo responded, "He slipped away amidst the chaos. But right now, we need to tackle that magical beast fast." Suddenly, Luis shouted in a frustrated tone, "Balo, how long are you going to keep chatting?" Luis continued in a strained voice, "You need to do something with your friend to hold off that monster." After hearing this, Balo quickly replied, Yes, I get it. Let's move." Toe. He then turned to Baron. Tao. Teso. Flustered. Replied. Huh? Yes. Up above. Suddenly, the two kids, Connie and Khan, appeared behind Luis, shouting, Luis, we're here to help. Seeing them, Luis turned and replied, Awesome. While Balo gets ready, you two distract it. With excitement bubbling over, Connie and Khan chimed in, Leave it to us. In unison, they brandished their swords and leaped off the rooftop. Diving straight toward the beast to engage in battle, the twin sisters wielded the powers of lightning and thunder magic. They unleashed a dazzling display of lightning bolts, striking the monstrous foe. Observing their prowess, Luis figured, It seems we can hold our ground for a bit longer. Just then, Balo's voice echoed from below. Master, we're all set. The menacing sea creature turned its attention towards them, almost sensing their intentions, and abruptly coiled its tail to flee, slithering away like a slippery serpent. Spotting this, Balo, gripping the rope, yelled, Now's our chance. Pull. Heave-ho. In an instant, a rope ensnared the monster's body. It struggled, shaking violently as it fought to break free, letting out thunderous roars. Ruir, ruir. Meanwhile, Teso and the others below heaved with determination. Teso motivating everyone. Hold on tight, we cannot let go. Back with Luis. He suddenly soared high into the air. While airborne, he started his magical incantation. Focused and serious, he began casting a multi-layered spatial compression spell. A chunk of shimmering purple jade emerged, encased in a swirling blue energy aura. Moments later, he clapped his hands together, releasing beams of light. Luis thought, Compress space. Suddenly, kaboom! An enormous explosion rocked the monster's body, freezing it in its tracks. Following that, a shockwave slammed into the creature's head, which could only emit a cry before succumbing. Its two crimson eyes began to droop. Then, Luiso approached the vanquished beast and placed a gentle hand on its forehead. Luiso cheerfully asserted, You all did great. Let me help it find peace. With that, he started casting a soothing mind spell, and lights began shimmering above the monster's head. Moments later, its eyes fluttered open, revealing not the terrifying, bloodshot red, but a refreshing, sparkling blue. The monster's gaze softened as it recognized Luiso standing there. Slowly, it edged closer, prompting Luiso to chuckle. Aha, that's it, good boy. The creature affectionately licked Luiso's face with its lengthy tongue. Suddenly, Thor stepped forward with a cold demeanor. Thyre advanced slowly, sword raised, bellowing, Die! But at that moment, Thor was ensnared by a spell, chains binding his hands to halt his attack. Surprised, he exclaimed, Huh? What's happening? Luiso looked at him calmly and explained, There's no need for that. He clarified, It was under Don's control, so it's not to blame. As soon as Luis finished, the mischievous kids, Ka, Ni, and Khan, jumped onto the monster's back, bouncing up and down with glee. Baron Tuo, observing the scene, still expressed concern, but letting a monster like this wander free, to which Luiso replied, I'll handle it. No worries. Sometime later, the monster returned to the ocean, bowing its head in acknowledgement. Luiso advised, You understand? From now on, steer clear of the human city, and return to your home. Stay there. Watching the scene unfold, he felt nervous and said, But letting a monster like this roam free. Luiso interjected, I've got this. No worries. After a while, the monster returned to its ocean. It bowed its head. Attentive, Luiso declared, You get it? From now on, steer clear of the human city. Return to your home and stay put. With an eager cry, the sea monster obediently complied, turning away to swim deeper into the ocean. The two energetic kids were waving their hands excitedly. Khan exclaimed, Live a good life, Ki chimed in, and steer clear of any more wicked old men. After that, Luiso rose to his feet, declaring, All right then, we should prepare ourselves too. As soon as Luiso mentioned that, the two kids looked at each other, puzzled, asking, Prepare for what? Luiso turned with a cheerful grin, replying, Now that the task is complete, we need to leave as well. Out in the vast sea, Don was alone on a tiny boat. He paddled angrily, muttering, Darn it. I, Diamond, refused to go down like this. His eyes blazed with anger as he growled, I will take revenge on those who did this to me, even if it means turning all of Luthien into ashes. While he vented, suddenly, Diamond's boat began to rise slowly. He screamed in surprise. What the heck? What's going on? The sea monster had emerged, staring directly at Diamond. Without giving him a chance to react, the creature grabbed a corner of his coat and hoisted him up. Diamond yelled, Ah! A moment later, the sea monster flung him into the air with force, Beneath the crashing waves, the monster's mouth gaped wide. Ready? Dawn plummeted downward. Panic surging through him, he screamed uncontrollably. No. This can't be true. No. The sea monster leaped high. In one swift bite and gulp, he found himself swallowed whole. His horrified screams echoed. No. After exacting its revenge, the sea monster dove deep, leaving behind just the coat of a ruthless and wicked man sinking into the sea. After an electrifying performance, Lucia stepped off the stage, her heart racing. She squeezed her eyes shut, let out a hefty sigh, and remarked, 4 more songs to go. I'm utterly spent. Glancing around, she realized Luis was nowhere to be found. Confused, Lucia wondered, where on earth is Luis? He had vanished right after the first song. Just then, a boisterous voice called out from behind. Moner leaped to hug Lucia, exclaiming, there's our mermaid. Shining like a star. You were phenomenal. Totally amazing. Moner's eyes welled with tears as she whispered, if Mom and Dad could have caught today's show, they would be incredibly proud. Lucia felt equally touched, softly calling, sister. Just then, a cough from behind caught Moner's ear. She suspiciously inquired, Kaji, what are you doing here? Kaji stiffened, stumbling over his words. Well, you see. He was concealing a beautiful bouquet of fresh flowers behind him. One glance at Kaji, and Moner understood his intentions. She quickly moved closer to him, nudging the moment forward with Lucia. Lucia, looks like Kaji has a gift for you. Moner urged Kaji on. Come on, give it to her. Flowers are perfect for moments like this. Kaji's face flushed a deep shade of red as he gulped, gathering courage to say, congratulations on your triumphant return to the stage, our mermaid. Lucia, staring at the fresh blooms in her hands. Lucia was momentarily awestruck. She graciously accepted the flowers, inhaling their sweet scent, and expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much. Kaji bashfully scratched his head, fidgeting a bit. From a hidden spot far away, Luis had witnessed every moment unfold. He chuckled. What a charming scene this is. He let out a happy sigh and said, looks like you've got this without me now. Huh. A few days later, aboard a ship, letting out a pleased sigh, he said, you can manage just fine without me now. Right? Days later, aboard a ship, a soldier stood tall and declared, the Hain Sunny, heading to the autumn continent, is set to depart soon. Hurry up. All passengers. Get on board quickly, Moner cried, trying to hold them back. Please don't go, she added, her voice wavering with tears. Do my little ones really have to leave? Please don't go. Can't you stick around and be my siblings? Kaji chuckled merrily while Khan gently reminded her. Sister, that tickles. In a corner, Balo sulked, saying pitifully, hey, I'm leaving too. Moner's mood shifted completely as she snapped. It doesn't matter whether you leave. Old man, all you ever do is guzzle liquor. Balo quickly defended himself. Come on. Those were all crucial party meetings. Moner became even more furious. You dare try to defend yourself? Suddenly, a soft voice called from behind. Louis? Lucia looked sorrowful as she inquired. You will return, right? Louise found it difficult to respond. Mumbling, about that. Moner, overwhelmed with emotion, clutched Luis's hand tight and insisted. Luis, you absolutely must come back. Understood? He reluctantly nodded. Yes. Sometimes, awkwardly added, well, if I get a chance, I'll swing by. Just as Luis was about to leave, he found Lucia's warm embrace wrapping around him, holding him tightly, unwilling to let him go. Tears rolled down Lucia's cheeks as she whispered softly, you have to come back. Got it? Luis gently squeezed her hand, offering comfort. I'll remember. Sister Lucia, I certainly will. Before he could finish, he felt Kaji's piercing gaze burning into him. Luis felt a playful impulse to tease. Ah, look at you. Sister Lucia's heart. How sweet. Kaji was fuming, growling. You jerk. He immediately pushed a glowing treasure into Luis's hands. Upon glimpsing the item inside the box, Luis exclaimed, oh, a mermaid's tear. Kaji, shy, though being nice, attempted to keep his cool, as he stated. I'm only giving this to you because you kept your promise. You made Sister Lucia sing again. Speaking of which, picking up the dazzling ring to admire it, Luis asked, what's this? Kaji quickly elaborated. If you ever return, use that ring. It bears my family's crest. So you'll receive assistance anywhere. In Lufanon, Luis realized what that signified. Essentially, it was a free pass in Lufanon. Right? How neat. Kaji, soft-hearted but sharp-tongued, attempted to act displeased with Luis. But I hope you don't return. Got it? He didn't miss the chance to tease one last time. Kaji, don't pull any strange stunts, okay? Just do what I told you. Fearing his secret might slip, Kaji scolded in frustration. Shut it. I'll take care of everything. So, mind your own business. Luis noticed his trembling hand, shaking incessantly as he tried to conceal his sorrow, which surprised him. At last, he managed to voice his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you for everything. His subordinate reminded him, you need to be more sincere. Sir, Kaji, blushing with rage, yelled, shut your mouth. Witnessing this, Luis couldn't help but feel amused. This kid is actually kind of adorable, he joyfully remarked. Around the same time, Count Tuzur arrived. He chimed in. Sir Balo, are you ready to leave? Balo quickly replied. Oh, Tuzur, is the port repair work going smoothly? Tuzur responded. The damage was significant, but thankfully, no lives were lost. Given the circumstances, that's quite a good turn of events. He shifted his focus to Luis and added, but that kid clearly isn't just an average person. A flashback hit Tuzur, recalling how he effortlessly took down that gigantic sea worm. An average Joe wouldn't manage something like that. Balo scratched his nose, putting on an innocent act. Huh? What are you going on about? That's merely my nephew. Tuzur, catching on to the vibe, smiled and said, I get it. You two are just family from afar. I'll keep your nephew's secret safe. Count on me. Balo nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. Thanks a ton. I owe you big time again. After a heartfelt farewell, Louisa and her crew hopped onto the ship for their return journey. Mona waved a bittersweet goodbye. So long, my little adventurers. Lucia was no less teary-eyed. You must come back. You hear? Louise felt immensely grateful and shouted back. Farewell, Sister Mona. Sister Lucia, I had an amazing time with all of you. The sky stretched out, bright and blue, while the ship cruised gently across the waves. Suddenly, Nani recalled something urgent and asked, but where are we actually headed now? Luis exhaled in frustration and said, You're only asking now. Huh? Luis laid out their strategy. We're bound for Port Dotman on the autumn continent. Then we'll trek across the land. Luis turned to Balo and asked, How long do you think it'll take to reach Port Dotman from here? Balo remained quiet, puzzled. Luis approached him. Hey, what are you up to over there? Why the silence? Before he could finish, he caught sight of Balo's pale, seasick face, looking like he was on the brink of disaster. Luis exclaimed, What's going on? Please tell me you're not feeling seasick. Balo spoke weakly. Master, He couldn't complete his thought. He was too busy about to lose last night's dinner onto the deck. Witnessing this, Luis could only shake his head in frustration and remark, With a frame that large, you can't even cruise on the sea without turning green. He rolled his eyes at the annoyance. Then, Luis placed a comforting hand on Balo's back. He began weaving a calming sleep spell. Balo couldn't resist the magic. His eyelids grew heavy as sleep took hold. After successfully lulling Balo into a deep slumber, Luis, Connie, and Khan resumed their exploration. He commented, He should be out for a few hours now and feel just fine when he's up. Let's check out the cabins, Connie instantly, cheerfully replied. Let's do it. One was bubbly. The other, sluggish, a real juxtaposition. Just then, a mysterious figure slid in behind Balo. The stranger's voice echoed out. This dude has to be at least a level 3, yet was knocked out so easily. The figure clicked their tongue, clearly astonished. An old man with flowing white hair emerged, draped in a long cloak. He gazed at Luis, then proclaimed, Looks like this lengthy sea journey is set to become quite intriguing, and that's all for now. Folks, if you want to stick around for the next episode, then smash that subscribe button. And while you're at it, give that like button a good whack, too. Thanks for watching all the way through. Thanks for sticking around to the very end.